Chapter 47, Chapter 47, Feel the Thunder. When Roy got up, the grimoire that had been pressed beneath him was revealed. The strange characters on its pages had already disappeared, leaving behind nothing but blank sheets of paper. Ryuu's sharp eyes immediately caught sight of it. A grimoire. True to her reputation as an experienced adventurer, the elf girl instantly understood what had happened after linking it with Roy's earlier dizzy state. He had read a grimoire. This boy was far too mysterious. By this point, even if he pulled out a grimoire worth over 100 million valis, she would not be too surprised, nor did she feel any interest in probing its origins. "Did you succeed?" Ryu asked. But seeing the excitement written all over Roy's face, the question felt unnecessary. Out of courtesy, she offered her congratulations. "Congratulations. And now, you should get up from Lady Astraea's bed." Once she knew that Roy had fainted onto Goddess Astraea's bed because of reading the grimoire, the icy tension on Ryuu's small face finally eased back into calm. Although he was reluctant to part with Astraea's soft, fragrant bed, the joy of obtaining magic far outweighed everything else. Immersed in that excitement, Roy paid it no mind and dashed out of the room. After dinner, Roy could hardly wait and left the Court of the Stars, heading straight for the dungeon. On the surface, who knew what kinds of monsters or ill intentions might be watching him? Testing magic inside the dungeon was safer. Standing by the window, Ryu watched Roy's figure flash through the darkness, faster than a startled rabbit. During dinner, she had already learned that Roy had reached LV.2 and awakened magic. Such terrifying growth speed was almost unbelievable. Ryu did not know when Roy had first received a blessing, but watching his status surge again and again, she was certain that the time it took him to advance from LV.1 to LV.2 was even shorter than Ace Wallenstein's. Sigh. The elf girl let out a helpless sigh, silently picked up her wooden sword, draped on her cloak, and left the Court of the Stars, following after Roy. Newcomers who had just awakened magic often got overly excited and recklessly cast spells until their mind was exhausted and they collapsed. At night, in Orario, or the dungeon, that could easily lead to danger. After fighting together so many times, Roy's calm and steady image had already been deeply ingrained in her mind. She had thought he would be able to restrain that impulse. Now it seemed there was a side of him she did not yet know. With her strong sense of responsibility, she could not just stand by and watch. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the aureole behind. Seeing Ryu secretly following and protecting Roy, Goddess Astraea wore an indulgent, ant-like smile. Before the last war game, a guild staff member named Ramel had come to the Court of the Stars to confirm Roy's Familia affiliation and, incidentally, complete his adventurer registration. Roy could now enter the dungeon openly. In the spacious plaza of Babel Tower, Roy felt several gazes land on him. That was nothing unusual. Through the war game against the Rudra Familia, Roy had become famous in a single battle. Although he was only LV.1 at the time, his reputation in Orario rivaled that of some LV.2 adventurers. Of course, most people treated him as nothing more than Ryuu's accessory. A mere LV.1 would just be cannon fodder in a war game. No one believed he was actually useful. No matter what, he was famous now. Among those gazes, Roy sensed disdain, mockery, and a faint trace of malice. Adventurers were among those who valued fame and profit the most. Roy was like a dark horse that had appeared out of nowhere. LV.1 adventurers felt it was unfair if everyone was LV.1, why was he stealing the spotlight? LV.2 adventurers were also unhappy that Roy's fame surpassed theirs. A mocking smile tugged at the corner of Roy's mouth. He did not take these small fry seriously at all. They did not dare make a move on him anyway. If some hot-headed fool actually rushed at him, Roy might even think more highly of them. But these seasoned veterans valued their lives too much. They would never have that kind of courage. After entering the dungeon, Roy did not go too deep. He stopped at a chamber on the 5th floor. This time, he was here to test his magic, not to explore. Bang! 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 The wall cracked open, and 7 or 8 goblins and earth spirits leapt out, immediately locking onto Roy. Lord of Thunder! An excited smile appeared on Roy's face. With a thought, he mobilized the magic within his body. After awakening magic, the method of using it appeared in his mind immediately, like an instinct etched into his very being. Generally speaking, casting magic required chanting and consumed a corresponding amount of magic power. The longer the chant, the greater the spell's power. But his magic was extremely rare. It required no chanting, only the activation of magic power. Crackle! Crackle! Magic surged within Roy. Golden lightning burst across the surface of his skin, crackling loudly. He looked like a thunder god descending to the earth. Then, all the golden lightning on his body converged into a single point, forming a golden humanoid figure whose outline closely resembled his own, its surface flickering with tiny arcs of electricity. "Go kill them," Roy said. The lightning incarnation sprang into action, darting forward like true thunder and plunging into the monster group, unleashing a brutal slaughter and rapidly killing the monsters. Roy carefully observed the lightning incarnation's combat. He had consumed 15% of his mind. This lightning avatar was equivalent to a LV.1 adventurer with A-rank overall abilities, and its attacks were imbued with lightning attributes. It was more than enough to deal with monsters on the 5th floor. Bang! At that moment, the wall beside Roy cracked open again, and 3 goblins leapt out, lunging straight at him. Transform! Roy merely glanced at them, his expression unchanged, his lips moving slightly. In an instant, the lightning incarnation transformed from a humanoid shape into a giant wolf. It dropped to all fours, stood about a meter tall, and its eyes gleamed brightly. Just as the goblins were about to reach Roy, a golden wolf's shadow flashed past at incredible speed. Its ferocious jaws snapped shut, biting off the heads of all 3 goblins. Roy seemed to realize something. The smile on his lips grew wider as he walked up to the golden wolf and placed a hand on its head. Transform again! He imagined the shape of a great sword. Sure enough, the lightning wolf's form changed once more, becoming the great sword he envisioned. Golden currents of electricity coiled around the massive blade. Wielding this thunder greatsword, Roy swept through the dungeon monsters as if he had activated some kind of cheat. 1 strike, 999 damage, instantly wiping out large groups of enemies. In the end, the great sword transformed into a golden ball of lightning that landed in Roy's hand. He casually tossed it out. Boom! The golden lightning sphere exploded the moment it fell into the monster horde. The terrifying power instantly annihilated 30 or 40 monsters, leaving not even magic stones behind. Ha 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 ha! Roy could no longer suppress the joy in his heart and burst into wild laughter. A magic that controlled thunder. Thunder that could freely transform into any form. As long as he had enough magic power, he could continuously cast spells, perhaps even summon an entire army. Chapter 48, Chapter 48, The Overbearing Apollo Familia. The strength and operational range of the lightning entities were directly tied to the amount of magic power used. If Roy abandoned quantity and pursued quality, pouring all his magic into a single entity, its strength could reach 100% of his own. But doing so might also cause him to lose consciousness. Therefore, the lightning entity's ability values were kept at 90% of his own. Because it was a no-chance spell, its destructive power was certainly inferior to those ultra-long chant magics. However, the advantages of no-chant magic lay in its speed and low consumption. There was no need to stand still like a mage, and by casting continuously, it could make up for the gap in raw power. After fully understanding his magic, Roy left the dungeon in high spirits. Just as he returned to the surface, Roy noticed that quite a crowd had gathered in the spacious plaza, at least several times more people than when he had entered. As a financial office worker with sharp instincts, Roy sensed something unusual. If he wasn't going to join the excitement now, then when would he? He stepped forward, peering through the gaps in the crowd to see what was happening at the center. 20 to 30 men and women wearing identical uniforms had surrounded a girl of about 14 or 15. She had short reddish-brown hair and a slender, well-proportioned figure. Daphne Loros. And the ones surrounding her were members of the Apollo Familia. Roy instantly understood what was going on. Poor kid, she had been targeted by the Apollo Familia. Under normal circumstances, the Apollo Familia could be considered fairly well behaved, but their patron god was anything but restrained. Once Apollo set his sights on someone he fancied, whether a civilian or an adventurer from another familia, he would stop at nothing to take them, even at the risk of punishment from the guild. Even if that person fled to the ends of the world, the Apollo Familia would chase them down relentlessly, like stubborn glue that would never peel off. Because of this, many members of the Apollo Familia had joined under coercion or semi-coercion. Daphne Loros. You can't escape. Accept Lord Apollo's love. One after another, the Apollo Familia members spoke, acting as if Daphne joining them was already a foregone conclusion. Daphne forced herself to stand, panting heavily. She had tried to run into the dungeon, but in the end her stamina had given out and she had been caught. Despair showed clearly on her face. Who could help her? Daphne cast pitiful, pleading looks at the surrounding people. However, the adventurers all wore expressions of idle amusement, with no intention of lending a hand. They were long accustomed to the Apollo Familia's hunts. This time it's a girl, don't play her to death. Ha 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 ha. Some ill-tempered adventurers even cracked jokes. You bastards! Daphne shouted angrily and charged forward, but her body was weak and posed no threat. Hey, don't lean on me! A middle-aged adventurer shoved Daphne away in disgust. As she was pushed aside and others stepped back, a large empty space suddenly opened up. By sheer coincidence, Daphne collapsed right at Roy's feet. Why do I have to go through something like this? Daphne lay on the ground, tears welling in her eyes. You're that LV.1. As the Apollo Familia members closed in, one of them exclaimed in surprise. All eyes immediately turned toward Roy. In Orario, people generally addressed high-level or famous adventurers by their titles. Though some of those titles carried the questionable tastes of certain gods, they were nonetheless recognition of an adventurer's achievements and honor beyond measure. Only close friends called each other by name. Since Roy did not yet have a title, yet was somewhat famous, people could only refer to him as that LV.1. I'm just here to watch. Don't mind me, Roy said with a smile, but he was cut off before he could finish. I remember him. He's from the Astraea Familia. That bunch that sticks their noses into everything under the banner of justice. Wiping them out wouldn't be a bad thing. LV.1 brat, get lost. Don't meddle. Given the Astraea Familia's usual conduct, they would definitely interfere in matters like this. The Apollo Familia members were therefore not polite at all, and they certainly did not believe that a mere LV.1 like Roy posed any threat. This domineering attitude wiped the smile from Roy's face. He truly had not intended to get involved. But now that they had said that, he was no longer willing to back down. Today, he was going to carry out justice no matter what. A man fights for pride as much as for breath. Roy had no doubt that if he were forced back by the Apollo Familia today, tomorrow Orario would be full of rumors, that LV.1 from the Astraea Familia ran away with his tail between his legs after being shouted at by the Apollo Familia. If it were the Freya Familia or the Loki Familia, Roy might have swallowed his pride. But the Apollo Familia? What kind of trash were they? Their captain, High Acanthos Cleo, had only just reached LV.3. Meanwhile, the Rudra Familia that he and Ryuhu had wiped out had both a captain and vice-captain who were veteran LV.3s. Trying to scare him? They were far from qualified. Run as far as you can. I'll hold them off for you, Roy said, squatting down and smiling gently at Daphne, though it carried the unmistakable air of a smiling tiger. Daphne froze for a moment. Whoosh! Sensing the sound of air tearing behind him, Roy drew the Muramasa sword and spun around, blocking the blade that slashed toward him. Steel met steel, sparks flying. "You damn brat! I told you not to meddle," shouted the elven youth of the Apollo Familia, gripping his sword with both hands and pressing down with all his strength. The opponent had also just reached LV.2. Roy felt how light the force was. He could probably block it with one hand. "You're really weak," Roy sneered, snapping out a swift kick that landed squarely on the man's abdomen. The heavy blow sent the elven youth flying back 7 or 8 meters. He dropped to one knee, face pale, his stomach churning as if his insides were about to spill out. "Run!" Roy barked. Daphne did not dare hesitate. She did not even ask for Roy's name, fleeing in panic toward the shadows. "Brat, you're asking for death." The Apollo Familia members rushed forward all at once. There was not a trace of fear on Roy's face as he charged to meet them. His newly attained LV.2 status still needed adaptation, and real combat was undoubtedly the best training. Smashing this group of societal trash not only served as training, but also vented his anger. Roy had no reason not to do it. "Hey wait, is that guy really LV.1? That's a lie. The information has to be fake." Watching Roy take on more than a dozen opponents by himself, shock appeared on the faces of the surrounding adventurers. They had never seen a LV.1 who could rampage through a siege of LV.1s and several LV.2s like this. This was absolutely the level of a veteran LV.2 adventurer. Just as Roy knocked down 7 or 8 people, a blur streaked past, launching a sneak attack from behind. Sensing the sharp danger, Roy decisively abandoned the others, raised his arm to block a whipping kick, planted his stance, steady as a mountain, and looked up. Standing opposite him was a beautiful young man whose looks rivaled an elf's fair skin, tall build, white gloves on both hands, and movements as elegant as a gentleman's. Hyacinthos Cleo. A newly promoted LV.3 adventurer, titled the Sun's Beloved, and the captain of the Apollo Familia. If you think this story is fun and interesting and you want to read the next chapter earlier than the daily release, you can visit patreon.com/dzerf887. Chapter 49, Chapter 49, Summoning Miss Ryuu. Hyacinthos's long leg lashed straight toward Roy's head. When he saw Roy actually block it, a trace of surprise flashed through his eyes. ALV.3 resorting to a sneak attack, so this is how God Apollo teaches you. Roy took 2 steps back and shook his slightly numb hands. Fortunately, the dungeon training and the earlier fight had already allowed him to grasp LV.2 strength to a basic degree. Otherwise, he would have been kicked flying on the spot. "Shut up! A lowly trash like you doesn't deserve to talk about Lord Apollo." Hyacinthos roared as his fist slammed down violently. "Still better than you freaks." Roy's face turned cold as he mercilessly tore away the Apollo Familia's fig leaf. The overwhelming power of a LV.3 surged toward him. Roy locked his gaze onto his opponent, muscles tensing throughout his body, and chose to evade. The punch brushed past his cheek. When your status is inferior, meeting force head-on is nothing but stupidity. Defeating an enemy across levels requires a combination of ability values, technique, strategy, courage, even words. Roy appeared to be forced into a frantic retreat by Hyacinthos, narrowly dodging attacks at the last possible moment. Hyacinthos's movements were fierce and flashy, yet in reality, he hadn't landed a single hit. This only made Hyacinthos more furious. Roy was like a patient hunter lying in wait within the grass, calmly waiting for his prey to expose a flaw. That moment did not take long. Compared to the original timeline, Hyacinthos was only a little over 17 at this point, newly promoted to LV.3, riding high as the Familia captain, proud and arrogant. His movements were far from refined. "You monkey who only knows how to run." Hyacinthos stepped forward in a burst and threw a wide, rising uppercut. In that instant, Roy seized the opportunity. Roy tilted his body, slipping past the rising punch. His body spun 180 degrees, wriggling into High Akanthos's guard like a loach. With his back pressed tightly against the man's chest, Roy drove an elbow hard into his abdomen. Gah! High Akanthos's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets as he staggered backward, coughing violently. Your LV.2. Saliva dangled from the corner of High Akanthos's mouth, but he no longer cared about appearances. After this exchange, he finally confirmed that Roy was not a disposable LV.1 nobody. The surrounding adventurers erupted into an uproar. Roy looked barely 15. A LV.2 at that age was rare. Among them were even people in their 30s or 40s still stuck at LV.1. Surround him. The contempt vanished from High Akanthos's face. LV.1 and LV.2 were entirely different realms. Reaching LV.2 meant achieving a feat. An adventurer like that was bound to possess accomplishments in certain areas that surpassed ordinary adventurers. Underestimating a LV.2 was asking for disaster. 20 to 30 members of the Apollo Familia encircled Roy, mostly LV.1s, 4 or 5 LV.2s, and High Akanthos himself, the LV.3 captain. Nearby adventurers backed away, their eyes filled with schadenfreude. Meddling in other people's business, hey? Looks like he was about to reap what he sowed. Humph! Roy swept his gaze over them, disdain evident on his face. Did they really think only they could call for backup? Since the opponent was higher level and even resorting to numbers, continuing to fight alone would be sheer stupidity. Roy opened his mouth and shouted loudly. Miss Ryuhu! A member of your familia is about to get ganged up on. Through the system's teammate tracking, Roy had known from the beginning that Ryuhu was nearby. With the LV.4 bodyguard following him, how could he possibly be afraid of the Apollo Familia? Several seconds passed. Nothing happened. An awkward silence seemed to fill the air, and people almost thought they heard crows cawing. Roy's face darkened. No way was she really going to watch him get beaten up? Sigh. Finally, a helpless sigh rang out, extremely clear in the quiet crowd. Everyone turned to look. That familiar cloaked figure, who else could it be but Ryuhu? Gale Wind. The onlookers hastily retreated, clearing a path. Ryuhu's deterrent power needed no explanation. After dealing with the Rudra Familia, she had once emerged from the dungeon looking like a blood-soaked spectre. Ryuhu first gave Roy a quiet glance, then said coldly, Apollo Familia, stand down. He is a member of our Astraea Familia. The Apollo Familia members exchanged looks, and in the end, all eyes turned to High Akanthos. Gale Wind, he let our target escape. You think you can just take him away with a few words? That's going too far, High Akanthos said in a low voice. If it were the Astraea Familia of old, they wouldn't dare provoke them. But now that only Gale Wind remained, the Apollo Familia might still be able to clash with her. They didn't know how these two had wiped out the Rudra Familia in the dungeon, but on the surface, those methods wouldn't work. Seeing Ryuhu remain silent, High Akanthos thought he had the upper hand and continued, Gale Wind, you're just remnants of the old era. There's no place for you in the new age. High Akanthos's suicidal provocation left Roy dumbfounded. He watched as Ryuhu's expression grew increasingly grim. Fight, fight! Roy fanned the flames inwardly. As he wished, the cold light in Ryuhu's eyes intensified. In the next second, her figure burst forward. Facing the long-renowned Ryuhu, High Akanthos did not dare lower his guard, but the gap in strength was something he simply could not overcome. Before he could even clearly see her movements, a long, slender blur flashed past. It was Ryuhu's wooden sword, striking him and sending him flying, his mind going blank. Thud! High Akanthos hit the ground and rolled several times. Ryuhu swung her wooden sword in rapid succession, countless after-images flashing as she lashed High Akanthos mercilessly, deliberately striking places that hurt like hell but were not fatal. Hyacinthos's screams echoed through the night sky. The Apollo Familia members did not dare step forward to interfere. This was a LV.4 adventurer. In all of Orario, there might be only around 100 of them, most concentrated in the top Familias. Encountering one in everyday life was no easy thing. The higher the level, the greater the gap, especially at the upper tiers, where a single level difference was like an insurmountable chasm. Before long, Hyacinthos was beaten black and blue. His once handsome face had swollen into something resembling a pig's head. He lay on the ground, utterly drained of strength. Ryu rested her wooden sword against Hyacinthos's neck and asked emotionlessly, "What was it you just said?" I lost. I apologize." Several of Hyacinthos's teeth had been knocked out, his words leaking air. Fear now filled his eyes as he looked at Ryu. "Let's go," Ryu said, casting a glance at Roy. "Miss Ryu, you're amazing." Roy laughed as he followed after her. As the two passed by, the killing aura on Ryu's face had yet to fade, her dominance overwhelming. The onlookers recoiled in fright, scrambling to get out of the way. Their figures gradually disappeared into the distance. Chapter 50, A Debt of 60 Million Valis. The two of them left the plaza in front of Babel Tower and returned to the Stardust Garden, walking in silence along a quiet, secluded path. Roy couldn't stand the awkward atmosphere and leaned closer. "Miss Ryu, that beating just now was incredible. Trash like that absolutely deserves it. My admiration for you is like a surging river, endless and unstoppable." After being showered with Roy's over-the-top praise, even Ryu's usually composed demeanor faltered. A faint blush flashed across her cool expression. Under the bright moonlight, it was a fleeting yet breathtaking sight. Thankfully, Roy's eyesight was good, damn his terrible tastes. "No need to flatter me. You did well too," Ryu said hesitantly. Her voice slowed, and a trace of nostalgia surfaced deep in her sky-blue eyes. If Elise and the others were still here, they definitely wouldn't have stood by and watched the Apollo Familia hunt down a girl like that. Yet she herself hadn't stepped in immediately. It was only when she saw Roy being surrounded that she was forced to act. Her heart wavered. Could a mirror once shattered ever truly be made whole again? The clash with the Apollo Familia was nothing more than a brief interlude for the two of them, quickly forgotten. After all, would the Apollo Familia really dare to come knocking? Ryu had beaten Hyacinthos senseless in front of hundreds of people, and none of his Familia members had dared to intervene. When the two returned to the Starry Garden, they were met with an unexpected sight. Not the Apollo Familia but a guild staff member, Remel. "Gale Wind, Mr. Roy." Remel was pacing at the entrance. When he saw them return, it was as if he'd found a lifeline, and he hurried over. Roy and Ryu exchanged a glance. It hadn't even been half an hour since they'd beaten up the Apollo Familia. Even if Apollo complained, the guild wouldn't respond that fast. So it had to be something else. "What's wrong, Mr. Remel?" Roy asked. "Mr. Roy, Gale Wind, please take a look at this." Remel handed Roy a parchment scroll, wearing an ingratiating smile. Roy frowned as he took it. For some reason, Remel's smile felt strangely familiar. When Roy opened the parchment, his eyes widened. He finally remembered where he'd seen that smile before. In his previous life, it was the exact expression bank clerks wore when they went after debtors. These days, the ones who owed money were the real bosses. Emergency meeting of the Astraea Familia. All the magic stone lamps were lit, illuminating the spacious hall. At this point, saving a little money no longer mattered. Roy tossed the parchment onto the table. "Lady Astraea, what is the meaning of this?" A doting smile appeared on Astraea's flawless face. "Such a simple matter, and you still need to ask? Roy, you really are still a child." Roy's face darkened. "Treating him like a kid, huh? Fine. Compared to a goddess who had lived in heaven for hundreds of millions of years or even longer, even someone who'd lived 2 lives like him was indeed just a brat. But this had nothing to do with age. The first step in plotting against the Rudra Familia had been the bounty 80 million valis. That 80 million valis had been obtained by Lady Astraea through mortgaging the Starry Garden and all of the Familia's assets to the guild. Every detail was clearly written on the parchment. Lady Astraea's personal seal and the Familia's seal were both present. There was no possibility of fraud. Roy's gaze shifted to Ryuhu. Ryuhu let out a soft sigh. When Roy had handed her the documents earlier and she saw the Astraea Familia seal, she had already vaguely guessed the truth. Chasing the Rudra Familia all the way down to the 30th floor of the dungeon with Elise and the others was practically the same as a full-scale expedition. Before descending, they had spent enormous sums on potions, armor, weapon maintenance, and all kinds of supplies, nearly draining the Familia's savings. And with Elise and the others completely wiped out, that money was essentially thrown away, with no return whatsoever. When Roy brought Ryuhu half persuaded, half dragged back to the Starry Garden, he noticed that many of the magic stones used for daily life had already run dry, yet Lady Astraea hadn't replaced them. They were truly penniless. At the time, Ryuhu's mind had been consumed by the flames of vengeance. All she wanted was to destroy the Rudra Familia. She didn't even care about her own life, let alone money. Before the war game, Orario's adventurers had killed 183 members of the Rudra Familia, along with 3 mercenary groups and 8 merchant guilds that had colluded with them. In total, nearly 60 million valis had been distributed. The Rudra Familia, however, was unlike ordinary familias. They had no fixed assets in Orario. Their god had been sent back to heaven, and all members had been completely wiped out. As for the equipment left behind in the dungeon, Ryuhu would never take it, and Roy didn't care for it either. Most of it had already been scavenged by other adventurers. After winning the war game, aside from annihilating their enemy, Roy and Ryuhu hadn't obtained a single valis. That 60 million valis debt now fell squarely on their shoulders. Remel had come to collect it. If they couldn't repay it, the Starry Garden would be confiscated by the guild. Is it still possible for me to quit the Familia now? Roy said with a cheerful smile. 60 million valis, he wouldn't even dare burn that much money for his ancestors. Yes. Ryuhu and I won't blame you, Lady Astraea said sorrowfully. If we lose this residence, Ryuhu and I, this lonely goddess and her lone follower, will have to wander the streets. As she spoke, her cherry-like lips pressed tightly together, and crystalline tears welled up in her phoenix-like eyes. The sight was irresistibly pitiful. A woman's most terrifying weapon was never anger or threats. Sometimes, just tears were enough to make Roy's scalp go numb. And this wasn't an ordinary woman. This was a goddess. Lady Astraea covered her face and sobbed. Roy, staring at her intently, keenly caught a flash of cunning deep within her eyes. Ryuhu, however, overwhelmed by guilt, completely missed it. She was convinced that she herself had burdened Lady Astraea with such a massive debt. Ryuhu said seriously, Lady Astraea, I will repay this money as soon as possible. Ryuhu, there's no rush. We'll pay it back slowly. No matter how long it takes, I'll stay with you, Lady Astraea said, returning to her usual dignified elegance and offering a gentle smile, comforting the so-called culprit instead. That attitude only deepened Ryuhu's guilt. She made up her mind that she had to repay the debt as quickly as possible. If Lady Astraea were to end up homeless, how could she ever face Elise again? The guild didn't dare push too hard either, granting a 6-month repayment period with extremely low interest. Even a cornered rabbit would bite back, let alone the battered Astraea Familia. If Roy and Ryuhu secretly ran off with Lady Astraea, the guild would be left crying in the corner. Real money had already gone out, and even seizing the Starry Garden might not cover the losses. But a righteous Familia like Astraea's would never do such a thing. The guild staff could only pray silently. If you think this story is fun and interesting and you want to read the next chapter earlier than the daily release, you can visit patreon.com/dzeref887. Chapter 51, Chapter 51, The Terror of Gods. For adventurers, the simplest and most efficient way to make money was undoubtedly to enter the dungeon. Magic stones obtained from slaying monsters, rare materials discovered inside, and even monster drops could all bring in huge profits. A debt of 60 million valis loomed over their heads. The three quickly settled on the future direction of their familia: make money, and make even more money. Ryu hurried back to her room to check her equipment and prepare in advance for entering the dungeon. She couldn't wait even a moment. Work would start tomorrow. Only Roy and the goddess Astraea remained in the spacious, brightly lit hall, quietly looking at each other. The corner of Roy's mouth curled into a meaningful smile. "Goddess, you did this on purpose, didn't you?" "I don't know what you're talking about," Astraea replied with a gentle smile, her phoenix-like eyes narrowing into lovely crescents. But under Roy's unwavering gaze, Astraea was the one who yielded in the end. She smiled faintly and said, "In that situation, there really wasn't any other choice." "Well played, goddess," Roy sighed, his expression full of surprise, putting special emphasis on the last words. He had been calculated into this as well. If Astraea had tried from the very beginning to persuade Ryu to abandon her hatred, the pain of her familia's destruction and the guilt of personally casting magic on her closest friends would have crushed her, pushing her to choose death. Astraea had seen through this perhaps even more clearly than the person involved herself. She had already been prepared to violate the justice she governed in order to protect Ryu. Roy's appearance changed everything. After the extermination of the Rudra Familia, carrying a faint hope of reviving the others, Ryu's state of mind had clearly begun to recover. But the more important question was what to do next. If handled poorly, the elven girl would once again fall into that abyss filled with hatred, blood, and tears. Simply put, she needed something to do, something to keep her from thinking about revenge all day long. Revenge was only a part of life. Life wasn't made up of revenge alone, there were also poetry and distant horizons. As for Roy, he had gained a brand new understanding of the species known as gods. Perhaps from the very moment he sought her out, through just a few lines of conversation, goddess Astraea had already seen through his plans and abilities. She had even foreseen the outcome. Astraea had gone with the flow, letting events develop naturally while achieving her own goal as well. Feeling somewhat used, Roy grumbled inwardly, "An old monster who's lived for hundreds of millions of years." "You seem to be thinking something rather disrespectful," Astraea said sweetly, suddenly stepping forward, her flawless face drawing close to Roy's. Staring at that perfect visage right before his eyes, seemingly crafted by the heavens themselves, while a faint fragrance lingered around his nose, Roy couldn't help but feel his heart waver. He clenched his teeth and shook his head like a rattle drum. "No, absolutely not. Lying isn't something a good child should do." Astraea's smile grew even sweeter, though only Roy understood the danger hidden within it. Roy slapped his forehead. Damn it, the beauty trap! He had almost forgotten about this again. Being smart was one thing, but being able to sense lies as well. Anyone who tried to compete with gods in a battle of wits must have had their brain caught in a door. Fortunately, their goals were the same. Roy and Astraea exchanged smiles. Saving the elven girl trapped in the vortex of hatred on this great undertaking, goddess Astraea and Roy were perfectly aligned. You treat the symptoms, I treat the root cause. Working together, they'd make a specimen. Don't keep playing around like this, or I'll quit the Familia and run away, Roy joked. No, you won't, Astraea said confidently. In Orario, one had to belong to a Familia. In the entire city, there was no Familia more suitable for Roy than the Astraea Familia. Few members, high freedom, and neither Astraea nor Ryu had any intention of probing into his secrets. If he really left, they'd be the ones unhappy about it. The next day, Roy yawned as he slowly got out of bed. Last night, he and goddess Astraea had discussed all night how to better save, and conquer, the elven girl. The more they talked, the more excited they became, so much so that they almost talked until dawn. After reaching LV.2, Roy only needed 5 or 6 hours of sleep to stay energetic all day. Fully equipped, Ryu appeared at the doorway. Roy put on his own gear, the Muramasa sword, and strapped a grey bracer, steel bracer, to his left forearm, the highest grade equipment he currently owned. As long as he didn't extract rewards obtained from the system, they would remain stored inside it. Roy treated it entirely as storage space, only taking out items when needed. Potions could be retrieved at will, without any worry of them being damaged during combat. Extremely convenient. The two left the Court of Stars and headed toward Babel Tower. Ryu pressed her lips together and said quietly, "This matter had nothing to do with you in the first place." Roy smiled. "Give and take. You helped me hunt monsters this time, I'm helping you." Hearing Roy deliberately blur the line between the two, Ryu frowned. "Don't forget our agreement. That's a separate matter." Facing the elven girl's pressing gaze, Roy remained calm. "It's all the same. No difference." Ryu stopped walking, her complex gaze sweeping over Roy before turning into a soft sigh. Before long, they arrived at Babel Tower Plaza. What had happened last night, Ryu directly beating Jacintos senseless after clashing head-on with the Apollo Familia, had already spread across most of Orario. The surrounding adventurers' faces showed faint traces of awe. They had thought the Astraea Familia was already destroyed, leaving only Gale, a beast that had lost its fangs. Now it seemed those fangs had not only remained, but had likely been sharpened even further. And there was also a 15 or 16-year-old LV.2 newcomer, showing faint signs of being reborn from the flames. Compared to Ryu's cold expression, Roy seemed much more approachable. He wore a friendly smile and even greeted adventurers he knew, members of the Ganesha Familia, and even some LV.1 rookies he had tricked before. But those who appeared harmless were often the most terrifying. The wary adventurers feared Roy no less than the LV.4 Ryu. Last night's clash between the two familias had been sparked by Roy. He had even dared to face 2 or 3 dozen members of the Apollo Familia alone and land an elbow strike on the LV.3 Jacintos, deeply unfathomable. If Ryu was a sharp sword with its edge fully revealed, then Roy's sword had yet to be drawn. No one knew whether it was a divine blade or a piece of scrap metal. That uncertainty itself hung like a shadow over their heads. Entering Babel Tower, Roy was just about to head downward. Ryu's jade-white hand tugged at his sleeve. "Not down," she said. "Up." Chapter 52, Chapter 52, Tsubaki Kalbranda's failed piece. "Up there." Roy looked puzzled as Ryu pulled him along. As far as he remembered, the upper levels of Babel Tower housed the guild's temporary offices, the commercial district, and places where gods gathered. Ryu couldn't help rubbing her forehead. Why was he so dense about this kind of thing? "You're planning to enter the dungeon like this? With just a bracer?" Hearing that, Roy looked down at himself. His equipment really did look rather shabby. Following Ryu's gaze, he realized what he was missing: armor, especially chest armor. If his internal organs were hit, that wouldn't be a joke. And then, he asked. "There are armor shops run by the Hephaestos Familia on the upper levels of Babel Tower," Ryu replied. They took the magic stone-powered escalator up to the floor that sold weapons and armor. Looking around, nearly all the shops belonged to the Hephaestos Familia. Founded by the forging goddess Hephaestos, this familia boasted countless craftsmen skilled in forging techniques. Their weapons and armor were of excellent quality, second to none in Orario. Naturally, their prices were correspondingly high. The shop Ryu brought Roy into also belonged to the Hephaestos Familia, but unlike others that charged millions of valis at the drop of a hat, this one was relatively affordable. Most of the items here were made by novice smiths. Their experience and techniques couldn't compare to veteran craftsmen, so even new adventurers could grit their teeth and afford them. Even so, with the Hephaestos Familia name attached, nothing outright trash could be put on display. Compared to the shady workshops of unknown small familias, the quality here was clearly far better. As soon as they entered, a dazzling array of weapons and armor came into view, priced between 5,000 and 50,000 valis. Higher-priced items were sold in other shops, creating differentiation between stores. This business model felt oddly familiar to Roy's strict hierarchies among products. As expected, no one was stupid. His advantage lay in having access to vast information, but when it came to sharp minds, there was always someone better. With a clear goal in mind, Roy and Ryuhu headed straight for the armor section. With Ryuhu's experience guiding him, Roy received advice on materials and forging techniques. In this area, she completely outclassed him as a newcomer. Throughout the process, Roy also learned how to judge equipment quality, absorbing Ryuhu's experience like a sponge and rapidly growing toward becoming a competent adventurer. After about 10 minutes of browsing, they still hadn't found suitable armor. It wasn't that there was none, it was that Roy's standards were too high. If these pieces were placed into his system, they wouldn't even qualify as low grade. Someone who started out with several high-quality items simply couldn't bring himself to value this scrap metal. Better armor certainly existed in other Hephaestos Familia shops, at much higher prices. Is there any other armor? Roy asked as they approached the shop clerk. The brown-haired Catman's eyes flickered with surprise. He had been observing them for a while now. The girl clearly knew her stuff. Unfortunately, she wore a cloak, hiding her appearance. There is one more piece, the Catman said carefully. Take a look at this. He cautiously pulled out a grey steel-colored piece of armor from beneath the counter. It was an inverted triangle shape, its edges smoothly polished and gleaming faintly. Roy touched it, applying the method Ryuhu had taught him, feeling the hardness of the refined steel, almost seeing each hammer strike from the smith's work in the fine details. This armor was high grade. Roy was startled, but upon closer inspection, he noticed something off. Perhaps the smith had been interrupted, one corner was missing, and the subsequent quenching wasn't done well. It hadn't quite reached true high-grade quality, making it a near high-grade piece. Moreover, no matter how he checked, there was no signature. Suspicion arose in Roy's mind. Could this be from some back-alley workshop? The materials used were way too good. Still, if the price was right, it could be worth buying. This was the highest quality armor in the shop. At that moment, Roy noticed Ryuhu was also studying the armor, subtly giving him a look. How much? Roy asked. The Catman smiled knowingly. He could tell Roy had seen through the armor's quality, unlike rookies who would dismiss it just because a corner was missing. Holding up 3 fingers, he said, 300,000 valis. It's yours. 30,000 valis, Roy replied firmly. The Catman's face darkened. Who haggled like this, cutting straight to the jugular? He snorted and prepared to take the armor back. Roy said meaningfully, you wouldn't want others to find out about this, especially. The Catman stiffened, looking at Roy with uncertainty. Roy pressed the armor onto the counter and smiled. Relax. Bargaining is part of doing business. After gritting his teeth and several rounds of back and forth, they finally settled on a price of 85,000 valis. I said I'd pay it back, Ryuhu said seriously. She took out a money pouch and placed valis on the table one by one, no more, no less, exactly 85,000. Roy caught a trace of pain in her eyes. The Astraea Familia was short on money as it was, wishing they could split one valis into 2. If they didn't make a big profit soon, they'd be drinking the northwest wind together in a few days. With the armor in hand, the two left the shop. Now you can tell me about this piece, Roy said, looking at Ryuhu. She looked surprised. You didn't know? Roy smiled. I was just bluffing him. Ryuhu pressed her lips together, holding back a laugh. She had thought Roy knew the truth because of how he both haggled and threatened the clerk. Turns out, he had simply picked up on her look and the lack of a signature on the armor. Yet it had scared the man anyway. Ryuhu shifted her gaze to the armor. If I'm not mistaken, this is a piece by the One-Eyed Giant Smith. The One-Eyed Giant Smith? Tsubaki Kalbrand! Roy exclaimed. Tsubaki Kalbrand, the captain of the Hephaestos Familia, a LV.5 adventurer bestowed by the gods with the title One-Eyed Giant Smith. In Orario, almost no one was unfamiliar with that name. Setting gods aside, Tsubaki Kalbrand was among the greatest forging smiths in the world. Her works started at tens of millions of valis. How could something like this appear here? Ryu reminded him calmly, it's a failed piece. I see, Roy said, his mind racing as he quickly understood. Most likely, something had gone wrong during Tsubaki Kalbrand's forging process, resulting in a failure. Someone had been ordered to dispose of it, but instead secretly put it up for sale. Because it bore no signature, and because most people in Orario had never seen or used Tsubaki Kalbrand's armor, the matter had never been exposed even until now. If you think this story is fun and interesting and you want to read the next chapter earlier than the daily release, you can visit patreon.com/dzref887. Chapter 53, Chapter 53, Slaying the Wormling. Obtaining one of Tsubaki Kalbrand's works for 85,000 valis, even if it was a failed piece, made Roy feel like laughing. The cost of materials alone far exceeded 80,000 valis. This armor was a near high-grade piece, its quality surpassing that of his Muramasa sword, which itself was estimated to be worth over 500,000 valis. Adventurers who visited shops like this were usually LV.1 novices or those who had just reached LV.2. There was no way the shopkeeper could have anticipated that a LV.4 Ryuo lion would appear, much less recognized Tsubaki Kalbrand's craftsmanship. If they wished to keep this matter from coming to light, selling the armor at a rock-bottom price was their only option. Roy donned the armor, fastening the straps behind his back until the breastplate settled firmly against his chest. Weighing only 8 or 9 kilograms, it posed no burden at all. The missing corner was also negligible. Had he paid over 1 million valis, he might have cursed endlessly, but for something acquired at 85,000, even if it broke apart, he would still praise it as a good deal. With the equipment issue settled, the two entered the dungeon. Their primary objective for the day was simple: earn money. With the LV.4 and a LV.2, the upper floors offered little challenge. Monsters such as war shadows and killer ants, known as rookie killers, had once given Roy considerable trouble during the war game. Now, he cut them down cleanly, 1 strike per kill. Ryuu's efficiency surpassed even that. She moved like a gale, flashing past in an instant. Monsters crumbled into dust wherever she passed, magic stone fragments scattering like rain. Even when facing swarms of killer ants, she charged straight in, single-handedly wiping out hundreds. Roy also needed to temper his combat sense and acclimate it to his LV.2 strength. He had no intention of merely supporting from the sidelines. Activating his magic, lightning took form as a thunder avatar, which followed behind to gather dropped magic stones. Ryua watched in quiet amazement. She had witnessed this magic before when Roy tested it in the dungeon, yet seeing it again confirmed her impression. She had seen many clone-type spells, but never one that could be maintained for such a long duration, possess independent combat capability, and move freely. It was akin to having an extra limb. There was no denying its usefulness. During dungeon exploration, such a clone could scout unknown areas and act as support, greatly increasing efficiency. Soon, they reached the 10th floor. The floor where they had once fought the Rudra Familia during the war game bore no trace of that battle. Corpses had long since been devoured by monsters. Such was the nature of the dungeon. No matter the destruction, it would eventually restore itself. "Let's take a short break," Ryuhu said. She herself was fine, but Roy was about to enter the 11th floor, territory he had yet to experience. Carelessness could not be afforded. They rested beneath a withered tree, away from the walls to avoid ambushes. "How is the mind consumption?" Ryuhu asked. 10% to summon it, Roy replied. "Maintaining control costs 2% per minute." He did not mention that with a low-grade mind potion, the upkeep could be nullified. Even so, it was enough to astonish Raihu. Roy was still only LV.2. Once he grew stronger, the true threat of this magic would fully manifest. After 20 minutes, they resumed their advance. The 11th floor closely resembled the 10th wide caverns and open chambers. The monsters were similar as well, with one critical exception, the rare species wormling. In this world, dragons were the strongest monsters without exception. Any creature related to dragonkind saw its difficulty increase dramatically. Wormlings appeared only on the 11th and 12th floors, were extremely rare, and could easily annihilate an entire beginner party. With no floor boss on the upper levels, the wormling effectively served as one. As if on cue. A cry rang out ahead. 7 or 8 LV.1 adventurers fled in panic. A four-legged monster emerged from around the corner. It had no wings, but its body was covered in grey, steel-like scales that gleamed dully. Its powerful physique clearly surpassed that of half-beasts. The strongest monster of the upper floors. A wormling. Wait. Let me handle it. Seeing Raihu about to strike, Roy stopped her. Rare species were not easily encountered, and he wished to conduct a test. The magic stone is located in the center of its chest, Raihu said, stepping back to provide cover. Understood. Roy moved forward, advancing against the fleeing adventurers and instantly drawing the wormling's attention. Its blood-red eyes locked onto him as it charged. Its body was larger than an adult human's, exuding overwhelming pressure. Roy judged it immediately LV.2, all parameters at rank H. Still inferior to him. He shifted lightly, dodging the charge, and slashed with the Muramasa sword as he evaded. Sparks flew as blade met scale, leaving only a shallow mark. The wormling's scales grazed Roy's chest, carving a line into the armor. Without the breastplate, the outcome would have been disastrous. Scales as hard as steel. LV.2 parameters. Against novice adventurers, it was nothing short of slaughter. Realizing his sword could not penetrate the scales, Roy abandoned reliance on weapon advantage. The wormling twisted, jaws wide, fangs gleaming as it lunged again. Roy remained calm. Channeling magic, a lightning sphere the size of a basketball formed in his palm, crackling violently. He hurled it straight into the monster's mouth. Boom! The lightning detonated inside. Blood sprayed, teeth shattered, and half its head was blown away as it staggered back. Roy charged forward. Every muscle tensed as he poured all his strength into the Muramasa sword, thrusting with full force. The blade slipped through a gap between the scales and struck something solid. Crack! The magic stone shattered. The wormling froze, all strength draining away as its body crumbled into dust. A magic stone the size of a baby's fist fell to the ground, along with a single grey scale. Congratulations! You have defeated Wormling. Gained 85 attribute points. Dropped material, Grey Steel Dragon Scale. Chapter 54, Chapter 54, Consecutive Breakthroughs. 85 attribute points. Material obtained, Grey Steel Dragon Scales. When Roy saw the notification panel that popped up, joy surged through him. Just as he had expected, slaying monsters in the dungeon also yielded attribute points and rewards. The reason there had been no notifications before was simple: the monsters he had fought back then were far too weak. They did not drop anything at all. To earn rewards, he had to defeat monsters whose ability values were close to his own, or even higher. Strength, 17, I. Endurance, 13, I. Dexterity, 28, I. Agility, 15,100, H. Magic, 43, I. After fighting the Apollo Familia and entering the dungeon, Roy's overall abilities had risen somewhat. He casually allocated the newly gained attribute points into agility. There was no need to overthink the distribution for now. Roy and Raihu stepped onto the 13th floor. From here on, it marked the territory of the middle floors. With their level and ability values overwhelming their opponents, even the monsters of the middle floors were unable to block their advance. They cut down monsters along the way without any real danger. After roughly 8 or 9 hours, Roy and Ryuho began heading back. This was not an expedition. They had not brought much food or water and needed to return to the surface. Meanwhile, the backpack carried by Roy's lightning clone was already filled with magic stone fragments and dropped materials. Roy and Ryuho headed for the guild headquarters. When the mountain of magic stone fragments was piled up in front of the guild staff, several of them were moved to tears. Over the past few days, their greatest fear had been the Astraea Familia disappearing without repaying their debt. As long as they were willing to pay, everything could still be discussed. After tallying up the magic stone fragments, a guild staff member brought out a huge bag of coins, drawing countless gazes in the hall. Today's earnings, 680,000 valis. Roy and Ryuho only exchanged the magic stones for money, keeping all the monster materials. Once those were sold to the guild, buying them back would cost 2 to 3 times as much. They still had a long road ahead. Monster materials were better kept for themselves. If they needed equipment, they could just commission a blacksmith directly. Mr. Roy, I've heard that you've already leveled up to LV.2. The guild needs to update your adventurer profile. Is there anything you would like to keep confidential? Remel approached Roy as he spoke. The commotion at the Tower of Babel Plaza had already spread the news of Roy becoming LV.2. Everyone knew that the Astraea Familia had gained a new LV.2 adventurer. Roy's eyes flicked about. He casually slung an arm around Remel's shoulders and pulled him aside. Just as Remel was wearing a puzzled expression, Roy grinned. Mr. Remel, I'd like to ask you for a favor. Don't update my profile just yet. Ah, that goes against regulations. Remel looked troubled. Most adventurers, after leveling up, wanted the whole world to know immediately. When meeting acquaintances, they would even deliberately say, "How did you know I leveled up?" Roy laughed. Rules are rigid, people are flexible. Mr. Remel, you need to learn to adapt. Remel's face twisted in hesitation. Roy immediately played his trump card. Clutching his chest, he put on a sorrowful expression. Our familia is still weak and short-handed. Who knows how long it'll take to repay those 60 million valis? Maybe it'll take 99 years. Remel caught the threat hidden in those words and almost wanted to cry. Big brother, you're the ruthless one here. If the guild chairman ever found out that the 60 million valis couldn't be recovered, he would skin Remel alive. In this matter, the guild was at a natural disadvantage. Roy was a dead pig not afraid of boiling water at worst, he could just take his goddess and run, smashing the starry court to pieces and leaving the guild with nothing. Of course, that was only a last resort. Grinding his teeth, Remel said, I can hold it down for 1 week at most. The gods aren't easy to deal with. Updating an adventurer's profile was a trivial matter for the guild. The real trouble was the gods. Many of them were extremely interested in newly leveled adventurers. Plenty of gods liked to loiter in the guild hall, frequently asking whether there were any outstanding newcomers. To gods, this was nothing less than a cultivation game. They naturally wanted to keep an eye out for promising seeds. Not to mention that Roy's level up was already common knowledge. Remel could already imagine how many gods would come asking about Roy over the next few days. Especially during the Assembly of the Gods, when new LV.2 adventurers were given titles. If Roy's information was missing, the gods would undoubtedly explode. 1 week. Roy murmured. That should be just about right, enough time for him to become a fully qualified LV.2 adventurer. He immediately changed expression, smiling as he patted Remel on the shoulder. That's plenty. I'll treat you to a meal someday, something extravagant. Remel forced a bitter smile. Just don't cause me any more trouble. He really was starting to feel afraid. Carrying the huge bag of valis, Roy and Ryuho left the guild headquarters and returned to the Starry Court. "What kind of scheme are you plotting this time?" the elf girl asked. She had clearly seen Roy sneakily dragging Rimmel aside. Roy laughed. "Listen to you, can't I be plotting something good for once?" In the blink of an eye, 1 week passed. Roy and Ryuho were either in the dungeon or on their way to the dungeon. Limited by time, their daily earnings weren't very high, averaging around 600,000 to 700,000 valis. Ryuho was deliberately matching Roy's pace. Otherwise, she would have already gone down to the 20th floor or deeper, hunting more valuable materials. Earning over 1 million valis a day would have been no problem for her. Under Ryuho's guidance, Roy filled in the gaps in his basic adventurer knowledge and his understanding of the dungeon monster weaknesses, terrain features, and other hard-earned lessons summarized by countless predecessors at the cost of their lives. Through battle after battle, Roy also grew fully accustomed to and mastered the power of LV.2. He finally understood what a qualitative change truly meant. The power of LV.2 was on a completely different level from LV.1. He had tested it himself. His physical capabilities were no different from a superhuman's. With a light jump, he could leap straight onto the rooftop of a 3 or 4-story building. A 100-meter sprint took under 3 seconds. Even Bolt would have to hand him a cigarette in respect. The dungeon, 16th floor. A maze-like environment resembling a rocky cavern. The ground concealed countless natural traps. Once a collapse occurred, adventurers would fall to the lower floors, like prey swallowed by the gaping maw of a ferocious beast. Monster spawn rates were also completely different from the upper floors. One moment of carelessness, and an adventurer could be surrounded by countless monsters, slowly worn down until their stamina was exhausted. Middle floor monsters had also begun using magic attacks, such as hellhounds, canine-type monsters slightly larger than ordinary hunting dogs. Their greatest threat lay in the flames they spewed from their mouths, condensed from magic power, comparable to the fire magic of a LV.1 adventurer. Working together, Roy and Ryuho wiped out more than 100 monsters that had surrounded them. Magic stone fragments littered the ground as Roy's lightning clone followed behind, picking them up one by one. Ryuho looked toward the passage ahead, leading to the 17th floor. "If we go any farther, we'll reach the 17th floor. Hunt the dungeon 17th floor boss, Goliath. Reward, 1000 attribute points, silver chest." If you think this story is fun and interesting and you want to read the next chapter earlier than the daily release, you can visit patreon.com/dzeref887. Chapter 55, Chapter 55, Encounter with the Apollo Familia again. Subjugate Goliath. Roy wasn't surprised when the panel popped up. A floor boss was one of the dungeon's special monsters. If the system didn't react, that would be strange. Goliath's respawn interval was 2 weeks. Since most Familias exploring the middle and lower floors rested in Riviera Town on the 18th floor, and Goliath sometimes blocked the route leading there, adventurers would band together to subjugate it. Now that the system prompt had appeared, it meant Goliath had already spawned and hadn't yet been defeated. Roy hurried Ryuho along into the 17th floor. What greeted them was a massive white wall. Unlike the previous floors, the scenery was extraordinarily grand. Immediately after, they ran headlong into another party, over 20 people wearing matching uniforms. If it wasn't the Apollo Familia, who else could it be? Astraea Familia. The other side noticed Roy and Ryuho as well, and cries of alarm rippled through their ranks. Many members showed traces of fear on their faces. The events of that day were still vivid in their minds. Their captain, Hyacinthos, looked especially grim. Though his physical injuries had been healed, the psychological scars ran deep. The so-called rising star had been crushed to the ground by gale wind, utterly powerless to fight back. Roy spotted Daphne among the Apollo Familia's ranks. Poor kid, she still hadn't managed to escape after all. Even though he'd helped her get away that day, there was no way those blood-sucking hounds would give up. For their patron god Apollo, they would chase her to the ends of the earth. That said, Roy was only interested in annoying them a little. Daphne noticed Roy and Raihu too. She silently lowered her head, her eyes dull and lifeless. Looking at how fully armed the Apollo Familia was, Roy asked, "You're here to subjugate Goliath too? So what if we are?" Hyacinthos forcibly tore his gaze away from Gale Wind. Roy smacked his lips. A whole bunch of experienced thieves had shown up. The floor boss Goliath was equivalent to a defense-specialized LV.4 monster. A LV.3 Hyacinthos leading more than 10 LV.2 members had a high chance of taking it down. At the same time, Hyacinthos and the others seemed to realize that Roy and Raihu were here for the same objective. The atmosphere instantly turned awkward. Running into each other like this wasn't unusual. After subjugating Goliath, adventurers would report the information to the guild. Based on Goliath's regeneration cycle, others could accurately time the next hunt. Both parties had chosen the same window. The magic stones and drop materials from a floor boss were extremely valuable. In the dungeon, adventurers fighting over monsters was common practice at times like this. It came down to whose fist was bigger. As for cooperating and splitting the loot, impossible. If they could defeat it on their own, why would they give up half the spoils? On the surface, Roy's side had a LV.4 Raihu. But the Apollo Familia dared to challenge a LV.4 Goliath, so they clearly weren't afraid of a LV.4 opponent. This wasn't like their previous unexpected encounter. Hyacinthos had brought all of the Apollo Familia's elites. Everyone was fully equipped, standing in tight formation, ready for battle. If the two sides really clashed, the outcome would be hard to predict. Rumble. While they were locked in a standoff, time didn't wait. Amid thunderous noise, the ground shook. The white wall trembled violently, cracks spreading across its entire surface. The wall shattered. Rubble crashed down, and from within stepped out a small giant, standing a full 7 meters tall, far larger than any other monster. It was easily the biggest dungeon monster Roy had seen so far. The Apollo Familia members didn't need mentioning, shock was written plainly on their faces. Raihu, however, remained calm. She had defeated it several times in the past with her former comrades, nothing new to her. The 17th floor boss Goliath. Roy shouted toward the opposite side, "Hyacinthos, 1 minute. We each get 1 minute. Whoever kills Goliath, it belongs to." Hyacinthos pondered for a few seconds, then made a swift decision. "Fine, but we go first." "Deal." A strange glint flashed through Roy's eyes. "All units, advance." At Hyacinthos's command, the Apollo Familia surged forward. They had all heard the agreement, only 1 minute. Tight schedule, heavy task. Their formation had already been carefully planned before descending. 3 or 4 vanguards raised heavy shields and pushed forward from the front. The midline rushed in to surround and attack Goliath. The mages in the rear began chanting spells, and at the very back stood a healer. They even assigned several rear guards to watch for contingencies, mainly keeping an eye on Roy and Raihu. Not that they could stop them if the two actually moved. "Do you think they can take it down within a minute?" Roy asked Raihu in a low voice. Raihu's sky-blue eyes swept over the Apollo Familia. Their formation was complete, but they lacked experience dealing with Goliath. With the 1 minute limit, 30% success rate. Roy smiled in satisfaction. As long as they couldn't instantly kill Goliath, he had nothing to worry about. Boom! 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 The vanguards held the front while the back line unleashed a barrage. The Apollo Familia's mage squad released their spells in unison: mudslides, flames, raging winds, all kinds of supernatural forces crashing down onto Goliath. Explosions blackened its skin. Goliath lived up to its reputation as a defense-specialized floor boss. After tanking over a dozen spells, it had only suffered superficial damage. Ordinary blades left no marks at all. The main force was undoubtedly the LV.3 Hyacinthos. "I am love, the cherished child of light. This body I offer to my son." I am Sin, the envy of the wind. Call forth a raging gale upon me. Unleash fire wheel throw. Come forth, west wind. Crimson radiance. Variant magic Zephyros. Hyacinthos loudly chanted his spell. A massive ring of light formed in his palm, radiating searing heat, and he hurled it toward Goliath. Boom! The ring of light cut through the air. Goliath raised an arm to block, and a shrill sound rang out like a chainsaw. One of the giant's arms was severed, crashing to the ground and turning to ash. Hyacinthos's expression darkened. It wasn't enough. Goliath seemed enraged. Its jet-black gem-like eyes turned blood red, and its remaining arm swept sideways, smashing into the Apollo Familia's vanguards and sending them flying. Chunks of debris rained down among the mage squad. Screams echoed as many were injured. Hyacinthos shouted toward the healer at the back, "Hurry up and heal them." "What are you doing?" As a newcomer and only LV.1, Daphne hadn't joined the fight. Instead, she was protecting the party's healer Cassandra. Startled by Hyacinthos's reprimand, the timid blue-haired girl was so frightened she nearly dropped her staff. Fear filled her eyes as she looked at both Hyacinthos and Goliath. "Time's up!" Switch! At that moment, Roy's voice rang out. Chapter 56, Chapter 56, Justice will pierce the sun, please vote and follow. 1 minute wasn't short, but it wasn't long either. The Apollo Familia had gone all out, yet it was clear they couldn't bring down the defense-specialized floor boss, Goliath. Hearing Roy call for a switch, Hyacinthos protested unwillingly, "You can't do this. We've already dealt massive damage to Goliath, this is stealing the kill." Over there, Goliath had lost one arm, its body covered in wounds, clearly on its last legs. Letting Roy's side reap the benefits for free, how could Hyacinthos and the Apollo Familia accept that? "An agreement is an agreement," Roy said with a smile. "And it's not like I forced you to go first. Besides, if we can't defeat Goliath within our minute, you can go again." Hyacinthos laughed in anger. What a joke! Over there stood Gale Wind, a LV.4 adventurer of the Astraea Familia. Roy's tone suddenly turned colder. "Or, are you planning to break the agreement and fight us first?" Sensing the chill in Roy's voice, Hyacinthos's expression fluctuated. Finally, he waved his hand sharply. "All units, fall back." The Apollo Familia members were unwilling, but they had no choice but to retreat. Inside the dungeon, orders were absolute. This concerned everyone's lives. No one liked those who disobeyed commands, broke formation, and acted on their own. "If it weren't for Lord Apollo's favor, I'd have killed you already," Hyacinthos said coldly, glaring at Daphne and Cassandra. In his view, if the healing had kept up, they would have succeeded. Cassandra shrank back, too frightened to say a word. Daphne's face darkened. Her resentment toward the Apollo Familia reached its peak, pinning all their hopes on two newcomers. They'd even pull something like this? "Captain, we did most of the work," several members complained to Hyacinthos. "Don't rush," Hyacinthos said, a vicious glint flashing in his eyes. Who takes down Goliath is still uncertain. Now it was Roy and Ryuu's 1-minute turn. The Apollo Familia withdrew completely, eyes glued to the magic stone timer, determined not to let Roy use even a second more. A ferocious grin spread across Roy's face. He drew the great sword from his back, the rarely used giant slayer. Its heavy blade was blunt and unadorned, more like a massive club. This weapon's special effect was extremely unique. The larger the enemy's size, the higher the damage dealt. Against smaller foes, its power dropped sharply. Its upper limit reached the epic tier, its lower limit, merely low grade. Roy and Ryuu attacked Goliath from both sides. Ryuu's blinding speed let her arrive first, drawing Goliath's attention. Her golden figure darted about like an afterimage, engaging it in close combat. Goliath couldn't catch the agile Ryuu at all. Roy appeared behind Goliath, lifting the giant slayer high before bringing it down toward its back. As if sensing its prey, the giant slayer responded. The once blunt blade turned sharp, gleaming with a cold, lethal light. Roy gripped the hilt with both hands, pouring all his strength into the swing. The blade tore through Goliath's coarse hide, exposing the muscle beneath. The wound was so deep that the magic stone inside was nearly visible. Roar! Goliath let out a pained howl, staggering forward, nearly losing its balance. Seeing this, the Apollo Familia members looked displeased. Not knowing the giant slayer's special effect, they assumed Goliath's defenses had only been broken so easily because they had already crippled it. Goliath turned its head, about to strike at Roy when a golden blur swept past its feet. Bang! Ryuu's blade slammed into Goliath's Achilles heel, sending the massive body crashing heavily to the ground. Charged Thunder Spear! By the authority of my proxy, I grant the order. My name is the Sovereign of Lightning, the Incarnation of Thunder, the Master of Lightning. Roy planted the giant slayer into the ground and began chanting rapidly, golden lightning surging into his palms. Ryu couldn't help but glance at him. What was he doing? After fighting together for a whole week, she knew full well that Roy's magic was normally cast without chanting. Roy put on a show, completing the chant as the golden lightning in his hands took shape, forming two long spears. Go! Roy's leg muscles tensed as he lunged forward, hurling both lightning spears. They streaked through the air like twin bolts of gold. Both struck true, piercing straight into Goliath's eyes. Boom! The lightning spears detonated violently. Goliath's eye sockets became two charred, bloody craters, arcs of electricity still crackling as if gnawing at its flesh. Watching Roy and Ryu close in on the kill, Hyacinthus grew increasingly frantic. Never had 1 minute felt so long, so agonizing. How much time left? He shouted. Captain, 30 seconds, came the reply. Hyacinthus's heart sank. Half the time still remained, more than enough for Roy and Ryu to kill the weakened Goliath several times over. We're done waiting, everyone, charge! Hyacinthus roared, rushing forward himself. The Apollo Familia members, burning with resentment, followed his lead and surged toward Goliath. Roy snorted coldly. He knew it. These people were never going to play fair. Coincidentally, if the Apollo Familia had been about to defeat Goliath, Roy would have jumped in to steal the kill as well. In the dungeon, trust between non-companions was worth less than dirt. Neither side was innocent, it all came down to who played dirtier. Wind of Light! Ryuu's clear voice rang out. While fighting Goliath, she had already completed her spell chant. This was the mark of a master capable of parallel chanting, unlike the Apollo Familia's mages, who had to stay behind under protection. Boom! 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 Ryuu's overwhelming LV.4 magic power surged forth, illuminating the surroundings. Emerald green orbs of light rained down, covering the Apollo Familia's advance route. A chain of violent explosions erupted. The fierce blasts forced the Apollo Familia members to retreat, unable to get any closer to Goliath. Seizing this brief opening, Roy lifted the giant slayer and leapt forward. Aiming through the previously opened wound, he drove the great sword deep into Goliath's abdomen. The blade pierced straight into the magic stone within. Bang! Goliath's enormous body disintegrated into ash. A magic stone the size of a baby's head slammed heavily onto the ground. As the dust from the explosions caused by Wind of Light settled, the Apollo Familia saw that Goliath had already been subjugated. Their morale collapsed instantly. Most of them hung their heads in defeat. The sole exception was Daphne, whose pretty face showed a trace of satisfaction. Humph! We're leaving. Hyacinthus said darkly, leading his defeated troops toward the passage to the 16th floor. Roy smiled. Take care. Hyacinthus turned back, wanting to spit out a few threats, but after hesitating, he clenched his teeth and left. Let's go, Daphne said, pulling the blue-haired girl with her. Cassandra Ilian, her roommate in the Apollo Familia. Timid and weak, always muttering about strange dreams like a child. Cassandra looked at Roy's back, her eyes vacant. Justice, will pierce the Sunday. If you think this story is fun and interesting and you want to read the next chapter earlier than the daily release, you can visit patreon.com/dzerf887. Chapter 57, Chapter 57, The Gold Coins Dropped by Goliath. Floor Boss Goliath defeated. You have obtained 1000 attribute points and a silver chest. Congratulations, you have obtained the Goliath scarf. After the members of the Apollo Familia departed, Roy now free-checked the notification panel that had popped up. Just before its death, Goliath had seemed to erupt in a dazzling burst of golden light. Name, Roy. Level, LV.2. Strength, 47,247, G. Endurance, 18,218, G. Dexterity, 68,368, F. Agility, 130,430, E. Magic, 88,276, G. Development Ability, Adventurer, I. Skills, My Lord is here, Blood for Blood. Magic, Lord of Thunder. Roy distributed the attribute points. Including the 188 points he had saved earlier, despite having just leveled up not long ago, his abilities were already approaching those of veteran LV.2 adventurers who had spent years grinding. If anyone found out, they would be utterly shocked. Next, Roy selected Open Chest. Silver Chest opened. Congratulations, you have obtained 3 bottles of Panacea, Advanced, an Equipment Enhancer, Epic, and Celtia's Treasure Map. Name, Equipment Enhancer. Rarity, Epic. Description, select one piece of equipment to enhance, upgrading its rarity to Epic. Success rate, 99%. Name, Celtia's Treasure Map. Rarity, Unknown. Description, a map leading to the burial site of the elf saint Princess Celtia. Proceed with caution. Name, Goliath Scarf. Rarity, Epic. Description, a material dropped by the floor boss Goliath. 3 meters long and 2 meters wide, it possesses defensive capabilities equal to Goliath itself and provides remarkable resistance against physical attacks. Looking at the notifications, Roy couldn't help but admire the silver chest. Plenty of good loot. Potions were always useful, and the equipment enhancer was exceptional. But compared to all of that, Roy's gaze settled on the plain-looking parchment scroll. Celtia's Treasure Map. Celtia. To ordinary people of this world, the name might sound unfamiliar. But to anyone with even a slight understanding of ancient heroes, it would resound like thunder. Orario is home to the Heroes' Bridge, where over 30 statues stand depicting the legendary figures of ancient times who fought endlessly to seal the Great Hole, the dungeon, and achieved monumental deeds upon this land. Shalion the Wolf Emperor's descendant, Ivel the Amazon Empress, Jasnef the Undying Lord, Zatu the Tyrant Spear, Sophia of the Fairy Dynasty, the great hero Albert. And Celtia was among them. The first elf of royal blood to walk beyond the forest, she traveled the world, slaying countless monsters that escaped the dungeon, and was revered as the Saint Princess of the Elves. A treasure map. A spark of excitement flashed in Roy's eyes. That grave was bound to contain priceless treasures. Wasn't this practically tempting someone who lived for adventure? However, this matter had to remain strictly confidential. The elf royal lineage was an exceptionally special existence among elves. Across the world, elves revered them to a degree that even surpassed their reverence for gods. To put it simply, within the Freya Familia, the 2 elven knights known as the White and Black Knights were both LV.6, the same as Riveria. Yet in front of her, they behaved with utmost respect, daring not show the slightest disrespect. If the elves learned that he intended to loot the grave of an elf royal, they would likely band together and scatter his ashes across the world. And right now, there was an elf standing right in front of him. What's wrong? Ryu noticed Roy's strange look and frowned slightly, her beautiful brows knitting together. Roy shook his head repeatedly. Forget the elves of the Freya Familia, Raihu alone could crush him effortlessly. With the floor boss Goliath defeated, the entire 17th floor seemed to grow quiet. Monster spawn rates dropped noticeably. Roy picked up the magic stones dropped by Goliath heavy in his hands, and worth a considerable amount of Valis by themselves. Roy asked, "My bag's almost full. Should we return to the surface? Or head to the 18th floor?" Normally, the decisive elf girl wouldn't hesitate for even a moment. Seeing Raihu remain silent, Roy immediately understood. "Let's go to the 18th floor." Raihu sighed. Having come this far, not seeing it would feel wrong. It was something she had to face eventually. Roy wasn't surprised. He dispelled his thunder incarnation. It wasn't something others could be allowed to see, and hoisted the massive backpack stuffed with magic stones and monster materials onto his back. Together, they headed toward the passage leading to the 18th floor. After passing through the long tunnel, a brilliant light flooded their vision. Roy instinctively narrowed his eyes. When he opened them again, a breathtaking scene was reflected before him. The 18th floor was a safe zone, no labyrinth, no dividing walls, just a vast circular space where monsters typically did not spawn. Steep rock walls surrounded the entire floor, stretching all the way to the ceiling, embedded with countless radiant crystals. Their light formed a sky of shimmering blue. The scenery was so beautiful it could only be described as nature's masterpiece, something no human hand could ever create. It was said that some wealthy patrons, simply to witness this sight, paid enormous sums to hire adventurers to escort them all the way down to the 18th floor. Upon seeing the scenery, some even decided that this was where they wished to be buried after death. Roy and Raihu stood at the southern end of the 18th floor, the cave leading back to the 17th floor behind them. Before them stretched a vast green forest, extending from the south toward the east, complete with clear streams and springs. To the north lay a marshland with sparse trees. Following behind Raihu, they walked along a narrow path through the forest, until a peculiar graveyard came into view filled with swords, spears, and staves stuck into the ground. The graves of former members of the Astraea Familia. Their bodies had been devoured by dungeon monsters on the 30th floor. Raihu had only managed to recover some of their weapons. The surroundings were serene and remote, far from any settlement. Few adventurers ever came here, and the weapons planted in the ground were already badly damaged, nothing anyone would bother stealing. As a result, the graveyard was able to retain its long-lasting peace. Raihu placed the flowers she had picked along the way before the graves. The frost-like coldness on her face melted, revealing a complex mix of longing, pain, and bitterness. Large tears rolled down her cheeks. Elise. Kagaya. Lyra. She spoke the names of her former comrades, her voice trembling. The rudder of Familia has already been destroyed. I've avenged you. Rest in peace. Anyone connected to the dark faction, I will kill them all. A look of reverence appeared on Roy's face as he silently offered a bouquet of flowers. Let's go back. So soon? We could stay a little longer. There's no time to waste. I need to repay the debt as soon as possible. If Lady Astraea continues to bear such a heavy burden, Elise and the others would never forgive me. Listening to the elf girl's stubborn words, Roy muttered inwardly she really was single-minded. Being schemed against by an ancient monster who'd lived for hundreds of millions of years, and she still hadn't realized it. Still, that worked perfectly for him. It was time to play his next card. A cruel smile slowly spread across Roy's lips. Chapter 58, Chapter 58, Let's take on the Apollo Familia. After returning to the surface, Roy and Raihu followed their usual routine and headed to the guild headquarters to exchange magic stones for money. Today's earnings 2.42 million Valis. The fragment of Goliath's magic stone was in relatively good condition and sold for nearly 1.5 million Valis, placing yet another heavy sack of gold coins in front of Roy and Raihu. Seeing the two of them carrying away massive bags of gold every single day, the surrounding adventurers had already grown numb to it. What kind of money-making speed was this? It was even more absurd than a mince production line. Of course, it was only natural. Though Roy and Ryuhu appeared to be just two people, in practice it was more like 5, 6, or even 7 or 8 people working. The two of them slaughtered monsters in the dungeon, while multiple thunder incarnations followed behind, scooping up loot non-stop. Free labor that didn't need to be paid absolutely perfect. They left the guild headquarters. Walking side by side with Ryuhu, Roy rolled his eyes and deliberately let out a sigh. So slow. Just how long is it going to take to repay this debt? Over the past week, their total earnings were around 8 million valis, and that was with the extra income from Goliath's magic stone. But Goliath couldn't be farmed daily. The respawn interval was a full week. Unless they descended to the lower 20s and searched for rarer materials, earning 7 to 800,000 valis a day was already the limit. To gather 60 million valis, it would take at least 3 to 4 months, and that was assuming nothing went wrong. And going deeper meant Ryuhu would need to teach Roy everything about those floors, which would take a great deal of time as well. No matter how one looked at it, it would take at least 3 months to repay the debt. The elf girl suddenly slowed her steps. Roy's words successfully caught Ryuhu's attention, and a trace of guilt surfaced deep in her eyes. This matter had nothing to do with Roy to begin with. He had already gone above and beyond by helping her wipe out the Rudra Familia, yet she was still dragging him along as unpaid labor. Ryuhu spoke earnestly, "You don't have to stay with me. You can focus on your own goals." With Roy's current LV.2 strength, as long as he avoided especially dangerous areas and remained cautious, his life wouldn't be in danger. Suddenly, Ryuhu lowered her head dejectedly. She had almost forgotten Roy was the type to deliberately walk into danger. Without her watching him, who knew what might happen? "That won't do. I don't like quitting halfway," Roy said with a smile, shaking his head. His words only deepened Ryuhu's sense of guilt. "Actually, I have a more stable and faster way to make money. I don't know if you'd be interested," Roy said, the corners of his mouth lifting as he stared straight at her. Ryuhu keenly caught the dangerous glint that flashed in his eyes. "Do I even have a choice?" she asked. "Nope," Roy answered cheerfully, the domineering tone in his voice making even a LV.4 like Ryuhu feel helpless. Ryuhu sighed. "I'll just listen. Let's go after the Apollo Familia." "What do you mean?" Roy's next sentence nearly made Ryuhu choke on her own saliva, sending her into a fit of coughing. Lowering his voice, Roy said, "Through a war game, we seize the Apollo Familia's assets." Ryuhu's rosy lips parted slightly as she stared at the boy beside her in disbelief, as if silently asking whether he completely misunderstood the word stable. The Apollo Familia was no pushover. From their battle in the dungeon, it was clear that the Apollo Familia was nothing like the loosely organized Rudra Familia. Many of their members had been forcibly recruited, and the iron-fisted authority from top to bottom allowed the Familia to be controlled as a whole like a strictly disciplined army. In a war game on the surface, the two of them versus hundreds of people, there was no chance of victory. To avoid prying ears, Roy leaned close to Ryuhu's long, pointed ear and whispered. "First we do this, then that, and in the end, we add a little extra twist." His warm breath brushed against the elf girl's ear, causing it to flush red. Ryuhu shot him a reproachful glance. But after hearing his plan, she had no mind to care about such trivial things. Her sky-blue eyes widened. She suddenly recalled how, a week ago, Roy had pulled Rimmel aside to discuss something, as well as how Roy's adventurer information still hadn't been updated. Pretending that his magic required chanting during the Goliath subjugation. Everything seemed to connect at this moment. It was likely that back in the plaza, when the Apollo Familia had provoked him, Roy had already begun crafting this plan, setting everything up step by step. This guy really couldn't tolerate even the slightest loss. Get punched once, and he'd repay it tenfold, no, 100-fold. Ryuho couldn't help but feel pity for the Apollo Familia. Provoking Roy would surely be the thing they regretted most in their lives. Are you really confident? If this fails... Ryuho looked at Roy with a complicated expression. Trying won't hurt. What if they take the bait? Roy said with a grin. Besides, the Apollo Familia isn't exactly innocent. Forcing people to join, even injuring bystanders, they deserve what's coming. Instead of letting that wealth rot away, it might as well contribute something useful. What you say makes sense, but... Ryuho's expression twisted in conflict. Starting a war game purely for money felt hard to justify. And that 60 million Valis debt. I'll think about it. Seeing her reaction, Roy revealed a smile just as he had expected. Adventuring was a profession that gambled with one's life. No one knew when disaster might strike. Ryuho was no exception. She worried that the debt might never be repaid, that Lady Astraea would be forced onto the streets. She also wanted to free up time as soon as possible to hunt down those connected to the dark faction. Roy had no patience to waste 3 months on this matter. And neither did Ryuho. Walking behind Roy, Ryuho hesitated for another reason as well. This was the Astraea Familia's problem. There was no reason for Roy to put himself at risk. What if they failed? At that moment, Ryuho looked up and noticed the faintly manic smile on Roy's side profile. She seemed to understand something. She had been overthinking it. Revenge, debt repayment, none of those were truly what drove him. The real reason was simple. Roy wanted to do it. Because the adventure was right there. Realizing that Roy wasn't choosing to sacrifice himself eased the burden on Ryuho's heart considerably. Before she knew it, she nodded. All right. I agree. Take this. I'm heading to the guild. Roy's eyes lit up. Afraid she might change her mind, he tossed the heavy sack of gold coins straight into Ryuho's arms and bolted into the crowd, vanishing in an instant. Ryuho stood there dumbfounded, holding the massive bag of coins, regret flooding her heart. What was she even doing? Her desire to do something for Roy and her reluctance to refuse him intertwined with her guilt over fearing that he might sacrifice himself for the Familia. She had never experienced such complicated emotions before. Roy rushed back into the guild headquarters and grabbed Remel by the collar. Update my adventurer information now. If you think this story is fun and interesting and you want to read the next chapter earlier than the daily release, you can visit patreon.com/dzerf887. Chapter 59, Chapter 59, The Fastest Level Up in History. When Roy saw Remel again, the unfortunate guild employee looked utterly haggard, his face gaunt and lifeless. The moment he spotted Roy, Remel's exhausted expression lit up as if he had just seen his savior. Over the past few days, at least 70 or 80 gods had come to inquire about Roy. To make matters worse, gods possessed the ability to discern lies, making it extremely difficult for Remel to brush them off. Dealing with each god took several hours. Guildmaster Royman Mardial, who hated trouble, had simply dumped the entire issue on Remel, constantly urging him to hurry up and finish updating Roy's adventurer information. Pressure from both inside and outside had driven Remel to the brink of a mental breakdown. When he heard that Roy was finally going to update his adventurer profile, Remel nearly burst into tears. He moved at lightning speed, pulling out the documents and placing them in front of Roy. Roy filled out the information. It wasn't complicated. What monsters he had defeated at LV.1, how deep he had gone into the dungeon, and the date he had advanced to LV.2. Done. A short while later, Roy handed the papers back. Remel accepted them. The guild didn't blindly trust an adventurer's claims. If any irregularities were found, an investigation would be launched, sometimes even involving direct interviews within the adventurer's familia. With gods able to detect lies, falsifying information was simply impossible. Remel flipped open Roy's profile to check it. His gaze was instantly locked onto a certain conspicuous number. He rubbed his eyes again and again, only to realize he wasn't mistaken. His voice trembled as he asked. Mr. Roy, are you absolutely certain this is correct? Roy smiled and nodded. Remel felt as though his brain had completely shut down. I'll leave the rest to you. If there's a problem, come find me at the Garden of the Stars, Roy said as he turned to leave. Wait. Remel tried to stop him with a pitiful expression, but the next moment, he was surrounded by gods who had been lying in wait. He could only watch helplessly as Roy disappeared. Inside the guild hall, many gods had been staking the place out. The moment they heard Roy was updating his adventurer information, they pricked up their ears, unwilling to miss a single word. As soon as Roy left, the gods rushed forward, scrambling to seize the documents from Remel's hands. Hurry up and give me little Roy's profile. My naming instincts are starving. Out of the way. I have to see it first. If we're fighting, then fight, but who touched my pants? 7 or 8 gods abandoned all dignity, wrestling over the papers and even coming to blows. The surrounding Familia members quietly retreated, pretending they didn't know those utterly disgraceful gods. After a grueling, King of the Ring-style struggle, none of the gods could overpower the others. In the end, they were forced to look at the document together. Became an adventurer on June 9. Advanced to LV.2 on June 25. Total time, 17 days. PFF. The moment they saw the numbers, the gods collectively sprayed saliva everywhere. The nearby adventurers suffered the consequences, getting splattered with disgusting spit. Gods with their divine power sealed had no miraculous effects left, just ordinary saliva. As expected, the gods charged toward the Garden of the Stars like cavalry on the attack. They found it hard to believe that Lady Astraea, the goddess of justice, would secretly use divine power for Roy. But 17 days from LV.1 to LV.2 was simply too outrageous. Ace Wallenstein of the Loki Familia had taken a full year to reach LV.2, breaking historical records and shocking all of Orario, indeed, the entire world. Roy's 17 days didn't just surpass Ace Wallenstein's record, it utterly crushed it. Combined with the destruction of the Astraea Familia, the gods had reason to suspect that Lady Astraea's emotional state was unstable, and that she might have secretly used divine power to enhance Roy's potential. However, after meeting Lady Astraea and Roy and speaking with them at length, the gods were left deeply disappointed. Every word the two spoke was more genuine than pure gold. Soon after, ecstatic joy spread across the gods' faces. This had to be the result of an ultra-rare skill, a miracle of the lower world. Only something like that could produce such a leveling speed. The gods' gazes burned as they looked at Roy. Faced with their endless attempts to tempt and guide him into revealing the secret behind his growth, Roy remained tight-lipped, responding only with a polite smile. The news spread rapidly throughout Orario. The fastest level-up speed in history. A super rookie of the Astraea Familia. 17 days from LV.1 to LV.2, a genuine monster. The city was thrown into an uproar. Every adventurer couldn't help but gasp in shock, deeply shaken by such inhuman speed. A small number of jealous individuals stubbornly insisted that Roy must have hidden his status, accumulated his abilities over several years, then revealed them all at once to advance to LV.2. Most people dismissed such claims as a joke. Information confirmed by the gods could not be false. Those people were simply driven by envy. But even for ordinary adventurers, it felt as though their very convictions had been shattered. Years of hard work without reaching LV.2, only to be overtaken in 17 days by a single boy. Such a crushing psychological gap was enough to break anyone. Perhaps the calmest reaction came from the Loki Familia. The 3 executives had already investigated Roy's background. Through information verified with the Ganesha Familia, they confirmed that when Roy entered the city a month earlier, he had possessed no blessing at all. So when they heard a week ago that Roy had advanced to LV.2, they had already sensed something extraordinary. Aside from the 3 executives, the rest of the Loki Familia reacted far more intensely, especially Loki herself. When the flat-chested goddess with crimson hair learned that Roy had nearly joined her familia, only to be turned away by the sign at the entrance. She ground her teeth in regret, her heart practically bleeding. "Bet, this is all your fault!" Loki snapped, glaring at the werewolf of her familia. The prideful werewolf wasn't about to indulge her, even if she was a goddess. He roared back. "How the hell is that my problem? Push me and I'll kill you." With that, Bet stormed out of the Twilight Manor. "Bet, where are you going?" someone called. "For a walk." The people in the hall exchanged knowing looks and smiled. He was almost certainly heading to the dungeon to train. That super rookie who had nearly joined them was far too terrifying. If they didn't hurry, they'd be surpassed in no time. Having confirmed that Roy wasn't one of their own, Loki's attitude did a complete 180. Grinding her teeth, she said, "Damn it! I'm going to see for myself just what kind of monster you are. Leveling faster than my ace 10. With that, Loki also rushed out in a flurry. The other members of the Loki Familia were already used to her impulsive behavior. Seated on a sofa was a blonde-haired girl of breathtaking beauty, her appearance rivaling that of a goddess. Her features were exquisitely refined, her skin smooth and lustrous like the finest ivory. Though still young, she already showed the makings of a beauty capable of toppling nations. Her doll-like face remained expressionless. Yet upon hearing that someone had reached LV.2 in even less time than she had, a faint trace of curiosity flickered within her golden eyes. Chapter 60, The Assembly of the Gods. The following day, Lady Astraea left the Stardust Garden early in the morning to attend an emergency convocation of the Assembly of the Gods. The so-called Assembly of the Gods had originally been nothing more than a gathering planned by a handful of gods at regular intervals to relieve their boredom. Over time, however, more and more gods began to participate. The scale of the event expanded, and its purpose gradually shifted from idle chatter to the sharing of the latest information and the exchange of opinions. Eventually, in cooperation with the guild, it became an event capable of influencing the entire city. During the assembly, the gods would also bestow titles upon newly promoted LV.2 adventurers. A title was essentially another name. Receiving one meant that the gods acknowledged an adventurer's achievements, an honor of the highest order. And this particular assembly of the gods was unlike any before it. More than 80% of the gods in Orario were in attendance, an astonishing number. On the 30th floor of Babel, a massive number of gods gathered together, making even the spacious hall feel crowded. "Lady Freya!" At a single cry, countless heads snapped toward the entrance almost simultaneously. Their gazes converged on a figure of breathtaking beauty, and for a brief instant, hearts seemed to stop beating. Freya possessed smooth, porcelain white skin and a flawless, devilishly perfect figure, as though the very concept of the golden ratio had been born from her body. Her long lashes lent her an air of delicate vulnerability, her phoenix-like eyes were ethereal and transcendent, and her exquisitely radiant face ensnared the soul with every movement. Many male gods practically had pink hearts popping out of their eyes. The goddesses, meanwhile, gnashed their teeth as they stared at Freya. To them, she was a natural enemy. "Please, make some room." Freya strolled gracefully toward the front rows. Her peerless figure left the gods utterly entranced, and her voice alone seemed capable of stealing one's soul. "Lady Freya, please." The male gods immediately cleared out a large area for her, squeezing themselves together with the others. "Thank you." Freya offered a faint smile and took her seat. To think this matter would draw Lady Freya herself. This definitely isn't an ordinary adventurer. Oh no, now I'm fired up. That wicked woman is going to steal someone else's child again. Little Roy, you have to hold out. The hall erupted into noisy chatter, verging on chaos. Freya spoke calmly. "The protagonist of this assembly shouldn't be me. It should be a child of the Astraea Familia." Yes, Lady Freya is absolutely right." The moment Freya spoke, the gods' attention was instantly redirected toward Lady Astraea and her familia. Countless gazes focused on Astraea, some filled with envy, some with jealousy, others with doubt. Advancing from LV.1 to LV.2 in 17 days was simply too shocking. Yet no matter how thoroughly they questioned it from every possible angle, they confirmed again and again that neither Astraea nor Roy had spoken a single lie. The Ganesha Familia could also attest that when Roy first entered Orario, he had possessed no divine blessing whatsoever. Even the neighbors Roy had met while living in a tent outside the city could corroborate the story. After arriving in Orario, he had done only two things: search for a familia to join, and offer business advice to shopkeepers to earn a living. All evidence pointed to the same conclusion: Roy possessed an ultra-rare skill, one capable of influencing growth speed itself. In thousands of years, the gods had never witnessed anything like this. A green glint flickered deep within their eyes. Fortunately, Lady Astraea didn't mention that Roy had come to her of his own accord. Had she done so, the gods might have vomited blood in sheer frustration over their lack of such fortune. As for bestowing a title upon the fastest leveling adventurer in history, the gods were positively brimming with enthusiasm. "I shall present little Roy with a title I pondered for an entire week: Swiftest Justice. Get lost. What a trash name. Mine Super Invincible Ultra Cool Lightning Boy is way better. No, no, no. Sword of the King of Justice is superior. Or maybe Shatter the Darkness with Thunder. Lady Freya is speaking. What? The head coach is warming up." While the gods bickered endlessly over Roy's title, Roy and Raihu had already left the Garden of the Stars. Roy didn't particularly care about titles. They were nothing more than superficial honors unable to increase his strength and unlikely to bring any tangible benefit. He understood the gods' mischievous tastes all too well. They loved to toy with rookie adventurers for their own amusement. As long as the title wasn't too outrageous, it would suffice. Their destination was the Hermes Familia. The moment they stepped onto Hermes Familia territory, they were met by a handsome god with a refreshing smile and an elegant air. He had yellow-orange hair, orange eyes, wore casual clothing, and sported a feathered hat. Behind him stood a blue-haired young woman of about 17 or 18 years, her appearance refined and graceful, with a streak of white dyed into the front of her hair. The god was Hermes. And beside him was Asfi Andromeda, captain of the Hermes Familia, an adventurer at LV.4, bearing the title the Universal One, though her publicly declared level was LV.2. "Little Raihu, it's been a long time." Hermes greeted her with a cheerful smile. Raihu's expression remained calm. "Lord Hermes, we apologize for visiting so abruptly." "Raihu." Asfi's gaze was complicated. She already knew about the destruction of the Astraea Familia. Her own patron deity loved to travel endlessly, never staying in one place for more than half a month. As a result, Asfi had no choice but to follow him around, cleaning up his messes wherever they went. The two familias had once fought side by side during the Great Feud. Who would have thought that a single journey would end in eternal separation? Hermes, upon hearing of the destruction of both the Astraea Familia and the Rudra Familia, felt deep regret that such an interesting event had occurred while he was absent. Sensing that major upheavals were still to come in Orario, Hermes hurried back with great excitement. The two had returned to Orario 2 days earlier. Raihu asked, "Lord Hermes, are you not attending the assembly of the gods?" "I'm not particularly interested in naming people." Hermes waved his hand indifferently, then turned his gaze to Roy. "Besides, I wanted to meet him in person, the adventurer who reached LV.2 at the fastest pace in history." "Greetings, Lord Hermes." Though Hermes' gaze seemed filled with goodwill, Roy remained outwardly composed while raising his guard to the highest level internally. Among all the gods, Hermes was one of the few he feared as much as Freya. Freya's charm was overwhelmingly direct. You at least knew who killed you. Hermes' schemes, on the other hand, could leave you sold off while you happily counted the money for him. No need to be so formal. Astraea and I are practically old neighbors back in heaven. Her children are my children, and mine are hers as well. Hermes' handsome face bore a warm, open smile. Roy was speechless inside. That didn't stop you from finding a way to wipe out the Rudra Familia for her. Empty pleasantries like that were unnecessary. So then? Hermes continued, his gaze seeming to peer straight into Roy's heart. Little brother Roy, could you perhaps share with me what you're planning to do next? If you think this story is fun and interesting and you want to read the next chapter earlier than the daily release, you can visit patreon.com/dzeref887. Chapter 61, Chapter 61, Repairing a Magic Item. Hermes' question caused the atmosphere around them to instantly turn strange. It had to be said Hermes showed no hostility at all. He looked just like a friendly older brother from the neighborhood, the kind of person who would make anyone lower their guard without realizing it. Roy answered decisively. No. Hermes froze for a moment. This was the first time he had ever encountered someone who so bluntly rejected a god's request. Ryu and Asfi were also taken aback. A glimmer of something unusual flashed through Hermes' eyes as he looked at Roy. He suddenly realized that this was, in fact, the best possible response. One could not lie in front of a god. Rather than speaking recklessly and giving him something to exploit, it was better to refuse outright. This was a very clever boy, with excellent adaptability. Hermes reached that conclusion. Good grief! I even wanted to give you some advice. Hermes lowered the brim of his hat slightly. Beside him, Asfi was inwardly surprised. Lowering his hat was one of Lord Hermes' habits. It meant he had encountered a troublesome person or situation. And yet, this young man had managed to make the ever-cunning Lord Hermes feel pressed. It was as though invisible blades were clashing between the two of them, sparks of brilliance scattering in the air. Hermes smiled. You came here to ask Asfi to help repair a magic item. What if my condition were that I want to know what you're planning to do next? Roy said nothing, merely turning his gaze toward the distant street. The meaning was obvious. Then I'll leave. Completely unyielding. Hermes put on a look of helpless resignation. Fine. Asfi, help little brother Roy repair his magic item. The four of them entered the mansion. Members of the Hermes Familia could be seen coming and going, busily transporting goods. Although the Hermes Familia was registered with the guild as an exploration-type familia, they were also involved in commerce, delivery services, intelligence gathering, and many other fields. On top of that, they possessed privileges no other familia had: freedom to travel in and out of Orario. Roy handed over the Galewind boots to Asfi. The durability of the magic item had actually dropped below 10% long ago. Even during the battle against Goliath, Roy had refrained from using its special effect. Otherwise, his combat power could have risen even further. Magic items far surpassed ordinary equipment, both in rarity and in utility. Roy truly couldn't bear to discard the Galewind boots. Maintaining magic items required the development abilities Mystery or Magecraft, which was precisely why he had come to seek Asfi's help. Asfi accepted the boots and examined them closely. Her expression changed slightly. Mr. Roy, where did you obtain this magic item? Roy did not answer. I'm sorry. That was rude of me. Asfi immediately realized she had overstepped. Since this was someone else's request, she only needed to do her job properly. Knowing too much was not necessarily a good thing. As a master magic item creator, she had simply felt a craftsman's excitement upon seeing the Galewind boots. Her own Talaria flying shoes granted the ability to hover, whereas these boots specialized in acceleration. The person who created them possessed development abilities no weaker than hers. If she could find that person and exchange ideas, both of them could surely improve. Asfi felt a tinge of regret, but she quickly entered work mode. She openly began repairing the Galewind boots right there in the hall, not the least bit worried about others learning from her. The threshold for crafting magic items was simply too high. In all of Orario, there were fewer than 5 people capable of it. As Asfi peeled away layer after layer of the boot's outer structure, their true form was revealed. Beneath the leather were countless tiny magic stones, each no thicker than a strand of hair, varied in shape. The entire boot resembled an incredibly precise machine in operation. Asfi fully immersed herself in her work, holding two extremely fine needles as she carefully removed the depleted fragments of magic stones and replaced them with new ones. One wrong step, and the gale wind boots could be rendered useless. She had to devote her full concentration. Roy had originally thought about secretly picking up a few tricks so he could maintain his magic items himself in the future. But after witnessing this, he immediately gave up. It reminded him of advanced mathematics from his university days. There was a saying. Life might deceive you. Your lover might betray you. But mathematics never will. Watching the focused and diligent Asfi, Roy felt an itch in his heart. He really wanted to abduct such a useful tool person, but Hermes would never allow it. After introducing Roy to Hermes and Asfi, Ryu had already left. She had gone to Babel to pick up Lady Astraea and prepare dinner for that evening. Roy and Hermes watched Asfi work, chatting intermittently. About 2 hours passed. It's finished. Asfi placed the repaired gale wind boots on the table. A trace of fatigue showed on her refined face. Gale wind boots, durability 96%. Seeing the status panel pop up, Roy couldn't help but marvel. The craftsmanship of the Universal One truly lived up to its reputation. How much is the maintenance fee? 500,000 valis. All right. Roy didn't haggle. Considering Ryuu's connection, this was already a friendship price. After all, this was a one-of-a-kind skill in all of Orario. Goodbye, Lord Hermes. And you as well, Universal One. Roy placed 500,000 valis on the table, expressed his thanks once more, and left with the gale wind boots. Watching Roy's departing figure, Asfi asked. Lord Hermes, you seem quite interested in him. Hermes wore his usual smile. Asfi, if you owed someone 60 million valis, what would be the fastest way to repay that debt? Without hesitation, Asfi replied. Sell magic items. Hermes nearly choked on his own saliva. He had almost forgotten his Asfi was a once-in-a-generation genius. A single magic item could easily sell for tens of millions of valis. Asfi, why do you think little brother Roy chose this moment to make his information public? Though not as sharp-minded as Hermes, Asfi was still intelligent. With his hint, she quickly realized the implication. Could it be? To repay his debt, the fastest way to make money robbery. Which meant his target would be other Familias. A smile of a god who lived for entertainment spread across Hermes' refined face. He seemed to have guessed which unfortunate soul Roy had set his sights on. But he would do nothing. After leaving the Hermes Familia estate, Roy returned to the vicinity of the Garden of the Stars, where he happened to see a short-haired, auburn-haired girl. It was Daphne. She looked around cautiously. After confirming no one was watching, she spoke anxiously. Mr. Roy, you need to run. God Apollo has already set his sights on you. Roy had once helped her block pursuit from the Apollo Familia. Now that she knew Apollo was targeting Roy, Daphne couldn't bear to see her benefactor suffer the same fate. But in the next moment, she saw that there was no fear on Roy's face. Instead, a trace of excitement surfaced. You came at just the right time. I need you to cooperate with me. Roy looked at Daphne. Even if she hadn't come on her own, he would have sought her out anyway. Chapter 62, Chapter 62, Tianji's Horse Racing. The gods' assembly had come to an end. The gods returned to their respective homes, some dejected, others delighted, each carrying different emotions. Yet this was precisely the kind of life in the lower world they wished to experience. When Daphne returned to the luxurious mansion of the Apollo Familia, she witnessed a scene exactly as she had anticipated. Her patron god was raging in the main hall, jumping about in fury and spewing vulgar curses at the other gods. He was a man with orange hair, a red cloak draped loosely over his shoulders, and a wreath woven from green leaves resting upon his head. Damn those bastards! They actually dared to mock the title I gave him, Companion of the Sun. What's strange about that? It's the most fitting title for that child. Only by bathing in the sun's radiance can that child grow properly. God Apollo's face was flushed, like a maiden fallen deeply in love, completely immersed in his own world. Daphne lowered her head. Apollo's interest in Roy had long surpassed mere fascination, it had reached the point of obsession. The Apollo Familia consisted mostly of men, largely due to Apollo's personal preferences. Setting that aside, the boy truly was exceptional, brimming with wisdom and courage, having achieved an unprecedented record of leveling up. Whether anyone might surpass him in the future was uncertain, but he was unquestionably without precedent. The gods all eyed that boy with undisguised greed. If Lady Astraea were to expel Roy from her familia, every god in Orario would immediately extend an olive branch to him. Seize that child at once, no matter the cost. I must have him. Apollo's eyes burned crimson, overflowing with desire. Faced with their willful patron god, the members of the Apollo Familia wore rigid expressions. It wasn't that they lacked the will to act, they simply lacked the ability. Even Hyacinthos, the captain who revered Apollo the most, remained silent. What are you all standing around for? Go! Apollo roared. What one cannot obtain only fuels greater longing. Without Roy, he felt he could not endure even a single moment. The Apollo Familia members turned pale. In any familia, the patron god held absolute authority, capable of deciding all matters great and small. This was because a god could freely strip a follower of their blessing. Once that happened, the person would instantly become an ordinary nobody, plummeting from the heights straight into the abyss. The only exception was Roy. At that moment, Daphne stepped forward, drawing everyone's attention. Lord Apollo, please allow me to speak. Daphne. The Familia members were taken aback. They hadn't expected the newly inducted Daphne to speak up. Was she trying to stop this? Daphne said calmly. Gale Wind possesses LV.4 strength, and Roy is LV.2. Even if everyone attacked together, defeating them would not be easy. Moreover, the Astraea Familia has ties with many other familias. If we move against them, the others will not remain idle. Her words voiced the unspoken worries of the room. Many nodded in agreement. Especially the Ganesha Familia. They usually maintained public order and seemed little more than background figures, but if truly angered, even a single squad of theirs could wipe out the Apollo Familia. The old method of forcibly taking people would no longer work. I don't care. I must have that child. Apollo shouted petulantly, like an overgrown infant demanding a toy. A chill flickered deep within Daphne's eyes. Lord Apollo, I have a plan. Speak. Apollo's eyes lit up, already treating Daphne as his external brain. Daphne's clear voice echoed through the hall. We initiate a war game, under special rules, limiting the conflict strictly to the Apollo Familia and the Astraea Familia. The hall fell into dead silence. Everyone stared at Daphne in disbelief. Only Apollo was overjoyed. With a war game, there would be no concern of interference from other familias. Wait. Hyacinthos finally spoke, his voice heavy. The Astraea Familia won't agree so easily. They only have 2 members. Indeed, no one believed the Astraea Familia would accept a war game with such a disparity in numbers. Everyone knew there had been something suspicious about their battle with the Rudra Familia. No one believed Roy and Ryu alone could have defeated over 100 adventurers head-on. And the Apollo Familia was no weaker than the Rudra Familia, if anything, they were stronger, because they understood coordination. Apollo ignored Hyacinthos entirely, his gaze fixed expectantly on Daphne. Daphne did not disappoint him. I've heard that the Astraea Familia owes the guild 60 million valis. If Lord Apollo approaches them from that angle, they may agree to the war game. The Astraea Familia had just lost many members and was burdened with massive debt. Tempting them with overwhelming profit was the key. The more Apollo thought about it, the more excited he became. "But how do we win?" asked a blonde elf youth. If they wanted the Astraea Familia to participate willingly, the rules would need to give them the illusion of a chance. 100 people surrounding two was clearly impossible. Daphne replied. "We use an arena-style format. 3 versus 3. Each side sends out 3 adventurers. Isn't that just throwing it away?" Some protested. With the LV.4 gale wind on the opposing side, victory seemed impossible. "Lord Apollo," Daphne continued. "I once heard a story about horse racing. 2 merchants raced 3 horses, each top grade, mid grade, and low grade." As Daphne explained, understanding gradually dawned on the room. Each participant could only fight once. They would sacrifice a low-grade fighter to eliminate gale wind, the top-grade fighter. Then Hyacinthos, their top-grade fighter, would defeat Roy, the mid-grade fighter. Because the Astraea Familia lacked manpower, they could be allowed to recruit outside help provided the level matched the fighters they fielded. They would send out a veteran LV.2 adventurer. A mid-grade fighter defeating a low-grade one. A flawless victory. When her explanation ended, the hall was utterly silent. The Apollo Familia members stared at Daphne in astonishment. This girl was exceptionally sharp, calculating, meticulous, every step interlocked, gradually drawing the Astraea Familia into a carefully laid trap. "Daphne, you are truly my lucky star." Apollo praised her without restraint. In the corner, Cassandra watched Daphne bask in the spotlight. A trace of sorrow surfaced in her eyes. It can no longer be stopped. The thunder of justice is about to descend. And the sun's light grows dim. Apollo decided to initiate the war game, and the entire Familia sprang into motion. "What exactly are you planning?" Hyacinthos confronted Daphne, his gaze icy. Every word she spoke appeared to be for Apollo's sake, yet he sensed something amiss. Daphne replied innocently. "Lord Apollo wants that boy. I'm simply helping him find a way." Hyacinthos said coldly. "Do you dare prove your loyalty before Lord Apollo? A person who was forced to join and has only been here for a week, what loyalty could they possibly have?" Daphne sneered, recalling the scene of her own pursuit. Hyacinthos' expression darkened. If you think this story is fun and interesting and you want to read the next chapter earlier than the daily release, you can visit patreon.com/dzerf887. Chapter 63, Chapter 63, a title bestowed by the gods. The Stardust Garden. When Roy returned, Ryu and goddess Astraea had already prepared dinner. They had agreed to take turns cooking. There was no way they could keep pushing everything onto him. Though it couldn't compare to Roy's extravagant meals, Astraea's cooking was still quite good: freshly baked bread, a sweet and sour soup, a salad of vegetables and fruit, and beef steak cooked to medium. During the meal, Roy learned that the gods had already given him a title. Although he had expected it and knew it probably wouldn't be anything normal, he still nearly spat out his bread. Roy, the super rookie of the Astraea Familia. The fastest adventurer in history to reach LV.2. The title bestowed upon him by the gods was Budding Justice. A sprout, the retreat of winter, the arrival of early spring, a hint of fresh green on bare branches. It symbolized birth, emergence, and potential, and it fit the current state of the Astraea Familia perfectly. He had to admit, it was tasteful. Still, something about it felt odd. Goddess Astraea looked quite pleased. "I think it's a fine title. Demeter proposed it." Roy had heard of Demeter. Her familia specialized in cultivating and selling fruits and vegetables, owning vast farmlands outside the city. They made enormous contributions to Orario's food supply and were known as one of the city's pillars. As the conversation drifted to other titles the gods had suggested, Roy suddenly felt much better about his own. Comparison really was everything. If he had ended up with something like Ultra Invincible Super Cool Lightning Boy, and people had to shout that every time they saw him, Roy figured he'd genuinely want to die. In any case, titles could be changed after leveling up. No matter where you were, strength determined one's voice. When he reached LV.5 or LV.6, if the gods still refused to give him a dignified and imposing title, then he wouldn't hesitate to make life difficult for their Familia members in the dungeon. Let's see who'd suffer more. Roy quickly put the matter of titles out of his mind. What truly made him wary was the fact that Freya had attended the Divine Assembly. He had no idea what that madwoman was planning. For a brief moment, he even felt the urge to bring Belle to Orario ahead of schedule, at least that might divert Freya's attention and stop her from fixating on them. After dinner, Roy returned to his room. He still had something important to do: upgrade his equipment. The silver treasure chest dropped by Goliath had yielded an equipment enhancer, an item that could upgrade a single piece of equipment to epic quality. Roy didn't have many items: the Gale boots, giant killer, steel bracers, the Muramasa sword, and a failed piece of armor crafted by Tsubaki Kalbrand. The steel bracers were already epic, so they were out. The Muramasa sword and the failed armor had limited potential. Giant killer only worked against massive monsters. That left only one choice: the Gale boots. That was precisely why he had gone out of his way to have Asfi repair the magic item beforehand. He couldn't risk the durability being too low and having it break during enhancement. Roy took out the equipment enhancer, placed the Gale boots inside, and pressed enhance. The furnace-like device trembled slightly. It made him unexpectedly nervous. With a 99% success rate, if this failed, he'd write his name backward. Gale boots enhancement successful. Quality upgraded to epic. New attributes available. Name: Gale boots. Quality: epic. Attributes: increases movement speed by 30%. Special effect: wind treading. Increases agility by 50% for 20 seconds. Each activation reduces durability by 8%. Durability: 96%. Seeing the status window, Roy finally relaxed. The upgraded stats pleasantly surprised him as well. With the special effect active, combined with the boot's base attributes, his agility would increase by a total of 80%. At LV.2, that was practically unbeatable. The next day, as Roy stepped out of his room, he saw Goddess Astraea looking at him with a rather helpless expression, like a resentful wife staring at someone who had wronged her. The night before, Ryu had told Astraea about Roy's plan. This was something that absolutely required the goddess's cooperation. Astraea felt conflicted. It wasn't that she feared the Apollo Familia, but agreeing to a war game for money, placing her Familia's children on the scales to gamble against others, ran completely counter to the justice she presided over. Fate seemed determined to force her into difficult choices. Roy smiled awkwardly. "This is the last time," Astraea said seriously. At this point, refusing would only lead to even worse consequences. She understood the principle that blocking was worse than guiding. Rather than letting things spiral out of control, it was better to steer them herself. Roy only smiled in response. Once a bottom line was crossed, there were only 0 times or countless times. After breakfast, since they no longer needed to grind for money in the dungeon, Roy and Ryu sparred in the courtyard, honing their combat techniques as blades clashed. About half an hour later, Apollo arrived at the gate with a massive entourage. "Astraea, let's have a war game." Apollo stared directly at Goddess Astraea, though Roy couldn't shake the feeling that the man's gaze was actually fixed on him. Had she not known the twists behind the scenes, Astraea would have rejected him outright and driven him away. Of course, the act still had to be played out. Astraea frowned, her beautiful face showing confusion, displeasure, and doubt. "Apollo, what do you mean by this?" Apollo laughed. "Astraea, stop pretending. You owe the guild 60 million valis. If you can't pay it back, living on the streets won't be pleasant." Astraea fell silent. "If I win, Roy converts to my Familia." Apollo pointed at Roy, his invasive gaze sending a chill down Roy's spine. And if you win, all of my Familia's assets are yours. The debt will be repaid immediately. Apollo, do you really think I would put my Familia's children on the gambling table for money? Astraea's expression darkened, as though she had been insulted. Roy silently applauded her in his heart. An Oscar definitely belonged to her. Astraea, you don't have the right to refuse, Apollo said smugly. I know you're desperately earning money in the dungeon. What do you think will happen if I have my Familia members interfere? What Roy had taught Daphne was temptation. Apollo went one step further: coercion. He couldn't forcibly seize Roy, but merely causing trouble was more than enough. With over 100 members, the Apollo Familia had countless ways to delay Astraea Familia's repayment indefinitely. Blocking someone's path to money was no different from killing their parents. Any other Familia would have gone to war immediately, but could the justice-bound Astraea Familia kill for money? Such vile tactics worked only against good people. Astraea's face turned icy with anger. What had begun as reluctant consent hardened into full resolve. Fine. I accept this war game, she said coldly. But not for money. Apollo, for the sake of those children, you no longer deserve to remain in Orario. Chapter 64, Chapter 64, Daphne seriously injured. A war game. The moment Astraea agreed to a war game, heads began popping out from around corners, fountains, and even the trees lining the streets. They were gods. Like hunting hounds with an uncanny sense for excitement, wherever something interesting happened, they were never absent. The gods erupted in cheers. Unlike the previous war game with the Rudra Familia, this one would definitely take place above ground. Whether someone was a mule or a horse, drag them out and see for yourself. Brimming with excitement, the gods rushed toward Babel Tower. Holding divine assemblies for 2 consecutive days was rare even for these thrill-seeking deities. Babel Tower, 30th floor. In an astonishingly short time, even more gods had gathered than the day before. Among them was the unmistakable figure of Hermes. Yo, Hermes, you're back. So where did you wander off to this time? Hermes had excellent rapport among the gods. He could strike up a conversation with just about anyone. So, what are the rules of the war game? No idea yet. That depends on them. Hermes and the other gods focused their attention on the 2 central figures, Astraea and Apollo. Apollo spoke smugly. Considering that the Astraea Familia is short on numbers, how about we make this a one-on-one format, 3 versus 3? Hey! The gods looked shocked. Apollo, showing consideration for the other side? Was Ragnarok coming tomorrow? After all, the Astraea Familia's gale wind was LV.4, someone the Apollo Familia had no answer to. Only Hermes saw through the scheme. For the war game to happen at all, Astraea had to agree. That meant the rules had to appear winnable, at least on the surface. So it's his handiwork, a Trojan horse, Hermes murmured. The image of a certain young man flashed through his mind. A single infiltrator could sometimes achieve more than 10,000 soldiers, and even gods who prided themselves on discerning lies had failed to notice. Truly frightening methods. Very well. I agree. Astraea's expression remained calm. That child truly was audacious, bold enough to scheme even against gods. By offering himself as bait, drawing Apollo's attention, and using Daphne to deliver this TNG horse racing strategy straight into Apollo's hands. With both gods agreeing to the rules, the rest of the gods had no objections. Whatever the game was, as long as it entertained them, it was fine. The war game rules were set. A best-of-3 arena match. The Starry Court. To prevent Apollo from lashing out in desperation, Raihu stayed by Astraea's side as protection, while Roy remained in the courtyard, maintaining his Muramasa sword no different from sharpening a kitchen knife. It was a low-grade weapon. There was no need to be overly delicate. Iron longsword, durability 65%. After an entire afternoon, the Muramasa sword's durability had improved somewhat. Still, restoring its sharpness properly would require a professional blacksmith. At the same time, Roy replayed scenes of sparring with Ryu in his mind, refining his combat techniques against human opponents. The most critical point of this war game was whether he could defeat Hyacinthos, a LV.3. If he slipped up at the last moment, it would be truly embarrassing. As dusk approached, a timid voice came from the gate. Roy turned toward it. A blue-haired girl stood outside the fence. Her long hair covered half her face, her back slightly hunched, giving her a timid, withdrawn air. It was Cassandra. When she met Roy's gaze, her legs trembled visibly. Yet she didn't run. Roy walked over. "What's wrong?" Tears fell from Cassandra's eyes like tiny pearls. "Please, save Daphne. Talk while we move." Roy frowned, taking Cassandra with him as they left the starry court. With everyone's attention focused on the Divine Assembly at Babel Tower, security around the Apollo Familia estate had loosened. Sneaking in wasn't difficult. Cassandra pointed toward a building behind iron bars. "Daphne is in that warehouse." Cassandra possessed a prophetic ability known as precognitive dreams. Because of this skill, Apollo had taken notice of her and forced her into his familia. She had joined only a few days before Daphne, was still LV.1, and her stats were extremely low. "Don't make a sound." Roy picked Cassandra up, bent his knees, and leapt lightly over the 3-meter-high iron fence. It was Cassandra's first time being so close to a man. The scent of masculinity overwhelmed her, and her face flushed red like an apple. She nearly cried out. After setting her down, Roy strode into the warehouse. Inside, a reddish-brown-haired girl lay amid scattered weeds. Her eyes were shut, her breathing weak. Her body was covered in bruises, her skin swollen and mottled purple. Cassandra broke down, sobbing quietly. Roy's face darkened. On the way here, Cassandra had already told him what had happened. Daphne had helped Apollo devise his plan, and in response, Hyacinthos had grown suspicious and beaten her to the brink of death. Roy crouched down to examine Daphne's injuries, his brow furrowing deeper by the second. The superficial bruises were the least of it. Her limbs had been broken, and her internal organs had suffered blunt trauma. He had underestimated Hyacinthos's jealousy. What Hyacinthos did wasn't just out of loyalty to Apollo, it was envy. Since childhood, Hyacinthos had suffered from a strange illness that disfigured his appearance, causing him to be shunned. After Apollo cured him, his looks were restored, and he became a fanatical devotee. Gratitude twisted into obsession, and he developed intense jealousy toward anyone Apollo favored. Roy's expression was icy as he took out a panacea, worth 500,000 valis per vial. He uncorked it and, without hesitation, poured it into Daphne's mouth. The potion slid down her throat, and a soft green glow soon enveloped her body. Her ragged breathing gradually steadied. "You have to win." Daphne slowly opened her eyes. Her dull, exhausted gaze met Roy's, and from her cracked lips came a whisper barely louder than a mosquito's buzz. Then she lost consciousness again. Roy took the severely injured Daphne and Cassandra away from the Apollo Familia's territory and settled them in an inn where they wouldn't be found anytime soon. As for the long term, there was no need to worry. "Don't worry. It'll all be over tomorrow." Roy roughly set Daphne's broken bones to prevent misalignment, then left behind another panacea and 100,000 valis. 2 panaceas were more than enough to save her life. Standing by the window, Cassandra watched Roy's departing figure. Recalling the contents of her prophetic dream, she felt a chill. Hyacinthos had angered a lion. The moment Roy stepped out of the inn, the calm in his eyes froze over. Deep within, flames burned fiercely. Daphne had acted on his behalf, yet Hyacinthos had abused his authority and beaten her nearly to death. The nature of this war game had changed. If you think this story is fun and interesting and you want to read the next chapter earlier than the daily release, you can visit patreon.com/dzeref887. Chapter 65, Chapter 65, All Eyes Upon Them. Please vote and follow. An impatient Apollo wasted no time, scheduling the war game for a bright and sunny morning. As for the reports from his Familia members about Cassandra and Daphne going missing, Apollo didn't take them seriously at all. He could still sense that their blessings remained intact. They could be found again later. There was no way they had escaped for good. Using divine mirror magic, the gods projected watery, mirror-like images across every corner of Orario, broadcasting the scene in real time. Only at moments like this did people truly feel the overwhelming might of the gods, beings of a different species altogether, immortal and wielding supreme power. Nearly everyone in Orario stopped what they were doing, lifting their heads to watch the images in the divine mirrors. They were all curious about the outcome of this war game. The battlefield was the Colosseum, the same venue where the Ganesha Familia held the Monster Filia. Since this was an arena-style match, there was no need to prepare a special battlefield, which greatly relieved the guild staff. Although the gods had provided divine mirrors, far more people preferred to rush to the scene in person. After all, the Colosseum was still within the city walls, not far at all. Orario was practically emptied of people. The arena, capable of seating 50 to 60,000 spectators, was packed to the brim, while countless others outside stared fixedly at the images in the divine mirrors. The front row seats were, of course, monopolized by the gods. Damn it, how did I not think of starting a war game to snatch little Roy for myself? And Apollo got there first. Don't get cocky. That Ryuha girl from the Astraea Familia isn't easy to deal with. I've got a bad feeling Apollo's definitely up to something. This doesn't feel right. Him? Having a brain for schemes like that? No way. The gods chatted animatedly, complaints and banter flying non-stop. Members of the Loki Familia watched through the divine mirror at the Twilight Manor. Loki herself, however, had come to the arena with Ace, drawing plenty of attention. Ace Wallenstein, the Sword Princess, was the former world record holder for the fastest adventurer to reach LV.2, before Roy appeared. Ace Tan, I'm so scared. You have to protect me, Loki said, striking a deliberately delicate pose. Stop touching me, or I'll hit you. Though still young, the beautiful girl had already learned how to deal with her goddess's antics. She grabbed Loki's wandering hand firmly. With her divine power sealed, Loki cried out in pain, laughing and crying at the same time. So scary. Seeing this strange yet intimate relationship between goddess and child, those nearby couldn't help but feel envious. On the upper floors of Babel Tower, Freya did not appear at the arena. Her charm authority was far too dangerous. Even without consciously activating it, she could influence people around her. Unless it was a special occasion, she was not allowed to appear in public, a tacit rule among the gods. Seated on a luxurious chair, Freya gazed down at the mortal world like a queen of the heavens. Apollo, you really do love stirring up trouble. Still, since you didn't lay a hand on her, I'll let this slide just this once. Good morning, everyone. I'm the commentator for this war game, a member of the Ganesha Familia Ibria Cat. My title is Flame Blazing Flame. Please take care of me. A dark-skinned young man wearing goggles appeared in the divine mirror, holding a magic stone microphone. And joining us as commentator is our very own god Lord Ganesha. Lord Ganesha, please give us a word. I am Ganesha. All right. Thank you very much, Lord Ganesha. The comedic exchange between Ilvi and Ganesha sent the people of Orario into peals of laughter. Everyone. The war game between the Astraea Familia and the Apollo Familia will be an arena match. Each side will send out 3 adventurers, best 2 out of 3. Lord Apollo's condition is to obtain the Astraea Familia's Justice Sprout. If he loses, he will submit to whatever punishment Lady Astraea decides. Without further ado, let the war game begin. Please send out the first combatants. Oh. With Ilvi's energetic prompting, the atmosphere ignited. Deafening cheers echoed throughout the arena. Yet as time passed, something felt off. Neither Familia sent anyone out. An eerie tension filled the air. Naturally so. To play Tianji's horse racing strategy, you had to move second. Otherwise, you'd be the one getting played. Apollo grew anxious. Why hadn't Astraea sent anyone out yet? Gale wind, Roy, anyone would do. As Apollo's impatience became more obvious, Astraea remained unmoved. Her elegant smile never faltered, carrying a faintly sly undertone. It seemed the stalemate would continue. Until Roy finally spoke up. He had no patience for this. Miss Ryuhu. Go. Ryuhu's sky-blue eyes flicked toward him. When Roy had returned to the Starry Court yesterday, she could tell his mood wasn't good, even if he hadn't said a word. I understand. Carrying a wooden sword, Ryuhu stepped into the arena. The crowd erupted in cheers. To see Gale win in the very first match, this trip had been worth it. Ilvi shouted, Apollo Familia, please send out your representative. Seeing Astraea send out their top horse, Apollo finally relaxed. His gaze swept over his Familia members before settling on a young elf. Following Apollo's gaze, the Familia members all turned to look at the blonde elf youth. The young elf noticed the attention, glancing around in confusion. Why are you all looking at me? Don't tell me I'm the worst horse. He was LV.2 though newly promoted. Hyacinthos spoke coldly, go. Don't embarrass Lord Apollo. The blonde elf wore an expression as if he'd just eaten something rotten. So that meant even if he lost, he had to lose gracefully? Everyone knew this match was unwinnable. Faced with pressure from both his god and his captain, the blonde elf could only step onto the arena unwillingly. Staring at Ryuhu, a fellow elf, he clenched his teeth. Gale wind, I know you're a LV.4 adventurer, but it won't be that easy to defeat me. Ryuhu replied calmly, are you finished? Not yet. Before he could finish, his voice cut off abruptly. A golden afterimage flashed before his eyes. But I've already heard enough. Ryuhu appeared instantly before him. Showing no mercy despite their shared race, she swung her wooden sword, striking his side and sending him flying. A dull, heavy impact echoed. Thud. The young elf's body flew 30 to 40 meters before crashing to the ground and rolling several times. He lay sprawled there, limbs limp, utterly incapacitated. So this is a LV.4 adventurer. The blonde elf stared blankly. The gap was too vast. He had been defeated in a single exchange. The arena exploded with cheers. Roy's icy gaze locked onto Hyacinthos among the Apollo Familia. Get up here, Hyacinthos. Chapter 66, Chapter 66, Roy vs Hyacinthos. Ibriaka announced loudly, the first match of the war game goes to the Astraea Familia. Oh! The citizens who had once been helped by the Astraea Familia cheered for the overwhelming strength Ryuhu had displayed. The gods, meanwhile, fell into collective silence. At this moment, if they still failed to realize Apollo's plan, they might as well bang their heads against a wall. It was Tianji's horse race strategy. On the surface, the Astraea Familia had claimed a clean victory, but in reality, they had already used up Gale Wind, their top-class horse. What remained were a middle-class horse and a lower-class horse, who would now have to face Apollo Familia's top-class and middle-class horses. No way! Apollo, I'm cursing you by drawing circles. The gods cried out in grief and indignation. Since when did Apollo become this sharp-minded? They wanted to see their brother suffer, but not to the point where he actually drove away in a luxury chariot. If Roy were taken by Apollo, it would hurt them even more than not getting him themselves. Ibriaka continued, next is the second match of the war game. Both sides, please send out your adventurers. Apollo Familia, be warned, if you lose again, you will lose the war game entirely. A major crisis. Apollo was extremely tense as well, not daring to send out Hyacinthos rashly. His palms were slick with sweat. The god's eyes lit up. If Apollo used a lower-class horse to trade away Hyacinthos, that top-class horse, then the final match would be a clash between middle-class horses and the Astraea Familia would still have a chance to win. At that moment, Roy stepped out from the Astraea Familia's waiting area and entered the arena. Why? An uproar instantly erupted. Everyone looked shocked. Not just the sharp-eyed adventurers, even the gods were stunned. They couldn't believe Astraea hadn't seen this coming, yet still handed the initiative over to Apollo. At this point, Apollo could no longer hide it. He burst into triumphant laughter. Ha 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 ha! Astraea, you fell right into my trap. Seeing that smug, scheming grin, the gods ground their teeth. Was he really going to succeed? Astraea, however, remained calm. I trust my children. Her unflustered composure made many feel ashamed. That mental fortitude was terrifying. Apollo's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that Roy was just a lower-class horse, meant to trade for Hyacinthos, and the true middle-class horse was an external supporter Astraea had invited? Roy spoke coldly, God Apollo, we did not invite any outside help. There's no need to doubt it. This war game will end in this round. Get up here, Hyacinthos. The crowd was dumbfounded. Was the Astraea Familia really that confident, certain they would win 2 rounds in a row? Sensing no falsehood in Roy's words, Apollo clenched his teeth. Hyacinthos, go. Lord Apollo, I swear I will bring you the honor of victory. Hyacinthos said, delight flashing across his face as he strode into the arena. The second match of the war game. Seed of Justice Roy versus Child of the Sun Hyacinthos. The gods were visibly excited, wishing they could use magnifying glasses to watch the fight. Perhaps they might uncover the secret behind Roy's astonishing growth. Tens of thousands in the arena and indeed all of Orario held their breath, staring intently at the battle. Hyacinthos sneered. Daphne and Cassandra, you were the one who took them away, weren't you? Roy's gaze was icy. He did not answer. He would not give the other side any leverage. Seeing Roy's darkened expression, Hyacinthos immediately understood and grinned savagely. What? Are you angry? Ha ha ha! That woman betrayed the Familia and bewitched Lord Apollo. She deserved it. Enough talk. Make your move, Roy said with a cold smile. Daphne had indeed colluded with an opposing Familia, but why she did so was none of Hyacinthos's business. Clang! Roy and Hyacinthos moved at the same time. Their figures flashed as they met in the center of the arena, blades colliding and throwing off brilliant sparks. Both poured their full strength into their swords. Hyacinthos wore a confident smile. He was LV.3, there was no way he could lose to a LV.2. He tensed every muscle and pressed forward, but the smile on his face gradually faded. Roy before him felt like an immovable mountain. No matter how much strength he exerted, he couldn't force Roy back. Feeling Roy's power, Hyacinthos exclaimed in shock, impossible. Your strength is at LV.3. The entire arena and all of Orario, from citizens and adventurers to the gods, was shaken to the core, staring in disbelief at Roy, who was matching Hyacinthos head-on. Ryuu's single strike had instantly defeated an Apollo Familia LV.2 adventurer, clearly demonstrating how terrifying the gap between levels was. One level was an insurmountable chasm. Even though the difference between LV.2 and LV.3 wasn't quite as overwhelming, it was still enormous. A newly promoted LV.3 could easily defeat a LV.2 in 3 to 5 moves, and could handle 7 or 8 LV.2 adventurers alone without issue. For Roy to fight Hyacinthos head-on was, in everyone's eyes, utterly inconceivable. All eyes were locked on the fierce clash in the arena. A LV.2 directly contending with a LV.3, even veteran adventurers were left staring in stunned silence. At some point, Hermes had appeared beside Astraea and asked in a low voice, Astraea, what were Roy's stats when he leveled up from LV.1? I swear I won't tell anyone. Astraea smiled calmly. Without that child's permission, I will not disclose any of his information. Hermes was shut down, but he didn't mind. Instead, he asked another question. Does Roy have the potential to become a hero? This time, Astraea did not evade it. She nodded lightly because anyone could see it. An excited smile spread across Hermes's face. What a wonderful era, so many children with hero potential appearing at the same time. Ha! Roy took a deep breath, clearing his mind. 60 million Valis, the gravely injured Daphne, none of it mattered anymore. All that remained in his heart was a powerful, throbbing impulse. This is adventuring. The moment he grasped that concept, a drastic change occurred within Roy. High-ranking adventurers and the gods sensed it instantly, their hearts trembling. Name, Roy. Level, 2. Strength, 267 1550, SSS. Endurance, 238 928, S. Dexterity, 398 921, S. Agility, 460 999, S. Magic, 290 812, A. Development ability, Adventurer, I. Under the influence of the Adventurer development ability, Roy's stats skyrocketed at a frenzied pace. Before entering the arena, he had already consumed a strength enhancement potion obtained from the Parasite Beast dungeon, increasing his strength by 30% for 10 minutes. Combined with his development ability, his strength surged all the way to SSS rank. The gap between LV.2 and LV.3 was indeed vast. But Roy's all SSS stats at LV.1, the activation of Adventurer, and the boost from the enhancement potion were enough to let his raw numbers catch up to LV.3 high Acanthos. If you think this story is fun and interesting and you want to read the next chapter earlier than the daily release, you can visit patreon.com/dzeref887. Chapter 67, Chapter 67, The Information That Decides Victory. Come at me, High Acanthos. Roy spoke coldly as his figure blurred forward, closing the distance in an instant. He swung the Muramasa sword down with brutal force. A sharp arc of sword light tore through the air, dazzling as it cut forward. Clang! High Acanthos raised his blade to block. Violent sparks erupted as steel scraped against steel, his face twisting into a feral snarl. Just because you've gained ability values equal to mine, don't get cocky. He had no idea what method Roy had used to boost his status, but as a LV.3, the battles he had fought, the feats he had achieved, and the experience he had accumulated far surpassed those of a LV.2 adventurer. That alone gave him absolute confidence. And reality seemed to support that belief. High Acanthos's sword left after images as it struck from sharp, treacherous angles, forcing Roy to retreat again and again. Clang! 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 Each collision rang out with a clear metallic note, sparks flying everywhere. Roy was driven back repeatedly, making the spectators' hearts clench with tension. Don't worry, there isn't even a hint of panic on Roy's face, Hermes said, his eyes burning with excitement. The calmer one stayed, the closer they were to victory. Roy's footwork showed no disorder at all. In terms of real combat experience, he was indeed slightly inferior, but not by as much as one might imagine. After all, he trained daily against Ryuu, a LV.4 compared to that. High Acanthos's LV.3 speed didn't seem particularly threatening to him. Within the sword net High Acanthos constructed, Roy keenly caught a fleeting gap. Whoosh! The Muramasa sword shot forward like a venomous serpent striking from its lair, piercing through the dense sword net and aiming straight for High Acanthos's head. The icy killing intent felt almost tangible, like a poisonous snake coiling around High Acanthos's neck. At the critical moment, High Acanthos jerked his head aside, narrowly avoiding death. Cold sweat poured down his back. A warm liquid trickled down. High Acanthos reached up and felt a sharp pain. When he looked, his fingers were stained red, the blade had still sliced his cheek. "You bastard!" Hyacinthos flew into a rage. Ever since that mysterious illness, he had become extremely sensitive about his appearance. Grah! Like a berserk warrior, Hyacinthos swung his sword wildly, hacking toward Roy in a frenzy. Roy, like a seasoned assassin, withdrew after the failed strike and returned to silence, switching to pure defense. Waiting for the right moment. A cold, oppressive killing intent lingered faintly in the air, making Hyacinthos feel as though something were stuck in his throat. Crack! Under Hyacinthos's relentless slashes, the Muramasa sword in Roy's hand became covered in marks. A fracture spread rapidly until the long blade finally snapped in two. Ha 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 ha! As expected of a poor familia that owes 60 million valis, you don't even have a decent weapon. Hyacinthos laughed arrogantly. The sun-flame-shaped sword in his hand was a high-grade weapon of the Apollo Familia, a blade reserved exclusively for successive captains. Pressing his advantage, Hyacinthos swung the cold blade down toward Roy's head. Roy raised his steel armguard to block. The sun-flame sword scraped across it without leaving so much as a mark. That armguard! Hyacinthos felt the recoil travel up his arm, his palm going numb as he frowned. The steel armguard was a genuine epic-grade item of even higher quality than the sun-flame sword. Roy stared at Hyacinthos with icy eyes. In truth, he had already had several chances to counterattack, but he suppressed the urge. He had no interest in skirmishing. If he was going to strike, it would be to kill in one blow. My name is Love, child of light. This body I offer to my son. My name is Sin, envy of the wind. I call upon the raging gale to descend upon me. Hyacinthos suddenly ceased his attacks, leaping backward toward the edge of the arena as he began chanting. Not good, it's magic. Faces paled across the stands. Magic was always a trump card. Once unleashed, it often decided the outcome of the battle. Hyacinthos wasn't Ryu, he couldn't simultaneously manage high-speed offense, movement, evasion, defense, and chanting. At best, he could only combine retreating with chanting. Against a stronger opponent, such half-baked parallel chanting would be suicidal. But his enemy was a LV.2 Roy. With full effort put into fleeing, Hyacinthos was absolutely confident that, for a short time, Roy wouldn't be able to catch him. All Roy could do was watch as the magic was completed. And Roy understood this perfectly. He didn't pursue at all, instead remaining where he was, preparing to block. Unleash, flaming wheel. Come forth, wind of the west. Crimson brilliance. Heterodox magic Zephyros. The chant completed. A glowing ring formed in Hyacinthos's hand, spinning violently as flames erupted. He hurled it forward, the blazing ring carving an arc through the air toward Roy. In an instant, it was right in front of him. Guardian. Roy silently activated the special effect of the steel armguard. Invisible ripples spread outward, forming a magical shield. Boom! A violent explosion erupted. The ground shook as flames roared like a giant dragon, engulfing dozens of meters around him. The spectators' hearts tightened. This was going too far. Wasn't this going to get someone killed? When the thunderous roar faded, a figure emerged from the dust. As the haze cleared, the silhouette grew sharper, standing at the center of a massive crater. It was Roy, completely unscathed. Hiss! A collective gasp rippled through the arena. He had taken a LV.3 adventurer's magic head-on. Only the gods and high-ranking adventurers focused their gazes on Roy's armguard, eyes filled with contemplation. Hyacinthos, however, knew nothing of this. The confidence on his face finally cracked as he roared in fury, "Why aren't you dead yet?" Roy didn't answer. Instead, just like Hyacinthos, he retreated and began chanting. Charge forth, Spear of Thunder. By my authority as the executor. You think I'll give you time to chant and cast magic? How naive! Seeing Roy imitate him, High Akanthos sneered in ridicule. He had thought Roy was hiding some trump card, but this was just laughable. Before his words even finished, High Akanthos burst forward at full speed, charging like a raging bull straight at Roy. Everyone watching instinctively clenched their fists in anxiety. Roy had been an adventurer for less than a month. There was no way he could have mastered advanced techniques like parallel chanting. Only Ryuhu remained calm. It was over. Back in the dungeon, Roy had already set his trap for High Akanthos. Facing the oncoming High Akanthos, Roy suddenly advanced instead of retreating. Activating the special effect of the Gale Boots, his agility and speed broke through their limits, reaching SSS rank. The two looked as though they were rushing toward each other, the distance between them shrinking almost instantly. High Akanthos was caught completely off guard. A sinister smile curved Roy's lips. His chanting had not stopped, but golden lightning had already surged from his palm, crackling violently as it formed into a sphere. High Akanthos's eyes widened. The magic was already complete. The lightning sphere in Roy's hand expanded again, growing to a full meter in diameter. Dangerous thunder surged within as it slammed mercilessly into High Akanthos's face. Boom! Lightning swallowed High Akanthos's figure, the resulting explosion no less violent than the spell before it. A blood-curdling scream tore through the sky. Chapter 68, Chapter 68, Apollo's Despair. High Akanthos's screams echoed without end. The arena, no, all of Orario fell into a brief, deathly silence. What had they just witnessed? Roy had released magic without completing his chant. High Akanthos's entire body was charred black, his hair blown apart. Worst of all was that once handsome face like it had been roasted in a furnace, completely unrecognizable. Bang! Roy dashed forward in a single step, seized High Akanthos by the head, and smashed it violently into the ground, burying his face deep into the arena floor. Impossible! Your chant wasn't finished. How could you release magic? High Akanthos screamed in breakdown, rolling his eyes with great difficulty as he stared at Roy. Pinning the struggling High Akanthos down, Roy smiled. Who knows? Sometimes it just comes out. No one believed that explanation. Hermes analyzed calmly, it's impossible to release magic if the chant is interrupted. Either his spell consists only of what he just recited, or chantless magic. At those words, shock rippled through the crowd. Even the gods were no exception. Many of them stood up on the spot. A miracle! Since the gods descended to the lower world and bestowed blessings upon the various races, thousands of years had passed. Countless skills and spells had been discovered by drawing out mortal potential. Even the simplest magic required an ultra-short chant, at the very least, 2 words. Yet Roy's magic could be released at any time. An absurdly rare form of magic. The gods' breathing quickened, like starving wolves staring at a slab of fresh meat. That overwhelming speed also shattered the composure of mages who could only stand still to cast spells. Their eyes burned red as they stared at the boy in the arena. Ever since the Goliath subjugation, Roy had been laying a trap for High Akanthos, deliberately making him believe that his magic required chanting. During Roy's chant, High Akanthos naturally assumed he had turned into a living target, letting his guard down as he charged in. The result was exactly this. Taking Roy's magic head-on, High Akanthos quickly pieced everything together. Terror flooded his eyes as he looked at Roy. From that moment onward, Roy had been calculating him. Terrifying. Ha! Roy let out a roar, hunching forward as he sprinted ahead. Grabbing High Akanthos by the head, he dragged his face across the ground like a rag, grinding it violently against the arena floor. High Akanthos couldn't even scream anymore. Enough! Justice has sprouted. The match is decided. Shakti, captain of the Ganesha Familia, leapt forward as the referee. If this continued, someone was going to die. Roy turned his head and stared coldly at Shakti. Shakti subconsciously took a step back. It felt as though she were being stared down by an enraged lion, an absurd sensation. She was a LV.5 adventurer, yet a mere LV.2 Roy made her feel a flicker of danger. Hyacinthos already had one foot in the grave. Unconscious, his face completely ground flat, flesh torn and mangled, no longer recognizable as human. In the stands, Ryuha frowned. The moment Roy's magic hit, Hyacinthos had already lost. Everything Roy did afterward was pure brutality. Goddess Astraea spoke softly. Daphne, the child who cooperated with Roy, was subjected to private punishment by Hyacinthos and beaten to severe injuries. Ryuha suddenly understood. That was the source of Roy's rage. In the end, it was Apollo Familia's own doing the retribution for forcibly dragging others into their familia. Looking again at the boy's back, Ryuha seemed to grasp something. There was justice in his heart as well. At that moment, the elven girl began to truly acknowledge Roy as a member of the Astraea Familia. Hermes pulled his hat down. So this hero candidate has quite the personality. Hyacinthos is defeated. Justice Budding Roy is victorious. I hereby declare the winner of this war game to be the Astraea Familia. The announcement rang out loudly. Oh! A tsunami of cheers erupted. No one cared about Roy's brutal treatment of Hyacinthos. In Orario, where strength was revered, the strong crushing the weak was nothing unusual. Wasn't Apollo Familia the same, using force to coerce others? This time, they had kicked an iron plate. More importantly, the boy before them was a true strong one, the kind who dared to draw his blade against stronger foes. Today, they had witnessed a miracle. From ancient times to the present, the vast gap between levels had been an unquestionable truth. A LV.2 defeating a LV.3 was almost unheard of. Roy's technique, schemes, magic, everything about him set hearts racing. Even LV.5 and LV.6 adventurers felt their blood boil. Seasoned veterans like them had gradually adopted safer fighting styles, forgetting their weaker days when, to defeat stronger enemies, they used every means possible. Lose your weapon? Use your fists. Lose your fists? Use your teeth. No matter what, carve your mark into the enemy even if it costs your life. Roy's battle reminded them of one thing. Adventurers must take risks. To the dungeon. Many adventurers sprinted straight toward Babel Tower, diving headlong into the dungeon. If they didn't vent this surge of adrenaline, they wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. Of course, others chose a different outlet. The pleasure quarter controlled by the Ishtar Familia, where tonight was destined to be filled with thunderous activity. Praise from the gods poured down like a storm, their goodwill lavished upon Roy without restraint. He's got some skill, all right. Loki muttered under her breath, then clutched her head in pain. She couldn't think like that or she'd fall back into regret again. A doll-like blonde girl with exquisite beauty gazed calmly at Roy in the arena, then lowered her head to look at her longsword, a thoughtful expression crossing her face. The one in the deepest despair, however, was Apollo. Impossible. Hyacinthos lost. Apollo collapsed to the ground as if paralyzed, staring at the arena in disbelief, desperately wishing everything he saw was nothing more than a nightmare. Protected by Ryuha, Goddess Astraea walked toward Apollo. Each step echoed like a heavy hammer, slamming into his heart. Wait, Astraea, I was just joking with you, Apollo said, his face deathly pale. The gentle smile on Astraea's beautiful face did not change. Apollo, leave Orario. The punishment had long since been decided. All assets of the Apollo Familia were confiscated. Members who had been forcibly recruited were freed, allowed to decide their own future. Apollo was exiled, never again permitted to set foot in Orario, and bound by oath to never again use violence to force others into his familia. Apollo let out a despairing wail. Each punishment was like carving flesh from his heart. The gods laughed. The more miserable their brother was, the more amused they became. The penalties of a war game could not be refused. After all, If you refuse to go quietly, the gods have plenty of ways to make sure you do. If you think this story is fun and interesting and you want to read the next chapter earlier than the daily release, you can visit patreon.com/dzeref887. Chapter 69, Chapter 69, New Members. With their defeat in the war game, the Apollo Familia, once numbering over 100, was wiped out in an instant. A mid-tier familia vanished from Orario almost without a sound. The vast majority of its members regained their freedom and felt little attachment to Apollo. Some returned to their hometowns, others went back to their former familias, and some placed themselves under neutral gods, choosing to live as lone wolves. In the end, aside from the fanatical Hyacinthos, who was barely clinging to life and followed Apollo into exile, not a single person from that once great familia was willing to go with them. The desolate sight of the two leaving Orario drew sighs from onlookers never to return again. This incident also served as a warning to the gods, forcing others into a familia would never end well. All assets of the Apollo Familia were transferred to the Astraea Familia. After years of accumulation, Apollo's Familia possessed over 30 million valis in cash alone, including fixed assets. The total was close to 100 million valis. Apollo's mansion was filled with his tasteless indulgences, statues of himself everywhere. Neither Roy nor Astraea had any desire to waste time clearing it out, nor to live there. The Stardust Garden was more than sufficient as their base. So the luxurious mansion was sold outright. The proceeds were more than enough to clear the familia's debts, and their finances instantly became abundant proof that taking down the rich was indeed the fastest way to get rich. For the gods, the spectacle had been immensely entertaining. Although they failed to uncover the secret behind Roy's rapid growth, they had still witnessed plenty of fascinating things. A LV.2 with status values capable of matching a LV.3, mysterious bracers with special effects, enchantless magic. That boy was practically a walking treasure trove. Who knew what else would be unearthed in the future? Some gods had even prepared a Roy observation journal. Looking back, people realized a chilling fact: in a very short span of time, 2 familias had already been destroyed by the Astraea Familia. Even after the Astraea Familia had once been annihilated and its numbers drastically reduced, justice had not faded. It had become even more ruthless. Mercenary groups and merchants with ties to the dark faction trembled in fear. Back when Elise Laval and the others were still around, the worst punishment those villains faced was a severe beating before being tossed into prisons run by the Ganesha Familia. Under Roy's generation, however, things escalated quickly. People died, familias were wiped out. The style was completely different. In truth, harsh measures were effective in chaotic times. Since the great feud 2 years ago, the dark clouds hanging over Orario had finally begun to disperse. Even ordinary citizens could feel the change. Street brawls between adventurers had become far less common. No one wanted to draw the attention of that ominous star named Roy. The guild felt both joy and concern. Familias in Orario were classified by rank and paid taxes to the guild. Losing a mid-tier familia meant losing a stream of revenue. But from another perspective, it was a good thing. Roy's battle had inspired countless adventurers. A fervent age was sure to follow, and progress in exploring the dungeon would accelerate. Some worried, some rejoiced, and Roy's group was undoubtedly among the latter, having claimed a decisive victory. A toast to our victory in the war game. At the Stardust Garden, a small celebration was underway. The guest list was modest: Hermes, Asphi, Shakti, and several goddesses close to Astraea, all of them stunningly beautiful. Roy, little brother, when are you coming to visit us? The goddesses gathered around Roy, hearts in their eyes, nearly ready to tear his clothes off with their enthusiasm. Their fervor was almost too much for him to handle. Roy, little brother, that was a magnificent fight. Now no one can say the Astraea Familia's justice has vanished, Hermes said with a smile. Just like Roy's title, it was also the gods' expectation that a new bud of justice would grow strong and one day become a towering tree sheltering the weak. Goddess Astraea also seemed in high spirits. However, we're about to get busy. Busy? Roy managed to extricate himself from the goddesses and looked at Astraea with a puzzled expression. After the war game and clearing the Familias' debts, this should have been the easiest period. As if sensing his confusion, Astraea said, "These two children will be joining us." As her words fell, two girls peeked in from outside the door. Astraea stepped forward and gently pulled them inside. They were Daphne and Cassandra, newly freed. With the dissolution of the Apollo Familia and nowhere else to go, the two had chosen to join the Astraea Familia. They spoke solemnly, "Lady Astraea, please allow us to join your familia." Of course, Astraea agreed immediately. Daphne had been subjected to Hyacinthos's private punishment, nearly beaten to death, yet she never revealed Roy's plan. When her friend was injured, Cassandra had disregarded her own safety to seek out Roy for help. Their courage deserved respect. How could Astraea possibly refuse such outstanding children? "That's great!" Joy lit up their faces as they embraced. Daphne's injuries had yet to fully heal, and she gasped in pain, her expression a mix of tears and laughter. Astraea turned to Ryu, who was acting as a server. "Ryu, I'll leave these two to you. Help them become proper adventurers as soon as possible." "Yes." The elven girl replied seriously. With more newcomers joining the Familia, as its sole veteran member, she felt it was her duty to take care of them at the very least, to revive the Familia. In this moment, the new members were happy. The gods were happy to see the Astraea Familia grow stronger. Ryu, having found a new goal, felt good as well, and Astraea went without saying. Only Roy felt conflicted. This was bad, really bad. Ryu was going to take care of Daphne and Cassandra? She was his LV.4 powerhouse for dungeon runs. Looking at Astraea's radiant, flawless smile, Roy could only think one thing. There was a dangerous god in this familia. Hee. Astraea's mood was the complete opposite. Seeing Roy's bitter expression, she smiled warmly. Roy hadn't consulted her before scheming against the Apollo Familia and triggering the war game. She had kept score of that little account very clearly. The Familia's debt had originally been a way to divert Ryuu's attention, to keep her from fixating solely on revenge. Now that the debt was gone, of course she needed to give Ryuu something else to focus on. Reviving the Familia, what a wonderful goal! The boomerang came flying back and struck Roy squarely. Roy had spent a week mastering his LV.2 power. His original plan was to wipe out the Apollo Familia, quickly clear the debt, and then get back to dungeon runs. The Apollo Familia was gone. The debt was cleared. But his LV.4 carry had been taken away. Bitter liquor burned his throat as it went down. Gulp, gulp, gulp. While Astraea chatted with the other goddesses, Hermes sidled up to Roy with a grin. "Roy, little brother, do you know about the 3 great adventurer requests?" Roy gave him a strange look. "What are you plotting now?" Chapter 70, Treasure Hunt. The 3 great adventurer quests. In response to Hermes's question, Roy answered calmly, "There's probably no one who doesn't know about them. 1,000 years ago, 3 fearsome monsters emerged from the dungeon and descended upon the surface world, bringing catastrophic destruction to countless nations and cities. The number of lives lost because of them was beyond measure. Orario possessed the greatest fighting power in the world. It was the shared wish of people across the globe to entrust Orario with the task of subjugating those 3 monsters. The king of the land Behemoth. The tyrant of the seas Leviathan. The symbol of the end the Black Dragon. The first 2 had been defeated 10 years ago by the Zeus Familia and Hera Familia. Only the Black Dragon remained, its power so overwhelming that it led to the annihilation of both Familias. Even now, the Black Dragon slept in the distant north of the continent, at the very edge of the world. Hermes, as if transformed into the greatest orator alive, passionately explained the 3 great adventurer quests to Roy, his impassioned voice stirring the heart. But Roy remained unmoved, like an unyielding stone, watching Hermes as though he were merely enjoying a performance. Hermes flashed an excited grin. "Little brother Roy, the world longs for a hero to rise. Become one. You have the qualifications. I'll do what I can." Roy instantly understood what Hermes was trying to do. He wanted to coax him into hunting the black dragon. "Seriously, well played." In high spirits, Hermes patted Roy on the shoulder. "I have high hopes for you." Roy watched Hermes leave. He didn't let the praise go to his head. Subjugating the black dragon? Don't be ridiculous. At his current level, he wasn't even qualified to be cannon fodder. Name, Roy. LV, 2. Strength, 267 788, B. Endurance, 238 521, D. Dexterity, 398 652, C. Agility, 460 689, C. Magic, 290 415, F. Development abilities. Abnormal resistance, I. Skills. My lord is here. Blood for blood. Magic. Lord of Thunder. Roy opened his status window. His total ability increase amounted to 1412. Unlike the battle with Goliath, this time he had single-handedly defeated a LV.3 adventurer. LV.4 Goliath and LV.3 Hyacinthos had become his stepping stones. He had accomplished a great feat. Great feat achieved. Level up. Roy selected No and closed the interface. Defeating Hyacinthos had let him taste the sweetness of pushing his abilities beyond the limit. Every level up made him unrivaled among peers and gave him the capital to challenge higher levels. His target had never been the small fry of Orario, but the few standing at the very top. The braver Finn, the heavy warrior Gareth, the sword princess Ace Wallenstein, and the king Otter. Those people reached near-limit values every time they leveled up. If he wanted to catch up or even defeat them, he needed even higher numbers. After all, they possessed racial advantages. Roy knew that as an ordinary human, he was inferior by nature. If he didn't push his most basic abilities to their limits, everything else was just empty talk. Time flew by. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Fully recovered from the exhaustion of his battle with Hyacinthos, Roy left Stardust Garden alone. Ryu, his usual muscle, had been summoned away by goddess Astraea. For Roy, that wasn't necessarily a bad thing. There was something he couldn't conveniently bring her along for. Cerdia's treasure map. It had dropped from the treasure chest obtained after defeating Goliath. Digging up the grave of an elven royal family was not something elves could ever find out about. Otherwise, every elf in the world would hunt him down, instant social death. Roy took out the treasure map. It was a finely crafted parchment scroll, smooth and pleasant to the touch. Unrolling it, he found something resembling a positioning map. A glowing point marked his current location, while another point clearly indicated the treasure's whereabouts. Roy didn't head there immediately. In fact, he had taken out the map several times before and noticed that the treasure's location kept moving, sometimes far to the west, sometimes even out at sea. Such movement was far beyond the capabilities of any ordinary tool. A trace of seriousness entered Roy's eyes. He could already sense the eeriness of this expedition. But not going was impossible. The treasure map came with a one-time teleport function. Initiate teleportation. The moment Roy selected yes, ripples like water spread through the air as space itself twisted. His body gradually vanished. When Roy came back to his senses, everything in the room was gone. A gentle breeze brushed his face. Before his eyes stretched an endless range of mountains, lush green forests covering the hills, with the roars of beasts echoing from deep within. Where is this? Roy checked the treasure map again and couldn't help widening his eyes. He was already more than 3,000 kilometers southeast of Orario. So this was teleportation. Terrifying, indeed. This place was undoubtedly the treasure site. After surveying his surroundings, Roy followed the map's guidance and moved toward his objective. Roar! Suddenly, a lizard as large as a grown man burst out from the dense grass. Its tongue shot forward like a whip, stabbing straight toward Roy's forehead. Roy remained unfazed. Drawing the Muramasa sword, now reduced to only half its original length, he flashed his blade and severed the creature's tongue. Thud! The sword thrust forward, piercing the lizard's head. Its entire body instantly crumbled into dust. All monsters originated from the dungeon. However, monsters that reached the surface followed reproductive instincts, producing offspring. In doing so, part of the power of their magic stones was divided. Since 1,000 years ago, as these monsters continued to reproduce, their overall strength had weakened. Surface monsters were no match for those in the dungeon, usually dropping by one whole level. With the ability values of a top-tier LV.2 adventurer, Roy was unstoppable on the surface. The magic stones dropped by these monsters were so small that Roy didn't even bother collecting them. Cutting down monsters along the way, he passed through a winding path several hundred meters long and finally arrived at his destination. Even without checking the map, he could clearly feel that this was the treasure site. Before him lay a circular cave with a radius of about 3 meters. Its interior was pitch black and unfathomably deep, cold, and silent like an abyss. The surrounding stillness was enough to instill fear. Roy stared at the cave, his gaze firmly locked onto it, as though his very soul might be swallowed. ALV.2 brat dares come to a place like this? Are you looking to die? A pleasant voice suddenly rang out. Roy's heart jolted. Goosebumps covered his body as his mind snapped into clarity. He turned sharply and saw, 30 meters to the left of the cave, beneath a large tree, an elderly woman in grey robes sitting atop a blue stone. Silver hair pinned up with a hairpin, she appeared aged, yet her figure and features were flawless, possessing a natural harmony that radiated nobility. The silver-haired goddess's blood-red eyes calmly fixed on Roy, a faint smile playing at the corner of her lips. She seemed completely merged with nature itself. Even with Roy's keen perception, he hadn't detected her presence at all. God! Roy's lips moved slightly as he felt the overwhelming pressure radiating from her. Divine might. Simply put, the majesty of a god. One glance was enough to make it unmistakably clear. This was a deity. If you think this story is fun and interesting and you want to read the next chapter earlier than the daily release, you can visit patreon.com/dzerf887. Chapter 71, Chapter 71, The Silver-Haired, Blood-Eyed Goddess. The Silver-Haired, Blood-Eyed Goddess. The most obvious difference between gods lay in their bearing. Goddess Astraea was gentle and tender, but when it came to nobility and cold pride, she fell far short of the goddess before him. Though the silver-haired goddess was clearly sitting on nothing more than a slab of bluish stone, Roy felt as if she were enthroned upon a lofty seat of honor. Like an empress ruling over all beneath the heavens, she radiated an overwhelming pressure, as though she stood upon towering clouds, gazing down upon the mortal world with icy indifference. With a mere gesture, she could decide the fate of countless lives. Of course, that was only Roy's illusion. When he looked again, the silver-haired goddess, her divine power sealed, was simply sitting alone on a rock. "Thank you for the warning, goddess," Roy said gratefully. That cave seemed to possess an eerie power capable of bewitching the mind. If she hadn't spoken up, he might already have lost himself. The silver-haired goddess waved her hand dismissively. "It's nothing. Just a whim." "May I ask for your name, goddess?" Roy asked. He had never seen this deity before, and even with the knowledge from his previous life, he could find no clues. "What's there to say about a failure?" The silver-haired goddess clicked her tongue. Though she referred to herself as a failure, Roy could see no trace of dejection on her face. Every word and gesture still brimmed with pride and unshakable confidence. Her gaze then fell upon the treasure map in Roy's hands. Let me take a look at that map. This. Roy hesitated. He recalled the story of some unfortunate soul who had painstakingly cultivated the mystery development ability to its utmost limit, stepped into the realm of the gods, and forged a philosopher's stone that granted immortality. Brimming with joy, he had presented it to his patron god. Only for that god, struck by a playful mood, to shatter the philosopher's stone on the spot while laughing loudly, utterly unaware that he had destroyed countless years of effort. If this goddess were to destroy the treasure map outright, Roy felt he might be seized by the urge to cut her down on the spot. Seeing his hesitation, the silver-haired goddess snorted. If you won't show it, forget it. I don't care to see it anyway. Please, goddess. After hesitating again, Roy handed over the map but not without taking precautions. He stepped within 5 meters of her. Unlike fragile crystals, a parchment scroll wasn't so easily destroyed. At this distance, with his speed, he could stop her if she tried anything. Seeing him act as though guarding against a thief, the silver-haired goddess sighed inwardly. Kids these days were hard to fool. All because of certain idiots who went around doing stupid things. Taking the map, she examined it closely. A hint of confusion surfaced on her face. So something like this exists. No wonder you were able to find this place. Well then, she continued, gesturing toward the eerie cave, do you want to go inside? Roy keenly caught a trace of playful amusement in her expression, no different from other gods who delighted in mischief. I want to go in and look for something. The silver-haired goddess handed the map back to him and chuckled. Sure. Go ahead. Goddess, what's inside? Weren't you guarding against me like I was a thief just a moment ago? That was then, this is now. Ha 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 ha. Amused by Roy's shamelessness, the silver-haired goddess laughed, but she still revealed nothing. I can't say. If I did, it wouldn't be fun. The smile on her face only deepened, as though she wanted to see whether Roy truly had the nerve to enter. The map's built-in teleportation was a one-way trip. If he gained nothing and had to trudge miserably all the way back to Orario, Roy would be so frustrated he might spit blood. He had to go in, but not blindly. Roy moved closer and began kneading her stiff shoulders, grinning as he spoke. Goddess, look, I've come all this way, crossed mountains and rivers, endured countless hardships. Can you really bear to watch me suffer calamity in that creepy cave? As he spoke, he even squeezed out 2 tears, wailing as though the heavens and earth were moved to sorrow, hoping to soften her heart. He rambled on and on for a good 10 minutes. The silver-haired goddess replied calmly, I can. Roy's face stiffened. So the massage was for nothing. His expression turned even more tragic, no technique, just raw emotion. Gods could sense lies. The more exaggerated Roy became, the more amused she found it. She laughed. You little rascal! You're just trying to pry information out of me, aren't you? Quit the act and press harder. Hearing that, Roy immediately put more strength into it. Perhaps tired of his pestering, the silver-haired goddess spoke leisurely while enjoying the massage. You may enter. But remember, only follow the route marked on that map, and then return the same way. No matter what you see or hear along the way, do not enter any other areas, and do not trust anyone. Roy asked cautiously, what happens if I enter another area? You can try it and see, the silver-haired goddess said with a bell-like laugh, swaying with mirth. Roy shook his head like a rattle drum. The silver-haired goddess picked up the bamboo basket beside her and lifted the cloth covering it. I still have a piece of cake I haven't finished. Trade me your boots or your bracer for it. Roy glanced at the cake. Baked to a golden brown and coated in a layer of honey, it looked so appetizing he could almost imagine the satisfaction of taking a bite. But no matter how he looked at it, it was just an ordinary piece of cake. Then he looked at his boots and bracer, speechless. Trading a honey cake for his epic-grade equipment, she might as well be robbing him. Her eye for value was sharp, though. She had immediately singled out the two most valuable pieces of gear he had. Unhappy, the silver-haired goddess asked. Roy gave a dry laugh and said nothing. With a knowing smile, she said, "You could go buy one yourself, but there isn't a single household within several hundred kilometers. And once you leave, finding this place again won't be easy." Roy's pupil shrank. Remembering how the treasure location on the map constantly shifted, he asked, "Goddess, what does this cake have to do with that cave?" The silver-haired goddess snorted. The message was clear: take it or leave it. Miss this chance, and it's gone. After getting nowhere despite repeated questioning, Roy's gaze wavered between the gale boots and the steel bracer. In the end, he removed the steel bracer. The steel bracer could even block magic from a LV.3 adventurer, but the gale boots increased his chances of survival. Besides, Roy didn't favor defense, he excelled at offense. The silver-haired goddess accepted the steel bracer and smiled. "A smart child. May the god of the earth bless you." Roy muttered inwardly. "Please, no, I'm planning to punch through your earth god someday." "Farewell, goddess," Roy said, lifting the bamboo basket and walking toward the cave. Watching his retreating figure, the silver-haired goddess toyed with the bracer and murmured softly, "Little rascal. I'm the one who took the loss here. Back in the day, this kind of trash was something my newbies used." As she spoke, a trace of loneliness surfaced on her face. At this point, what more was there to say? Chapter 72, Chapter 72, The Eerie Cave. Please subscribe. A cave whose location constantly changed, a mysterious goddess standing at its entrance, and a cake obtained in exchange for epic-grade equipment. These strange circumstances put Roy on high alert. The moment he stepped into the cave, the wooden sconces lining both sides of the walls suddenly ignited with blue flames, stretching all the way into the depths of the cavern. Roy swallowed, drew closer to the flames, and found that instead of heat, they emitted a bone-chilling cold. He couldn't help but shiver. The deeper he stared into the cave, the more an inexplicable sense of dread welled up from the bottom of his heart. "Who?" Roy took a deep breath and cautiously made his way inside, advancing toward the depths. The surroundings were terrifyingly silent, like a ghostly domain, where even his own footsteps seemed infinitely amplified. It felt as though he were inside the dungeon itself. Time and space grew vague and distorted. Roy felt he had only walked for a dozen seconds or so, but when he turned back, the cave entrance was already gone. After about 3 or 4 minutes, a fork in the path appeared. Roy glanced at the map and headed left. Whoosh! Just as Roy was about to enter the left passage, he suddenly noticed several dark shadows flash through the right corridor, swiftly slipping into the corners of the darkness. They were so fast that he couldn't see them clearly. "It's a human. He actually came in. How does he dare? Hurry up and go. If we run into that, it's over." The shadows whispered among themselves. Though their voices were low, they were still audible in the deathly silent cave. Roy focused his gaze and shuddered. Those shadows were neither monsters nor humans, but blue orbs of light cloaked in grey robes. Like wandering spirits. Seeing ghosts in broad daylight. Roy recalled the silver-haired goddess's warning: under no circumstances was he to enter other areas. He could only pretend not to see them. The shadows followed closely behind him. One in front, the others behind, neither interfering with the other. Guided by the map, Roy passed through one junction after another, as though the path were endless. Cold sweat slid down his forehead. Every corridor looked exactly the same, with no landmarks at all, far more unsettling than the dungeon. He tried marking the walls with stones, but within seconds, the marks faded away, leaving nothing behind. Without the map, Roy was certain he would never be able to find his way back. Roar! Suddenly, Roy heard a howl, something between a dog and a wolf. His mind felt as though it had been struck by a heavy hammer, waves of pain surging through his head. Roy dropped to one knee, gripping his sword hilt tightly as an overwhelming sense of danger closed in on him. He had never heard such a bizarre sound before. It's coming, it's coming. This human is dead for sure, I'm telling you. The shadows that had been following Roy were even more terrified, scattering and fleeing in panic. After waiting for a while, the howls continued to echo from time to time, yet no figure ever appeared. Roy clenched his teeth. The timid starve, the bold survive. He pressed on down the corridor. The passage seemed endless. The intermittent howls were deafening. Under this double pressure, Roy's sanity teetered on the brink of collapse. He no longer knew what he was doing, only that he kept moving forward. Finally, after who knew how long, a chamber appeared before him. His once dull eyes lit up brilliantly, like a drowning man grasping his last lifeline. I'm here. Roy looked down at the map, joy flashing across his face. The 2 points, his position and the treasure, were nearly overlapping. He strode into the chamber. Blue flames burned in the wall sconces inside. The chamber was otherwise empty. At its center stood a crystal coffin. Inside lay an elven girl, possessing beauty that surpassed even that of goddesses. With emerald green hair, she slept peacefully, a true sleeping beauty. Her breathtaking beauty made even Roy gasp in admiration. As Roy approached, the elven princess slowly opened her eyes. Her jade-green pupils reflected Roy's figure. She froze for a moment, then joy flooded her face. My hero! I've finally been able to wait for you. The elven princess sat up, her delicate face filled with pitiful tenderness. She extended her snow-white, lotus root-like arms, moving to embrace Roy. Roy stepped back. Who are you? Roy asked. The elven princess spoke softly, her voice like water. I am Celtia. 1,000 years ago, I fought the monsters that emerged from the dungeon and was gravely injured. This place nourishes my body, preserving it for 1,000 years. I have been waiting for a hero to appear, to help me recover from my wounds. Roy's expression turned strange. That script sounded awfully familiar. I am Qin Shi Huang, send money. Suddenly, the elven princess's body stiffened. She looked down to see Roy's half-broken village-made sword mercilessly thrust through her chest. Why? She asked in disbelief. Before I came in, a goddess told me not to trust anyone. Roy grinned, revealing teeth white as bone, a hint of killing intent in his smile. The alluring fragrance, the soft touch, it was all far too real. Even Roy had nearly been fooled, almost sinking into it. Terrifying. Damn you! In an instant, the elven princess's beautiful face twisted hideously, her features contorting into something demonic. Her hands transformed into vicious claws as she lunged at Roy. Lord of Thunder! Golden lightning erupted from Roy's body, crackling violently as it illuminated the entire chamber. The moment the elven princess touched the golden lightning, her aggressive momentum halted. She recoiled in fear, dread spreading across her face. Her form transformed into a blue orb of light, fleeing the chamber in panic identical to the shadows Roy had seen earlier, some kind of eerie existence. But Roy was faster. Activating the special effect of the gale boots, wild winds coiled around his legs. He lunged forward in a single bound. In an instant, Roy closed the distance and slammed the entity against the wall. Golden lightning gathered around his fist as he drove a heavy punch into the blue orb. Boom! The brutal punch pierced straight through the orb and smashed into the wall behind it, cracks spreading across the stone. Golden lightning, like countless thunder serpents, crawled over the elven princess's body. Amid a piercing scream, her form dissipated into nothingness. Only then did Roy let out a breath of relief. When he turned back, there was no sleeping elven princess in the crystal coffin after the ravages of time, only a pile of dust remained. Along with a burial longsword, left there for years and covered in grime. Roy picked it up and swung it casually. The quality looked even worse than his village-made sword. At that moment, Roy truly felt like crying. He had come all this way and gained nothing. He had even traded away his steel bracer. Just then, something red flashed within the ashes at the edge of his vision. Roy hurried forward, brushed the dust aside, and found a blood-red crystal lying quietly within. He picked it up reverently. At that instant, a panel appeared before his eyes. Congratulations on obtaining Celtia's royal blood. If you think this story is fun and interesting and you want to read the next chapter earlier than the daily release, you can visit patreon.com/dzeref887. Chapter 73, Chapter 73, Royal Authority and the Holy Sword. Please subscribe. Name, Celtia's royal blood. Quality, undetermined. Description, the most precious royal blood of the Elven King's Saintess, Celtia. After consumption, it strengthens one's magical aptitude and carries a certain probability of awakening a special skill. When Roy saw the panel description, his eyes lit up. At long last, he had managed to get his hands on something worthwhile. A broken sword and a single drop of blood that was the sum total of this journey's gains. Life really wasn't easy. Roy let out a sigh. Without hesitation, he wiped the ashes off the blood-red crystal and casually tossed it into his mouth. Like a perfectly ripe peach, it melted instantly upon contact, sliding smoothly down his throat. Though it was said to be crystallized blood, Roy sensed no metallic taste at all, only a faint sweetness. And the reaction came quickly. A violent surge of heat erupted from his lower abdomen and spread throughout his entire body. Roy felt himself growing hotter and hotter, his body temperature rapidly soaring past 50 degrees Celsius. An ordinary person would have passed out from the heat on the spot. Only an adventurer's physique could endure this. Huff, huff. The temperature continued to rise. Even the breath Roy exhaled carried a trace of flame. His eyes widened. This was bad. No one had mentioned a reaction like this. Even his development ability, Adventurer, had activated. Roy hurried over to the blue flames, enduring their bone-chilling cold. The overheated body on the verge of exploding was forcibly suppressed, ice and fire clashing within him. Roar! Roy's eyes turned bloodshot as a beast-like roar tore from his throat. An eerie red glow flickered beneath his skin as earth-shaking changes took place within his body. Endurance, 521 712, B. Agility, 689 755, B. Magic, 415 901, S. Aside from dexterity and strength, all of his parameters rose to varying degrees. The most terrifying increase was his magic, which had leaped straight to rank S. Roughly 2 hours later, Roy's consciousness gradually returned. It seemed, he had survived. BZZ. BZZ. The first thing Roy did was activate his magic. Golden lightning surged into his palm, but upon closer inspection, it was slightly different from before. Streaks of blood-red lightning were mixed in, its destructive power clearly increased. The strength of his lightning magic lay in its speed and versatility. As a chantless spell, however, its raw power had always been somewhat inferior to other magic. That weakness had now been completely compensated for. If he were to return to that battle now, Roy was confident he could directly clash with Hyacinthos's LV.3 magic head-on, instead of relying on tricks to lull his opponent into carelessness. Skill awakened, Elf King Authority. Elf King Authority allows the user to learn all magic possessed by elves. When fighting elves, suppresses the enemy's body and soul. Elven royalty are immune. Note: magic must be willingly taught by elves. Note: wanton slaughter of elves or the destruction of elven homelands will cause this skill to become invalid. Roy had just withdrawn his magic when another panel appeared before his eyes. Skimming through it at a glance, even someone as steady as him couldn't help but be shocked. The heavens had finally taken pity on a perpetually unlucky gacha player like him. A special skill awakened through royal blood. Able to learn all elven magic. Able to forcibly suppress both the body and soul of elves. This skill was nothing short of an elven nemesis. Before Roy could even recover from the shock of Elf King Authority, the broken sword in his hand suddenly burst forth with dazzling light. All the rust peeled away, as if it had been activated, revealing a slender, silver-white blade as mysterious runes spread across its surface. Another panel appeared before Roy's eyes. Name: Elven Holy Sword. Quality: Legendary. Description: a weapon forged by Celtia together with the flame spirits, using countless precious materials. Special effect: Eternal possesses the indestructible attribute. No durability limit. Even if forcibly damaged, it will gradually repair itself over time. Special effect: Heaven Scorching instantly drains all magic within a radius of over 10 kilometers, converting it into raging flames capable of destroying a small city. Special effect: Spiritization transforms the wielder into a flame spirit, granting high-speed chanting and the ability to release flame magic. Note: to wield this sword requires Elven royal blood or a flame spirit. Minimum required LV.3. At LV.7, all of its power can be fully unleashed. Note: this sword cannot harm Elven royalty or flame spirits. Forcibly killing them will result in backlash. Seeing the panel for the Elven Holy Sword, Roy sucked in a sharp breath. The 3 special effects alone were enough to blind him. This was hardly the scrap metal it had seemed before. No wonder nothing had happened when he touched it earlier. This holy sword recognized its master. Only Elven royalty or flame spirits could activate it. By swallowing that blood crystal, Roy had effectively obtained the bloodline of Elven royalty or a flame spirit. It was similar to the Krazo family's magic sword bloodline. The ancestor of the Krazo family had once saved a spirit. To repay the favor, the spirit cut off a piece of its own flesh and fed it to him. From then on, the Krazo family carried part of a spirit's bloodline, allowing them to forge magic swords of extraordinary power, helping the kingdom of Rakia conquer numerous nations. But those swords could not be used against elves or spirits. The Krazo family itself was the best example. After aiding Rakia in wars and even burning down forests where elves and spirits lived, the enraged spirits cursed the family, stripping them of the ability to forge magic swords and casting them down from glory into ruin. None of that concerned Roy now. He gazed at the Elven Holy Sword with burning eyes. This was the first legendary grade weapon he had ever obtained. If this were a dungeon drop, it would require at least a LV.7 dungeon to even have a chance of yielding a legendary item. Though ancient heroes lacked the blessings of the gods, they had the aid of spirits. Their peak combat power was nothing to scoff at, so forging such a weapon was not particularly strange. Sensing that Roy had yet to meet the requirements to wield it, the glow of the Elven Holy Sword gradually faded, returning to its previous unremarkable appearance. Roy took off his coat, wrapped the sword in it, and slung it over his back. In its unactivated state, the Elven Holy Sword had no sharpness at all. The tip couldn't even pierce the fabric. Huff! Roy's breathing grew rapid. There was only one thought in his mind. He had to reach LV.3. With Elf King authority and the Elven Holy Sword, the rewards of this journey were already more than enough. Roy began his return. Now, when he looked again at the bamboo basket containing the honey cake, his eyes were filled with disdain. It had been completely useless. That goddess really had the nerve to scam him. If he ever ran into her again. Following the map's guidance, Roy skillfully passed through the passages. Unlike before, his steps were light and cheerful, his harvest plentiful. But as he passed through several corridors and entered a bend, a bone-chilling sensation suddenly enveloped his entire body. His muscles twitched involuntarily. In the previously empty open space stood a gigantic monster, shrouded in thick black mist that obscured its true form. Its shape resembled a hound, with 3 heads, and it radiated an overwhelmingly powerful presence. A monster of LV.6, no, LV.7 or higher. Chapter 74, Chapter 74, Go wipe out 2 major familias, please subscribe. Roar! Roy's appearance also drew the monster's attention. 6 eyes from its 3 heads fixed on him at the same time, radiating a cold, eerie light. In that instant, Roy felt his blood run cold. Turning a corner and meeting love definitely wasn't supposed to happen like this. The monster's low growl felt strangely familiar. A moment later, Roy's pupils contracted. It was the very roar he had heard when he first entered. The terrifying pressure emanating from it drained all color from Roy's face. Every cell in his body screamed with fear. Compared to this thing, even Goliath, the floor boss of the 17th floor of the dungeon, wasn't worthy of carrying its shoes. This monster was at least LV.7. No, Roy felt even that was an underestimate. After all, the strongest adventurer he had ever seen was the mighty one, Otter, whom he had once glimpsed from afar. Hiss! 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 The massive beast opened its gaping maw, revealing sharp fangs. Dark purple saliva dripped to the ground, smoking like a powerful corrosive. Roy didn't dare make a single reckless move. The gap in strength was far too great. He would die. He'd be killed in an instant. At that moment, all 6 of the monster's eyes focused on the bamboo basket in Roy's hands, a trace of infatuation appearing in its gaze. With his survival instincts at full throttle, Roy immediately caught on. He placed the basket on the ground, lifted the cloth covering it, and revealed the honey cake inside. The instant it saw the cake, a subtle change passed through the monster's emotions. Its gaze locked onto it. "Please," Roy said. He backed away from the basket and retreated to the wall. The monster's body suddenly shrank, becoming no larger than an ordinary house dog. It pounced forward, burying all 3 heads into the basket and devouring the cake ravenously. Roy secretly let out a sigh of relief and edged along the wall, moving with extreme caution. Even with its reduced size, the sense of danger it gave off hadn't diminished in the slightest. To avoid being ambushed, Roy kept his eyes on the monster the entire time, retreating step by step. He didn't dare make a sound. Once he had put enough distance between them, Roy turned and bolted, wishing his parents had given him 2 more legs. He didn't hesitate to activate the special effect of the gale boots. He didn't stop until he had escaped the cave. Seeing the light of day again made Roy feel how wonderful it was to be alive. Provoking that monster wouldn't be called adventuring, it would be genuine suicide. "I thought you'd died in there." The silver-haired goddess's voice rang out again. Roy turned to see her still sitting on that same blue stone. "So? Was it fun?" the silver-haired goddess asked with a smile, like a child who had just gotten a new toy. Roy's face was still pale. "Fun, my ass. Facing that monster, even Otter would probably lose a layer of skin. How could someone like him handle it?" Still, he had no choice but to play along. "Yeah, it was fun. Really fun." Hearing Roy's insincere reply, the smile on the silver-haired goddess's face only grew deeper. "Goddess Sama, what exactly was that monster? How could something that strong exist on the surface?" Roy moved closer. Aside from the black dragon, surface monsters rarely even reached LV.4. Monsters above LV.7 practically didn't exist. "Don't ask what you shouldn't," the silver-haired goddess said, shooting him a warning glance and making no move to answer. Roy pursed his lips. As if he didn't already have an idea. A 3-headed canine beast that loved sweets. There was only one mythological monster that came to mind, Cerberus. He just wasn't sure whether it was the real one, or merely a monster resembling it. If it was the real thing, then the cave he had entered was truly terrifying. A chill ran down Roy's spine. He really had been a reckless fledgling, fearless out of sheer ignorance. Since he couldn't pry any information out of the silver-haired goddess, Roy changed the subject with a smile. "Goddess Sama, could you give me back that bracer?" Trying to burn the bridge after crossing it, the silver-haired goddess raised an eyebrow, clearly displeased. "I wouldn't dare." Roy waved his hands repeatedly. Without that honey cake, he would have been killed instantly by that monster. As he spoke, Roy stepped forward and began massaging her shoulders, smiling ingratiatingly. "With my level of strength, I'm nothing out there. I can barely even protect myself. I just ask for Goddess Sama's mercy, to return the life-saving bracer to me. The silver-haired goddess was both amused and exasperated. He'd dared to charge into that cave, yet now he was playing the weakling in front of her. This little fox was just like a marketplace merchant. Wherever there was profit, he'd rush in like a cat that smelled blood. Her eyes suddenly lit up. Returning it isn't impossible, but I have a condition. Please, go ahead, Roy said. He caught the flash of cunning in her eyes and immediately raised his guard. The silver-haired goddess spoke coldly, go to Orario and wipe out the Freya Familia and the Loki Familia. Me? Roy almost choked on his own saliva. He asked cautiously, in 5 or 3 years. The silver-haired goddess replied without hesitation, now. Roy gave a bitter smile. Goddess Sama, please suggest another condition. I want to, but I simply can't. Have a little backbone, will you? The silver-haired goddess extended a slender jade-like finger and tapped Roy on the head in frustration. So annoyed she was nearly fuming, she failed to notice that Roy himself was brimming with confidence. At most 3 years, that was all he needed to grow strong enough to take down 2 world-famous Familias. Looking across the entire world, what adventurer would dare say such a thing? Roy chuckled. Goddess Sama, this isn't one of those hot-blooded stories where you shout "Don't underestimate our bonds," and magically defeat a powerful enemy. The silver-haired goddess stared at Roy with her blood-red eyes. After a long moment, she let out a helpless sigh. Fine. She tossed the steel bracer to Roy, her expression tinged with melancholy. If one day you encounter a white-haired, red-eyed child probably around 9 or 10 years old, do your best to lend him a hand. At those words, Roy's expression immediately turned serious. He stared intently at the silver-haired goddess. From their first meeting until now, her words, her actions, and that last sentence were far too telling. He seemed to have realized her true identity. Roy's direct gaze made even the silver-haired goddess feel uncomfortable. She snapped irritably, so are you going to do it or not? Give me a straight answer, stop dawdling. Roy replied solemnly, of course. Satisfied, the silver-haired goddess smiled. She had some confidence in her ability to judge people. All right. Go on, get lost. If you don't leave now, it'll be too late. Take care, Goddess Sama. Scram! Don't loiter in front of me. The silver-haired goddess waved him off in disgust. Roy took off like a horse freed from its reins, sprinting down the mountain. Watching Roy run faster than a rabbit, the silver-haired goddess couldn't help but laugh softly. Murmuring to herself, she said, Astraea Familia, the sprout of justice, the fastest leveling adventurer in history. How interesting. We'll definitely meet again. In truth, Roy didn't leave right away. Instead, he waited at the foot of the mountain. 2 days later, he quietly snuck back up, and as expected, the strange cave and the silver-haired goddess were gone. As if they had never existed at all. If you think this story is fun and interesting and you want to read the next chapter earlier than the daily release, you can visit patreon.com/dzerf887. Chapter 75, Chapter 75, Returning to Orario, please subscribe. Roy took out the treasure map. It had already turned into an utterly ordinary parchment, completely useless. He couldn't help but sigh in amazement. With the gods descending to the lower world, the mystery of this world far exceeded imagination. Although Orario was known as the center of the world and the dungeon was one of the 3 great mysteries, that still wasn't enough to explain everything. Roy reined in his thoughts. He was only a LV.2 small fry. Until he possessed strength to match it, it was better not to know too much. Since the bizarre cave and the silver-haired goddess had disappeared, Roy turned around and left without the slightest regret. He set off on the road back to Orario. More than 3,000 kilometers back in his previous life, even riding a high-speed train would take dozens of hours. Roy shook his head with a chuckle. But when he looked at his new skill, Elf King's authority, and the holy sword of the elves on his back, it felt like everything had been worth it. Just as the silver-haired goddess had said, there wasn't a single household within several hundred kilometers. Living off wild fruits and hunted animals along the way, Roy traveled on foot for more than 300 kilometers, passed through a forest, and finally saw a small town appear before his eyes. "Uncle, a few loaves of bread, a portion of beef, and some hot soup." Roy tossed over a 100 Valis coin, which spun on the counter. The restaurant owner's eyes lit up. He hurriedly called to the staff, who immediately got busy in the kitchen. There weren't many residents in the town, probably only 40 or 50,000 people. Everyone knew everyone else. When Roy first entered, he drew quite a bit of attention and was even questioned by the guards. But now, the owner and the staff were bustling around him. This was the charm of money. Roy casually asked the owner for information. What he learned startled him. Roy had thought he'd only spent about half a day in the cave, but in reality, a full 5 days had passed. No wonder the silver-haired goddess's first words to him were that she thought he'd died inside. It really was bizarre. The food Roy ordered was served quickly. He devoured it ravenously. Days of wild fruit and unsalted roasted meat had left his mouth so bland he felt like a bird could nest in it. After eating his fill, Roy left the restaurant and headed for the town's only merchant guild, based on the information he'd gathered. Though the town was small, it had plenty of specialties. Every month, a caravan transported goods to Orario. Rather than trekking back on foot by himself, Roy figured it was better to work as a hired guard for the caravan. It might be slower, but it beat wandering around alone. After all, he'd already gotten lost in the mountains. What should have been a 300-kilometer journey had taken him several days. When Roy entered the merchant guild, he learned the caravan would depart in 2 days. Quite a few people had already come to apply. Much like rookie adventurers in Orario, they wore flashy, impractical armor and kept pulling out their weapons to show off. Roy honestly lined up at the back. As expected, many applicants were rejected on the spot and left dejectedly. Some argued their case indignantly, and that was when the caravan's professional guards stepped in and threw them out. The caravan was pragmatic. In these chaotic times, monsters, thieves, and bandits were everywhere along the route. They didn't need pampered soldiers, they wanted people who could genuinely protect the caravan. When it was Roy's turn, he stepped up to the counter. "What monsters have you killed? Do you have a blessing from a god?" The receptionist lifted her sleepy eyes. Seeing Roy looked only 15 or 16, she immediately lost interest and asked lazily. "I'm a LV.2 adventurer," Roy said. In an instant, the noisy hall fell silent. Everyone turned to look at Roy. "Are you serious? That joke's a bit much," the receptionist said, glaring. The strongest adventurer in this town was only LV.1, with overall abilities just over 200, and even that was enough to crush most people. Buzz. 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 Roy didn't waste words. He extended his right hand and activated his magic. Golden lightning surged forth, arcs of electricity bearing their fangs as brilliant light filled the entire hall. "Magic!" The receptionist sprang to her feet. Her drowsy expression vanished without a trace, replaced by utter shock. The others didn't fare any better, they were completely stunned. Putting aside whether he was truly a LV.2 adventurer, the mere fact that he could use magic was terrifying enough. The moment word spread that a LV.2 adventurer with magic had applied, the guild's owner rushed over at top speed. This massive, obese man, whose weight rivaled that of the guild master Royman, personally poured tea for Roy, wearing a sycophantic smile. "Mr. Roy, how does a reward of 5,000 Valis sound?" As he spoke, the fat man cautiously studied Roy, afraid of displeasing him. Roy wasn't surprised by this treatment. In Orario, LV.2 adventurers were common, but outside, they were as rare as giant pandas. Even among LV.2 adventurers, those tempered in the dungeon were far stronger than those from the outside world. "That's fine," Roy replied. 5,000 Valis wasn't much. In the dungeon, he could earn that in 10 minutes. After living in this world for more than 10 years, Roy understood the situation outside Orario well. This amount was already the absolute limit of what the other party could offer. "Thank you very much." The fat man bowed deeply, gratitude written all over his face. Hiring a LV.2 adventurer with magic for 5,000 valis was practically the same as getting him for free. He didn't even dare treat Roy as an ordinary guard. Feeling guilty, the fat man treated Roy like an honored guest, arranging the town's best inn for him, and having his own professional chef prepare 3 meals a day. From the fat man's explanations, Roy understood why he was so enthusiastic. Every delivery run cost them at least 20% of their goods. On top of that, they had to pay all kinds of tolls, suffering constant, sustainable plundering by mountain bandits. But what choice did they have? They couldn't just let their specialties rot. Selling them elsewhere carried similar risks, so they might as well choose Orario. At least the profits were higher. Now that Roy was guarding them, any monsters or bandits who dared show up would be courting death. When word spread that a high-level adventurer had come to town, people swarmed in droves, surrounding the inn so tightly it was watertight, treating Roy like a national treasure. To deal with the overwhelming enthusiasm of the townsfolk, Roy didn't even have time to run the dungeon. At their request, during the waiting period before departure, Roy casually cleared out the monsters around the town, spreading the name of justice of the Astraea Familia. The monsters Roy slew piled up like mountains. The townspeople celebrated wildly. For quite some time afterward, safety outside the town greatly improved, making it much easier for them to gather specialties. 2 days later, the caravan set out for Orario. With roughly a dozen wagons packed full of goods and Roy as their protector, this journey was bound to be exceptionally safe. To maximize profits, the fat man spent those 2 days running all over the place, gathering large quantities of specialties. Roy was assigned to the rear of the formation as the rear guard. Bandits were crafty and always tried to cut off the rear first, something the caravan was very experienced with. Chapter 76, Chapter 76, Remnants of the Astraea Familia. Please subscribe. The caravan continued on its journey toward Orario. Just as everyone had expected, with Roy a LV.2 adventurer serving as their escort, the trip was largely uneventful. After all, this was only a small merchant association, not some high-profile target. Only petty thieves and minor bandits dared set their sights on them. Roy barely needed to exert himself. With minimal effort, he wiped out those mountain bandits completely. It was nothing more than farming weak mobs in a low-level encounter. He showed no mercy. After all, it was better to be thorough. This caravan wouldn't be making just a single trip if he let any of them escape. The ones who would suffer later would be these merchants. Several days later, the caravan arrived within a little over 100 kilometers of Orario. The outline of Babel Tower was already visible in the distance. Joy spread across everyone's faces. This had to be their smoothest trip ever. Having a high-level adventurer guarding them filled them with an overwhelming sense of security. Some even considered offering a large sum to hire Roy long-term. However, after learning his true identity along the way, they could only abandon the idea in resignation. This young man was no ordinary LV.2 adventurer. He was a super rookie of the Astraea Familia, bearing the alias Sprout of Justice. An adventurer with such limitless potential would only be wasting his talent by staying with their merchant association. "Mr. Roy, we truly couldn't have made it without you this time," the fat man said excitedly, clasping Roy's hands. "It's nothing. I've had a great time as well," Roy replied with a smile. This wasn't polite talk, it was the truth. In terms of food, clothing, lodging, and travel, the caravan had treated him extremely well, like a pampered lord. Even after he killed monsters and his body was splattered with blood, the caravan brought out their precious water supplies just so he could bathe. This level of treatment wasn't even afforded to their own president. If he had chosen to return alone, he would have been living a primitive life completely divorced from civilization. Quietly, the fat man raised Roy's payment to 20,000 valis. Besides the wages, there was also the intention of building a relationship. If nothing unexpected happened, Roy becoming a LV.5 or even LV.6 adventurer was highly likely. Befriending him now would bring endless benefits in the future. After that, the fat man clapped his hands. There's still some distance left. Everyone, stay alert. Responses echoed from both the front and rear of the caravan. Suddenly, Roy spoke calmly, "Stop." The order spread instantly. The entire caravan came to a halt, guards drawing their weapons with vigilant expressions. Roy's ability to detect enemies earlier than anyone else had already been proven countless times during the journey. Over there, about 200 meters away, Roy's gaze locked onto a sloping hillside in the distance, where a faint presence could be felt within the grass. Buzz! Buzz! Roy activated his magic. Golden lightning surged from his palm, changing form into a spear of lightning. Gripping it in reverse, every muscle in his body tensed. He took a heavy step forward and hurled the lightning spear. Whoosh! Carrying a violent howl through the air, the lightning spear was like a thunderbolt crashing down from the heavens. In an instant, it crossed the distance and pierced into the grass. Two men hiding there were skewered straight through the chest. The terrifying force behind the spear blasted them backward, pinning them to a large tree. The thick trunk trembled violently, leaves scattering everywhere. Lightning spread from the spear across their bodies, and the two men quickly lost all signs of life. Are you kidding me? That was 200 meters away. It's magic. The bandits lying in ambush nearby turned pale with terror. As usual, protect the caravan. Roy shouted, charging forward alone. Yes. The caravan guards roared in response, watching Roy's swift figure with eyes full of admiration. In just a few days, Roy had completely conquered these hardened warriors with his overwhelming strength. Within the caravan, his words now carried more weight than even the fat man's. No matter where you went, overwhelming strength was always the foremost factor in earning submission. On the other side, a distance of 200 meters was nothing to Roy. In less than 3 seconds, he reached the grassland, charging into the bandits like a ferocious wolf entering a flock of sheep, mercilessly harvesting lives. In the blink of an eye, corpses littered the ground. This was the power of a high-level adventurer. Often, a single person could decide the outcome of a battle involving hundreds. Just as Roy had slaughtered most of the bandits and set his sights on a sharp-featured, rat-faced man, the man smoothly dropped to his knees, shouting urgently, "Wait! Sprout of Justice, please spare my life." Roy paused, staring at the man's face. His memory was excellent, nearly photographic. After a brief moment of recall, he said, "You're the Malay man from the Astraea Familia, right? The one with an 80,000 valis bounty from the guild." "Why yes," the rat-faced man forced out a smile. As members of the dark faction, they naturally couldn't receive aliases bestowed by the gods. Their nicknames were usually given by adventurers, based on their deeds. "So there really are remnants," Roy said quietly. The Astraea Familia had never registered its full membership with the guild. No one knew exactly how many members it had. Bounties had lured adventurers into killing off some of them. Roy and Ryu had wiped out their main force on the 10th floor. However, a small number had never entered the 10th floor. Staying on the upper levels, they fled the moment they realized things were going badly, slippery as foxes. "Do you really think I'll let you go?" Roy asked, a trace of killing intent curling at the corner of his mouth. "Sprout of Justice, as long as you spare my life, I'll tell you everything I know about the other remnants. I'll help you wipe them out in one fell swoop." To cling to his life, the man spilled everything he knew like beans pouring from a bamboo tube. As Roy listened, his brow furrowed. About a dozen members of the Astraea Familia had escaped, including 3 LV.2 adventurers. After the god Rudra had been sent back to the heavens, their blessings were automatically sealed. They didn't dare stay in Orario. Instead, they fled outside and converted to the service of another evil god, regaining the power of divine blessing. Having witnessed the ruthlessness with which Roy and Ryuhu annihilated the Apollo Familia, they didn't dare return to Orario. Instead, they gathered a group of bandits in the wilds, occupying a mountain stronghold. Using the bandits as cover, they lowered the vigilance of adventurers pursuing them. That was how they had remained undiscovered for so long. But that wasn't what truly made Roy frown. It was the fact that these people had seized control of key transportation routes, captured many travelers, and out of devotion to the god Rudra burned more than a dozen people alive every day as human sacrifices. Such brutality would have been universally condemned in Roy's previous life. But in a world ruled by countless gods, he couldn't be sure whether condemnation even meant anything. That's everything. I was forced to do it. Ever since I fled Orario, I haven't killed a single person. I've already turned over a new leaf, the man sobbed uncontrollably, acting with convincing realism. But if Roy believed even a single punctuation mark of that story, he might as well slam his head into a wall. Since you're so sincerely repentant, Roy said, patting the man on the shoulder, then come with me on a little trip. The man's face stiffened. Where to? Of course to your main base. If you think this story is fun and interesting and you want to read the next chapter earlier than the daily release, you can visit patreon.com/dzref887. Chapter 77, Chapter 77, The Butterfly Effect. Please subscribe. From the Maleman, Roy learned that every day at dusk, they burned a group of people alive as sacrifices to the god Rudra in the heavens. This place was still more than 100 kilometers away from Orario. A round trip would be well over 300 kilometers. With only 2 or 3 hours left until dusk, there was no time to run back and call for reinforcements. Roy had no choice but to go alone. If he hadn't known about this, Roy could have simply turned around and left. But now that he did know, turning a blind eye would leave a knot in his heart. He was an adult with a normal sense of right and wrong. Roy returned to the caravan and explained everything. He received unanimous support. When they heard it was about saving people, the younger guys immediately wanted to rush forward and follow Roy. It took the older guards knocking some sense into them with sword sheaths to stop them. Trash like them would only be a burden if they went along. Mr. Roy, go without worry. We can handle this stretch of the road ourselves, the fat man said solemnly. The closer they got to Orario, the higher the level of safety. On the outskirts of Orario were vast farmlands cultivated by familias such as Demeter Familia. To prevent the fields from being destroyed or plundered, basic defensive forces were stationed there. To put it simply, other familias adventurers were hired as guards, mostly members of Ganesha Familia. If danger arose, they could ask those adventurers for help. For the sake of Orario's economic development, Ganesha Familia would never allow caravans to be freely plundered. They split into 2 groups. The caravan sped up toward Orario to gather reinforcements for Roy. Roy, meanwhile, forcibly dragged the Maleman toward the enemy's main base. Guided by him, they entered the deep mountains, weaving through rugged, uneven paths. After more than half an hour, a base constructed from mountain caves appeared before their eyes. Roy cursed under his breath. It was hidden far too well. This deep mountain forest served as a natural barrier. Without someone to guide the way, even sending hundreds of people to search for days and nights wouldn't necessarily uncover this place. Roy lay down on the ground and rolled several times, smearing his clothes and face with dirt. He planned to infiltrate the base together with the Maleman. With 3 LV.2 survivors still at large, charging in directly would inevitably create a commotion and allow 1 or 2 of them to escape. Roy wouldn't allow that. During the ritual, those 3 LV.2s would definitely appear to show their reverence for the god Rudra. This time, Roy intended to wipe them out completely. Letting the Maleman walk ahead, Roy followed closely behind and said in a low voice, "Don't leave a 5-meter radius around me. Otherwise, I'll kill you on the spot." Why yes. 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 The Malay man nodded so hard his head left after images. He knew Roy wasn't joking any strange move, and Roy would strike without mercy. This was the ruthless man who had annihilated both their group and the Apollo Familia. At this distance, even a single second was enough for Roy to kill him 3 or 4 times over. And then whip the corpse for good measure. The two of them headed toward the main base. At the entrance, out of more than 100 men, only 7 or 8 had managed to flee back. They lay on the ground like remnants of a defeated army. Just who the hell was that brat? He dared to charge straight at over 100 of us by himself. Don't even talk about it, he was a monster. Threw a spear from 200 meters and killed 2 people. The bandits vented their lingering fear, the terror still etched on their faces. Come to think of it, he kind of looked like Sprout of Justice. Someone muttered weakly. The moment those words were spoken, the surroundings fell deathly silent. A hint of horror appeared on many of the bandits' faces. Don't talk nonsense. No way. Absolutely impossible. They tried to comfort themselves, yet their bodies trembled uncontrollably. Even facing LV.3 or LV.4 adventurers, they wouldn't necessarily be this afraid. But being targeted by Sprout of Justice? Total annihilation was the baseline, the upper limit unknown. What kind of decent person goes around causing mass casualties at the drop of a hat? This isn't about fighting and killing, this is about human relationships. Love, you made it back alive too. That's great. Looks like we're all lucky. Yeah, we're all lucky. Roy and the Malay man appeared at the entrance, greeting everyone with lingering fear on their faces. A burly man, also a remnant of the Rudra Familia, with LV.1 strength, ground his teeth and said, "If that brat ever falls into my hands, I'll make him pay. I'll carve him up with the sharpest blade, 1,000 cuts." Love, the Malay man's real name, felt like crying. "Brother, please stop talking. That killing god is standing right next to us." Roy looked completely unconcerned. He even joined the bandits in criticizing that killing god who had attacked them, blending in perfectly. Everyone was too shaken to notice this outsider at all. After all, this was just a group hastily thrown together half a month ago. People joined every day, and people left every day. There was no sense of companionship. They didn't remember who was around them. Seeing Roy, they simply assumed he was a newcomer brought back by the Malay man. A shrill scream suddenly drew everyone's attention. They turned to look and saw a middle-aged man hanging upside down from a tree. A bandit who had just escaped back, his face twisted with violence, lashed him mercilessly with a barbed whip. The screams rang out without end. The surrounding bandits burst into laughter, cheering loudly. They didn't have the courage to lay a hand on Sprout of Justice, so they vented their rage on these weak captives instead. As everyone's attention was drawn to the torture, Roy secretly observed the situation inside the base. The bandits used dense clusters of caves as their stronghold. Some of the caves were fitted with iron bars, specifically used to imprison the people they had captured. At a glance, there were about 70 or 80 people locked inside the caves. It looked like a lot, but even more had already died. In a large pit in the open area lay countless ashes, the remains of those previously burned alive as sacrifices. Suddenly, Roy stopped in his tracks. Inside one of the cages, he saw a somewhat familiar figure. A half-elf with slender pointed ears and clear, emerald green eyes. Her brown, medium-length hair shone softly. Her beauty wasn't the sharp, flawless kind typical of elves, but rather a more gentle, naturally harmonious charm. She looked only a little over 15, her youthful face carrying a touch of innocence. "In a tool?" Roy stepped closer and asked in a low voice, "What's the story with that brown-haired half-elf?" The Malay man glanced over. "I heard she's a new guild employee they recruited. She was traveling to Orario with a caravan and got wiped out by us the day before yesterday." As he spoke, the Malay man carefully watched Roy, afraid of provoking his displeasure. Roy, however, just looked a bit speechless. So this was the butterfly effect? They had wiped out the Astraea Familia, which led to the remnants occupying territory outside Orario. Ina, who had just graduated from the school district and successfully been hired as a guild staff member, ended up captured by these remnants halfway along the road. This calamity should never have happened to her. Chapter 78, Chapter 78, The Hunting Begins. Please subscribe. Crack. 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 The sound of the whip mixed with screams. The bandits listened with pleasure, while the people imprisoned in the caves trembled in fear. Every lash that struck that man's body felt as though it were striking their own hearts. 2 young girls were mixed in among the captives. Zol, I really thought my luck had finally turned, turns out it was just a full meal before death. The pink-haired girl clutched her friend, Ina, and burst into tears. Miss Haflot was also a student from the school district. Unlike the honor student Ina, her grades were mediocre. Her evaluation in the guild's mock exams had been very low, yet to everyone's surprise, she had still been hired by the guild. She had thought a future of high pay and happiness awaited her. Instead, on the road to Orario, she was kidnapped by this vicious group of bandits. Worse still, these bandits weren't after money, they wanted lives. At dusk yesterday, Miss Ha and the others had watched with their own eyes as more than a dozen people were burned alive. They called it a sacrifice to the gods, but it was nothing more than the madness of fanatics. Next, it would be their turn. Don't think like that. We'll survive, Ina said, gently patting her friend's back as she tried to comfort her. Her pretty face, however, was pale, and even she herself didn't truly believe those words. She had chosen the guild's high-paying job to support her sickly mother and help with household expenses. She never imagined she would die before even starting. More than her own life, she worried about what would happen to her family after her death. After 2 days without a proper meal, Ina's once rosy lips had turned pale and cracked, and obvious exhaustion and frailty showed on her face. At that moment, Ina sensed something strange. Though she didn't have an adventurer's sharp perception, as a half-elf with a natural aversion to filth, she was extremely sensitive to others' gazes. That is, she looked toward the source of the discomfort and saw a young man staring at her. She remembered him, he had just arrived earlier, mixed in with the rooted bandits. The boy glanced at her while asking something of the sharp-faced, monkey-like man beside him. That man was a minor leader among the bandits. Rumor had it he was a remnant of the dark faction, and their capture was partly his doing. What surprised her was that, in front of the boy, this small-time leader seemed to show a faint trace of reverence. For an instant, their eyes met. The handsome boy grinned at her, then turned away and continued chatting with the other bandits. The boy blended in among them, laughing and talking, yet Ina could tell the difference. Deep in his eyes, there was a clear, steady calm from beginning to end, nothing like the violence and ugliness of the bandits. Listening to the sound of the whipping, Roy frowned. That's enough. Tell him to stop. The Malay man didn't dare refuse. He hurried over, but instead of using force, he slung an arm around the bandit's shoulders in a friendly manner. The ritual's about to start anyway. He's dead no matter what, let's go drink. Facing this LV.1 remnant of the Astraea Familia, the ordinary bandits naturally gave him face. Come on, brothers, let's drink. Laughing loudly, the group left. After looting caravans day after day, alcohol was the one thing they never lacked in the stronghold. About an hour later, the sun sank toward the western mountains. The air of dusk rolled in, as if dyeing the bandits' ferocious gazes with a blood-red hue. Along with it came the despair of the captives. 3 ordinary-looking men walked out of a cave. The aura they gave off was completely different from the rest of the bandits. They were all LV.2 adventurers. No one knew their real names. They were known only by their nicknames, Black Hawk, Night Wraith, and River Fiend. All 3 were former LV.2 members of the Astraea Familia, criminals with countless sins to their names, each carrying guild bounties ranging from 350,000 to 500,000 valis. Roy recognized them at once. A cold glint flashed in the depths of his eyes. For the great god Rudra. Oh! Standing atop a raised platform, the 3LV.2 men shouted loudly. The evil thieves who worshipped the dark god erupted into frenzied, reverent cheers. At once, several people rushed to the barred caves and dragged out more than a dozen captives, including Inna and her friend Miss Haflot. A half-elf, what a waste! Such a pretty woman! I hear she's still untouched. Before we burn her for Lord Rudra, we should let the brothers enjoy her. You've lost your mind. The god will punish us. Looking at Inna's beautiful features, the bandits whispered among themselves. In this world, in terms of overall beauty, gods ranked first, elves second. Gods were beyond imagination, but elves were close enough to inspire twisted fantasies. The dozen captives dragged out were deathly pale, their eyes devoid of color, filled with despair as they were led toward the massive pit where hundreds had already been burned alive. All eyes were focused on the ritual. No one noticed that Roy was already moving toward the platform. With the 3LV.2 remnants of the Rudra Familia present, the Malay man had lost all value. Roy lowered his voice. All right. You can go. Thank you. The Malay man was overwhelmed with gratitude as he quietly slipped toward the back of the mountain. He knew what was coming next: a slaughter. Though he had once belonged to the Rudra Familia, he didn't care in the least whether these people lived or died. As the saying from the eastern lands went, better them than me. Roy glanced at his retreating back, a cold smile curling at his lips. Did he really think he would survive? During the half-hour the man had guided him through the forest, Roy had continuously used magic, letting tiny electric currents seep into his body. His electrolytes and neural signal pathways were already a complete mess. Within 3 hours, his heart would stop. He was already a dead man, not worth Roy's attention. Roy shifted his gaze back to the platform. The 3LV.2 criminals were the real prize. Roy stepped backward, slipping free from the crowd. Hiding in a corner where the dim sunlight couldn't reach, his body perfectly merged with the shadows. Suppressing his presence, he moved silently toward the platform. When Roy reached the stairs leading up to it, he was still 30 meters away from the trio. One more step forward, and he would be exposed to the sunlight. At that moment, Black Hawk seemed to sense something. His brow furrowed as he scanned the surroundings with a wary, puzzled gaze. Wind step. In that same instant, Roy activated the effect of his gale boots. Wild wind coiled around his legs, boosting his agility by 80%, instantly jumping from B rank to SS rank. The shift in the wind's flow immediately alerted the 3LV.2 remnants. But it was already too late. 30 meters against enemies whose abilities were inferior to his. If Roy couldn't kill them in a single strike, he might as well smash his head into a block of tofu and die. Roy's figure shot forward like a raging gale, appearing before the trio in an instant. The broken Muramasa sword plunged straight into the heart of the man known as Night Wraith. If you think this story is fun and interesting and you want to read the next chapter earlier than the daily release, you can visit patreon.com/dzerf887. Chapter 79, Chapter 79, Roy's Fame. Please subscribe. In Orario indeed, throughout the entire world there are only wrong given names, never wrong nicknames. Among the 3 remaining members of the Rudra Familia, Black Hawk specialized in reconnaissance, while River Fiend excelled in underwater combat. Night Wraith was the strongest among them in terms of status. He had once, under the cover of night, killed 2 LV.2 members of the Ganesha Familia who were hunting him down. That single battle made him infamous, and also earned him the undying hatred of the Ganesha Familia. Now, he had been killed instantly by Roy. The Muramasa sword pierced straight through his heart, blood soaking his clothes. Night Wraith stared at Roy in disbelief before collapsing to the ground with a dull thud. Roy did not linger for even a moment. The instant Night Wraith fell, he shifted his target to River Fiend, yanking out the Muramasa sword and slashing at him. A sharp arc of sword light streaked toward River Fiend's neck. River Fiend was utterly horrified, but as a specialist in underwater combat, his body possessed exceptional flexibility. He twisted himself forcibly, narrowly avoiding the fatal point. A scream tore from his throat as he stumbled backward. A bloody chunk of flesh flew through the air. The blade had still sliced off one of his ears. Damn brat! From the moment Night Wraith was killed to the instant River Fiend lost his ear, less than a second had passed. Only now did Black Hawk finally react. He let out a roar and charged forward, smashing into Roy with a full-on shoulder check. Their bodies collided head-on. To everyone's shock, Roy, far smaller in build than Black Hawk, did not budge an inch. It was as if his feet had taken root in the ground, standing firm like an unmovable mountain. This isn't right. Black Hawk's face changed drastically. In an instant, he realized that Roy's status values far surpassed his own. The smile on Roy's face looked, to him, like the smile of death itself. Black Hawk hastily retreated, trying to flee. Roy activated his magic. Golden lightning surged from his palm, crackling violently, laced with a faint crimson current and overflowing killing intent. The special effect of the gale boots had not yet worn off. With a single step, Roy closed the distance effortlessly and slammed a ball of lightning into Black Hawk's back. Boom! Black Hawk let out a hysterical scream as his entire body smashed face first into the ground. Roy did not hesitate. He followed up immediately, swinging the Muramasa sword and cleanly severing Black Hawk's head with a cold flash of steel. While Roy was dealing with Black Hawk, the man known as River Fiend had already fled in panic, scrambling toward the back of the mountain without a thought for anything else. That was the dark faction for you, never fighting a losing battle. The moment things looked bad, they ran. That was precisely why Roy had infiltrated the camp in the first place. If he had killed even one of them openly, the other two would have fled at once. If the two had worked together, being LV.2 adventurers, they might have been able to hold out a bit longer against Roy. But they chose to run, and the result was being picked off one by one. And with no suspense, each kill was instantaneous. The sudden upheaval on the platform shocked everyone below, especially the bandits. In the blink of an eye, two of their leaders were dead, reduced to cold corpses. Only two choices lay before them: fight Roy to the death, or run. And their choice, unsurprisingly, was to run. Roy intended to pursue River Fiend and had no time to deal with such small fry, but that didn't mean he had no solution. Come out! Roy's voice was low and commanding, like that of a supreme monarch issuing an order to his subjects. Thanks to his Elf King bloodline, Roy's magic stat as a LV.2 had risen to S rank. He finally had enough mana to attempt the combat method he had been envisioning for a long time. Crackle! 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 As Roy's words fell, brilliant golden lightning burst from his body and spread rapidly across the ground. Within a radius of 20 to 30 meters, the area transformed into his personal domain of lightning. Within this sea of thunder, more than a dozen massive wolves emerged, each as large as a lion or tiger. Lightning crackled across their bodies, feral light gleaming in their eyes as they bared their fangs. They were monsters equivalent to LV.1 with all stats at A rank. Kill them, Roy said coldly. Under his command, the pack of ferocious wolves pounced on the bandits. Their speed was lightning fast, and they had no fear of death. Even LV.1 remnants of the Astraea Familia would be instantly killed by these wolves, their throats torn out, let alone ordinary people without any blessing. Confident in the thunder wolves he had summoned, Roy set off to pursue River Fiend. Inside the camp, a one-sided massacre unfolded. More than 100 bandits stood no chance against the assault of the wolves. They were torn apart, crushed beneath fangs and claws. Some were even ripped to pieces by multiple wolves, experiencing the most brutal despair and terror imaginable before death. The bandits' faces were deathly pale as they struggled just to survive. Naturally, they had no attention left for the people they had kidnapped. The captives stood frozen, staring blankly at the scene before them. To their surprise, the Thunder Wolves showed no intent to harm them at all, passing right by their sides and charging straight at the criminals. "Yes!" someone shouted, as if it were a signal. Emotions erupted among the crowd, releasing days of pent-up anguish, until many of them broke down in tears. The psychological trauma of witnessing people burned alive was self-evident. Many among them had lost family members or friends to the bandits. Now, seeing those same brutal criminals annihilated by the wolves filled them with a fierce sense of catharsis. After venting their emotions, their attention returned to what they had witnessed earlier. The two LV.2 remnants of the Rudra Familia had been instantly killed by that young man. Who was that? At least a LV.4 adventurer, right? They discussed Roy in shock. An adventurer who had spent years in Orario recognized him and scoffed. "No. He's LV.2. A middle-aged man gaped in disbelief. "Are LV.2 adventurers in Orario really that strong? Are you kidding? That's the sprout of justice from the Astraea Familia." Aside from these traveling merchants, adventurers who had been in Orario half a month earlier and had personally witnessed Roy defeat High Akanthos wore strange expressions. A 15 or 16-year-old black-haired boy, capable of instantly killing LV.2 adventurers, wielding golden lightning magic features that distinctive could belong to no one else but Roy, the sprout of justice. At those words, everyone's hearts shook. They were all extremely familiar with that name. Over the past half-month, it had been discussed everywhere, spreading far and wide. The fastest leveling adventurer in history, his fame rivaled even that of LV.5 and LV.6 adventurers. "Ina, we're saved!" Misha exclaimed joyfully, hugging Ina and jumping up and down. A relieved smile appeared on Ina's pretty face as well. The joy of surviving against all odds flooded her heart. 7 or 8 minutes later, Roy returned to the camp. The Muramasa sword in his hand was still stained with blood that had yet to cool, faint heat rising from it. There was no doubt about it, the last remaining LV.2 remnant of the Rudra Familia, River Fiend, had already died by his blade. It's over now. Chapter 80, The Protector of Flowers. Please subscribe. Awoo! The dozen or so thunder wolves summoned by Roy completed their task, lifted their heads in a final howl, and then dispersed into nothingness. All 3 LV.2 remnants of the Rudra Familia and every single bandit in the stronghold had been wiped out. Under the glow of the setting sun, corpses were piled high like a small mountain. There was no fear on the faces of the survivors, only exhilaration. Roy looked at the people who had been freed and said with a smile, "It's over now." "Oh!" After a brief moment of dead silence, thunderous cheers erupted, resounding through the sky. Everyone excitedly embraced their family members and friends. It took a long while before things finally settled down. Then, a series of gurgle sounds broke the calm growls coming from stomachs, one after another. Many people lowered their heads in embarrassment. Roy didn't think much of it. Survival was the most important instinct of any living being bar none. He loudly called everyone over and led them into the bandits' warehouses. Pile after pile of supplies was carried out of the cave's goods that had clearly been looted from merchant caravans. Having gone hungry for several days, no one cared about anything else. They ate heartily and enthusiastically shared food with one another. Roy was unquestionably the center of the feast. After his battle with High Akanthos had been broadcast through the Divine Mirror, almost no one in Orario failed to recognize him. His name had spread like a violent gale across the world. It truly felt like there was no one who didn't know him. When Shakti arrived with members of the Ganesha Familia, following the marks Roy had left behind through the deep mountains and forests, she was completely stunned. She had expected a fierce battle only to find a lively bonfire celebration. Under a night sky filled with dazzling stars, people who had survived the calamity gathered around blazing fires, drinking and laughing together regardless of race or age. If not for the piles of corpses and the heavy stench of blood that still lingered in the air, Shakti might have thought she had come to the wrong place. The members of the Ganesha Familia began their work confirming identities and distributing supplies. After enduring prolonged stress, followed by overeating, the rescued people finally felt at ease upon seeing the Ganesha Familia. A powerful wave of exhaustion washed over them. One by one, they collapsed to the ground and fell into deep sleep. Shakti walked up to Roy and said, "Sprout of Justice, thank you. We've been chasing this group for nearly half a month and couldn't find them." Conducting rituals that involved burning people alive naturally required rampant looting. The disappearance of numerous merchant caravans had long drawn the Ganesha Familia's attention. Unfortunately, the bandits' base was hidden too well, and it had eluded discovery. Those bandits ran faster than foxes whenever they spotted members of the Ganesha Familia, only targeting small caravans until they smashed straight into Roy, a solid iron wall. Roy laughed cheerfully. "Captain Shakti, no need to be so polite. We're all on the same side." Shakti gave him a strange look. She still remembered that duel, how she had tried to stop Roy, and the ruthless glare he had thrown her way, as if he wanted to devour her along with his opponent. Yet in everyday interactions, he seemed like a genial, easygoing man. He was truly hard to read. Once official matters were done, she lowered her voice. "How did you get out of Orario? We don't have any record of you leaving the city." Roy scratched his head awkwardly. As expected, it came up. Adventurers belonging to Orario actually found it very difficult to leave. Orario was called the center of the world because it possessed the greatest combat power, resources, industry, everything in the lower world. Which also meant it attracted countless monsters and threats. The guild had to do everything in its power to protect the city. High-level adventurers who wished to leave Orario had to undergo strict reviews and complicated procedures. Orario was extremely sensitive about the outflow of combat power. Adventurers trained in the dungeon were far stronger than those outside. If such adventurers left and then turned against Orario, the consequences would be disastrous. Thus, high-level adventurers were not allowed to leave. This was an unspoken rule and a shared understanding of Orario. Roy had slipped out in secret. Whether big or small, it was still a problem. If the guild found out, a fine of several million valis was guaranteed. The higher the level, the harsher the punishment. Not happy about it? Then don't make a living in Orario. Shakti sighed helplessly, unable to ignore it. "I'll help you add a record afterward." Roy grinned. Having connections really did make things easier. Captain Shakti truly had influence. "But you'll have to help out as well," Shakti added, gesturing toward the freed people. "Act as a guard and escort them back." "No problem," Roy agreed readily. The winding mountain roads were difficult to traverse, especially at night. The group rested in the stronghold for the night and didn't set out until dawn the next day. Roy joined the group as their escort. "Mr. Roy, thank you." Two young and beautiful girls ran up to him. It was Ina and Misha. Their faces were filled with gratitude. At last night's celebration, Roy had been surrounded by people, and they hadn't had a chance to approach him. Now that they finally had the opportunity, they immediately came to thank their lifesaver. With more than 100 kilometers to Orario, and nothing much to do along the way, Roy chatted with the two newly graduated, innocent girls. They talked about this and that, tanks, planes, and everything in between. Roy pulled out some cheesy pickup lines from his previous life, making the girls laugh uncontrollably. If it were anyone else, it would be called frivolous. Coming from Roy, powerful, handsome, and with the added filter of being their savior, it was called humor. Laughter echoed through the group from time to time. The girls themselves felt it was somewhat inappropriate and tried hard to suppress their emotions. Their shoulders trembled as they laughed, and they shot Roy a reproachful glance, but there was no real blame in it, only a hint of playful flirting. The psychological shadows left from their 2 days of imprisonment eased somewhat at that moment. Ina cast a shy glance at Roy with her emerald green eyes, recalling that moment yesterday, the instant their gazes met, and the smile he had shown her. Now she seemed to understand. That smile had been meant to comfort her, to tell her not to be afraid. A blush spread across her pretty face, quickly reaching the tips of her ears. Even her heartbeat began to quicken. Miss He noticed Ina's strange state and exclaimed in surprise, "Ina, why is your face so red? It's even warm. You're not catching a cold, are you?" Roy had just been called away by Shakti. Worried about Ina, Miss He grew anxious and was about to shout, "Mr. Roy! I'm fine. I'm really fine, don't say nonsense." Ina hurriedly covered her friend's mouth. "Not a cold, but your face is still this red, could it be?" Unable to speak properly, Miss He muttered softly, the fierce flames of gossip burning in her eyes. Ina ground her teeth in frustration. If only this idiot put the same sharpness into her exams, how great would that be? If you think this story is fun and interesting and you want to read the next chapter earlier than the daily release, you can visit patreon.com/dzerf887. Chapter 81, Chapter 81, Miss Ryuhu's Magic. Please subscribe. Time always flew by when flirting with girls, light-hearted and fleeting, and before long, the group emerged from the deep mountains and dense forest. Once they returned to the main road, the Ganesha Familia had carriages prepared, and their pace immediately picked up. As evening approached, the gates of Orario came into view. The freed people burst into tears, overwhelmed with emotion. As the ruler of Orario, the guild still maintained a degree of humanitarian concern. They dispatched many staff members to take care of the victims, arranging lodging and meals for them. After all, if something happened within their own territory and the guild did nothing, it would inevitably damage the confidence of future merchants coming to do business in Orario, hurting the economy in the long run. Royman was known as the Guild Pig, a nickname referring to his extravagant lifestyle and reckless spending. However, his abilities as a leader were undeniably excellent. A person's character and competence were two separate things, and no one embodied that saying better than Royman. "Mr. Roy, goodbye." Ina and Miss He were also received by guild staff and parted ways with Roy. It wouldn't be long before the guild welcomed two new poster girls. Roy withdrew his gaze and chatted briefly with the chubby man, thanking him for notifying the Ganesha Familia. No, it was nothing. You've worked hard," the chubby man said, looking at Roy with deep respect. The others shared the same expression. According to the Ganesha Familia's tally, Roy had taken down 3 LV.2 adventurers, 7 LV.1s, and a total of 167 bandits. Being able to participate in this operation made them feel honored. Rounding it up generously, it was practically as if they and Roy had worked together to slaughter over 100 enemies. Roy accompanied the middle-aged but still spirited chubby man to a tavern, where the latter downed several large drinks before finally leaving with his 20,000 valis reward. Crossing the streets, Roy returned to the Starry Court. After being away for quite some time, this familiar building unexpectedly stirred a faint sense of nostalgia. Roy pushed open the door. It was quiet, but with his LV.2, near-peak abilities, his perception was vastly different from before. From about 10 meters to the left came the sound of faint breathing. He turned his head, and sure enough. "So you finally decided to come back." A blonde, pointy-eared elf girl stood by the window. When her clear, sky-blue eyes met Roy's, a trace of helplessness flickered across her beautiful face. Roy chuckled awkwardly. He could understand her reaction. Being an adventurer was a high-risk profession unless one went on a dungeon expedition. Disappearing for 3 days usually meant death. Someone like Roy, gone for over 20 days without a word, people probably thought even his ashes were gone. "Where's the goddess and the two newcomers?" Roy changed the subject, glancing around the quiet living room. "They went out to purchase supplies," the elf girl replied. "Someone had to stay behind to guard the base, or thieves might break in." Roy's eyes rolled slightly. That meant only he and Ryuho were left in the mansion. Of course, Roy wasn't thinking of anything improper. He wanted to learn magic. Learning brought him joy. Sorry. At that moment, Ryuo let out a soft sigh, guilt appearing on her delicate face. Roy asked cautiously, "What's wrong? Did you do something you feel bad about toward me?" The more Ryuo listened, the stranger his words sounded. She shot him an annoyed glare, perfectly ruining the atmosphere and leaving her both amused and exasperated. "I broke our agreement." Ryuo pressed her thin lips together. "I've been busy with Familia matters lately and didn't help you hunt monsters." Originally, their agreement had been simple: she would help him hunt monsters, and Roy would help her obtain the resurrection secret art. But now Roy had joined the Astraea Familia, helped her wipe out the dark faction, paid off the Familia's debts, and even indirectly helped revive the Familia by bringing in 2 new members. At this point, their fates were intertwined like ink mixing into water. And looking at it this way, it seemed she hadn't really done anything at all. It had all been Roy's effort. Ryuo lowered her head silently, filled with shame, wishing she could crawl into a hole and hide. Seeing the usually strong elf girl on the verge of tears, Roy felt speechless. "That's it. If you really feel guilty, then help me with a small favor right now. Say it." Ryuo's expression turned serious. It looked like even if Roy told her to go kill someone, she wouldn't hesitate. Roy said, "Teach me your magic." Hearing that, Ryuo looked at Roy with a hint of pity. Had he gone out once and come back with his brain broken? Innate magic depended on bloodline. Acquired magic required self-awakening. She had never heard of anyone simply learning magic from someone else. Maybe she should take Roy to see the saint of the battlefield, a mid-Tizanare. This condition couldn't be left untreated. Seeing Ryuo stare at him like he was an idiot, Roy snapped impatiently, "Hurry up. Just cast it once and let me see." Urged on by Roy and having already agreed, Ryuo couldn't refuse. She began chanting. Not luminous wind, but Noah heal. Blowing up the mansion wouldn't be ideal. Song of the distant forest in this moment, melody of life from ages past. Grant the mercy of healing unto those who seek thee, Noah heal. When the chant ended, a gentle green light full of vitality bloomed from Ryuo's small hand. Roy blinked. He didn't get it at all. Was his elf king authority fake or something? "Give me your other hand and do it again," Roy said, extending his palm toward her. Ryuo froze. An elf's skin was only touched by those they acknowledged. Until now, the only person she had acknowledged was her closest friend, Elise Laval. Ryuo raised her head and met Roy's gaze. After a long moment, finding no trace of impure intent in his eyes, she let out a sigh. "It seems you're not joking." Ryuo extended her left hand. When Roy grasped it, the warmth of his palm sent a slight tremor through her body. A blush surfaced on her exquisite face, making her look shy and endearing. She gently bit her lip, forcing herself to suppress the embarrassment rising in her heart. "Noah heal." Taking a deep breath to steady herself lest it affect the spell's success, Ryuo slowly repeated the incantation. Once more, green light bloomed from her other hand. This time, Roy felt it. It was as if his eyes pierced through Miss Ryuo's fair, delicate skin, witnessing the process within her petite body, how mental energy mobilized magic power and transformed it into the light of life. Ha! Roy closed his eyes, replaying everything in his mind. After more than 10 seconds, he slowly opened them. Deep confidence shone in his gaze. Song of the distant forest in this moment, melody of life from ages past. Grant the mercy of healing unto those who seek thee. Noah heal. As Roy spoke the final words, the same emerald green light blossomed from his broad palm. The magic Noah heal successfully learned. Several question marks practically popped up over Ryuo's head. "You're serious? If you think this story is fun and interesting and you want to read the next chapter earlier than the daily release, you can visit patreon.com/dzerf887. Chapter 82, the expedition mission, please subscribe. Noah heal a single target recovery magic. Its healing effect is excellent, but it takes effect slowly. When used in forest terrain, its effectiveness is further enhanced. A trace of excitement surfaced on Roy's face. In this world, each person could possess at most 3 spells. Yet Elf King's authority allowed him to ignore that aptitude limit. There was no upper bound to the number of spells he could learn. Roy was still holding Ryuu's soft, boneless hand, cool to the touch, like the finest jade in the world. Earlier, he had been fully focused on learning magic, without the leisure to savor it. Sensing Roy's deliberate mischief, Ryuu's pretty face flushed red as she quietly withdrew her hand. Roy felt a pang of regret. Ryuu looked at him. What is going on? Roy knew what she wanted to ask and replied, it's actually a newly awakened skill of mine. I can learn the magic of friends, yes, that's how it works. He absolutely did not dare tell her the truth about Elf King's authority. If that skill were exposed, elves from all over the world would come running to interrogate him about why he possessed such an ability. Answer wrong, and he'd be cut down on the spot. Learning elven magic out of admiration was one thing. If one's faith and longing were strong enough, perhaps such a miracle skill could awaken. But forcibly suppressing an elf's body and soul was something else entirely terrifying. Elves would never allow a human to possess such a skill. They would band together and kill him without hesitation. With the facts right before her, Ryuu had no choice but to believe him. She pressed a hand to her forehead, looking at Roy with a mixture of shock, awe, and finally a complicated expression. She had already thought his previous 2 skills were absurd enough. Now he had revealed yet another one that allowed him to learn others' magic, with no limit. It was as if miracles themselves existed for his sake. Ryuu smiled. Miss Ryuu, let's strike while the iron's hot. Why don't we also learn luminous wind? Ryuu's expression stiffened. If Roy learned all her magic, wouldn't she become a useless elf? Let's talk about it some other time. There's something more important right now, Ryuu said vaguely, taking a document from a cabinet in the hall and handing it to him. Roy accepted it and glanced down. Seeing the guild seal, he frowned. This is an expedition. With that, Roy immediately understood. He sighed inwardly. What was coming would always come. After all, the guild's ultimate goal was the same as his, to explore and ultimately conquer the dungeon. Any familia registered in Orario as a dungeon exploration type, once it reached a certain level, would receive mandatory expedition orders from the guild. They would be required to enter a designated floor of the dungeon. Discovering new monsters, materials, or even mapping terrain was fine, as long as they brought back something new. Gather as much unknown information as possible, that was the purpose of an expedition. Still, Roy found it a little outrageous. It hadn't even been 2 months since the Astraea Familia's annihilation, yet the guild already dared to send them on an expedition. He schemed through the document at a glance. It required them to reach at least the 24th floor. From a combat perspective, that was reasonable. The Astraea Familia's faction rank was B. At their peak, they had once reached as deep as the 41st floor. If the guild had ordered them to go back to the 41st floor, Roy would have rather gone and chopped that pig Royman down himself. An elite LV.4 Ryuu, plus an elite LV.2 Roy, plus 2 LV.1 newcomers. The 24th floor carried risks, but not too many. The expedition deadline was 3 days later. If Roy hadn't returned in time, Ryuu had planned to cancel the expedition. She would never take 2 newcomers along to die. But now that Roy had returned in such a high-profile manner, using that excuse to stall the guild was impossible. Welcome back. Welcome back, Mr. Roy. ROY Mr. Roy, welcome back. As Roy and Ryuu discussed the expedition, the door opened again. 3 graceful figures entered, their eyes lighting up the moment they saw Roy. It was the goddess Astraea and the other 2. Astraea was gentle, elegant, and dignified, yet not aloof, approachable in a way that naturally inspired goodwill. Daphne was confident and forthright, brimming with heroic vigor. Cassandra was shy and withdrawn, timid and melancholic. 3 women, each with her own distinct charm and style. "Let's prepare dinner first," Roy said, putting away the guild's expedition document. "Mr. Roy, you've worked hard. Leave dinner to us." Daphne and Cassandra said together, one on each side, pressing Roy back onto the sofa. Their eyes shone with admiration. On the way back to the Stardust Garden, they had already heard of Roy's feats, his annihilation of the remnants of the Rudra Familia. Over 100 people, wiped out by his own hand. With that, the 2 of them hurried into the kitchen. Roy looked at Ryu, helplessness on his face. The 2 went out into the courtyard. While Astraea, Daphne, and Cassandra prepared dinner, Roy successfully learned Ryuu's magic luminous wind. Though Ryu worried about becoming a useless elf, she was even more afraid that Roy might one day need this spell and suffer an accident because he hadn't mastered it. When Roy had completely grasped both of Ryuu's spells, the elf girl wore a gloomy expression, her gaze tinged with resentment. In the words of the gods, their settings overlapped. Once Roy's level caught up to hers, her role in the team would be greatly diminished. Anything she could do, Roy could also do. And even things she couldn't do, Roy could. Smack! Smack! Ryu clapped her cheeks. She still had her own skills, experience and techniques honed as an adventurer. Those were hers alone. "Let's learn concurrent chanting." Ryu glared at Roy like a fired-up child, determined to compete. Like the sword princess Ace Wallenstein, she had reached LV.2 within just 1 year of receiving a blessing before Roy's appearance. She had been the fastest leveling adventurer, Orario's most dazzling star of tomorrow. Roy's innate lightning magic required no chant, but the spells he learned from others did. Concurrent chanting was a technique he had to master. Seeing that Miss Ryu was fully fired up, Roy welcomed the challenge. If she dared to teach him, he dared to learn. In concurrent chanting, Ryu finally regained her confidence. The facts proved that while Roy could rapidly master swordsmanship, combat techniques, and ability values, his talent for concurrent chanting was merely average. He kept biting his tongue until his mouth was full of blood, even triggering mana misfires that nearly blew the manor apart. Handling high-speed attacks, movement, evasion, defense, and chanting simultaneously was impossible. At best, Roy could manage movement and chanting together. Seeing Roy in such a sorry state, Ryuu's spirits lifted considerably. This boy was far from omnipotent. From now on, she would teach him properly. Through the window, the goddess Astraea watched the 2 training, the corner of her perfect, delicate lips lifting slightly. Everything was proceeding according to plan. The first stage of saving, and conquering, the elf girl whose body and soul had fallen into darkness complete. If you think this story is fun and interesting and you want to read the next chapter earlier than the daily release, you can visit patreon.com/dzref887. Chapter 83, Chapter 83, Negotiation. Please subscribe. When the training ended, Ryu thoughtfully cast Noah heel on Roy, treating his bitten tongue. The nerves of the tongue seemed to be connected to the tear glands. The moment he bit down, the intense pain made Roy's tears spill out uncontrollably. Pfft! Ryuu's shoulders twitched. Roy stared at her. "You just laughed, didn't you?" Ryuu's small face returned to calm as she replied flatly, "No, I just thought of something happy." Roy's face darkened. "You're really pushing it." The 2 of them returned to the manor for dinner. With Daphne and Cassandra joining them, the once quiet Stardust Garden became much livelier. More importantly, it finally shed the suffocating despair that had lingered after the Familia's near annihilation. That was the benefit of fresh blood. Even Ryu, who was usually taciturn, would occasionally join the conversation. Though the Astraea Familia's strength had greatly diminished, there was a palpable sense of hope of rising again. During the meal, Roy concealed the parts about the mysterious cavern and Elf King's authority, sharing instead the other events he had experienced outside Orario. Daphne and Cassandra were completely engrossed in Roy's thrilling adventures, their eyes sparkling. Ryu ate quietly. Only when Roy mentioned moments where he had been in grave danger did her brows knit slightly. Goddess Astraea watched them with a gentle smile, like a kind and loving mother gazing upon a happy family. As he spoke, Roy also observed Goddess Astraea's expression closely. Sure enough, when he mentioned the silver-haired, crimson-eyed goddess, a flicker of something unusual passed through her eyes, something Roy keenly caught. "Lady Goddess," Daphne asked while looking at Astraea, voicing Roy's question for him, "who is that silver-haired, crimson-eyed goddess?" Ryu and Cassandra also looked over with curiosity. A trace of reminiscence surfaced in Goddess Astraea's beautiful eyes as she looked at Roy. "From your description, that goddess should be Hera." As expected, Roy thought to himself. Facing everyone's curiosity, Goddess Astraea could only give a brief account of the past. Ryu looked surprised. She had come to Orario only 5 years ago and had never seen Goddess Hera. 10 years ago, the Hera Familia and the Zeus Familia failed in their attempt to slay the Black Dragon. Their main forces were nearly wiped out. The weak remnants were eventually driven out of Orario by the combined forces of the Freya Familia and the Loki Familia. It was, without a doubt, a deeply tragic story. No wonder she wanted Roy to wipe out the Freya Familia and the Loki Familia. She really dared to ask. There was no denying that Roy had the potential to grow into the strongest, but right now he was still a newcomer. An LV.2 Roy provoking those two great familias would probably get him cut down in seconds. And yet, it wasn't surprising that Hera would do something like that. After all, Loki's evaluation of her was, the strongest, most vicious, utterly cruel goddess of destruction. The next day, Roy left Stardust Garden and headed for the guild headquarters to discuss the expedition with Royman. As he walked through the streets, the number of eyes on him was even greater than he had expected. As a super rookie who had single-handedly annihilated the remaining members of the Rudra Familia, this level of attention was only natural. Overnight, the news had spread throughout Orario. Along the way, adventurers and civilians alike looked at Roy with respect. Thanks to the Ganesha Familia's suggestive publicity, the public had filled in the gaps of the story with their own imagination. In their version, Roy had infiltrated the dark faction remnants alone, enduring countless hardships to rescue trapped civilians before completing his mission. In reality, it was just an excuse to cover for Roy's disappearance from Orario for over half a month, but that didn't stop people from imagining hundreds of episodes worth of dramatic twists. Word spread from 1 to 10, from 10 to 100, until countless versions emerged. Some even claimed that Roy had casually wiped out tens of thousands of dark faction members with a smile. Roy almost laughed when he heard it. If he really had that kind of power, he would have already punched the Black Dragon and kicked the two great familias. Roy arrived at the guild headquarters. He saw Ina and Misha undergoing newcomer training, supervised by none other than Rimmel. That poor guild sap. After a series of incidents, the higher UPS had deemed his stress tolerance acceptable and promoted him to team leader. "Mr. Roy." Ina and Misha noticed him first, delight flashing across their pretty faces. Roy smiled and greeted them. The two were wearing the guild's trainee uniforms now, looking quite the part. More importantly, the outfits were well-fitted, sleek and accentuating their figures. Noticing Roy's gaze, a blush surfaced on Ina's cheeks. Roy." In stark contrast to the girl's reaction, Rimmel, who had just taken office and was still trying to project authority in front of the rookies, nearly jumped out of his skin when he saw Roy. His glasses even slid crookedly, making him look ridiculous. Roy smiled. "Long time no see. Roy, what are you planning to do this time?" Remmel's voice trembled slightly. Ina and Misha exchanged curious looks. Team leader Rimmel seemed very afraid of Mr. Roy. That word again carried a lot of meaning. "I'm not here for you today. I'm here for your guild master," Roy said with a smile, gesturing toward the second floor. Remel didn't dare refuse. He hurried upstairs to call the guild master. Every time this walking calamity showed up, people ended up dead sooner or later. Better to pass this hot potato to the guild master. His skin was thicker. Royman didn't seem particularly surprised by Roy's visit. The two entered a meeting room. Roy placed the guild document on the table and got straight to the point. Guildmaster Royman, the Astraea Familia has just suffered a major incident and lost many members. Isn't it inappropriate to send us on an expedition now? Humph! Royman snorted. An exploration-type familia exists to enter the dungeon. Everyone does it. What makes you think you're an exception? The guild only assigned expeditions to familias whose strength it acknowledged. Small familias couldn't get one even if they wanted to. And this assignment was made based on your familia's strength, Royman added. The implication was clear: he wasn't sending them to the deep floors. With the Astraea Familia's current capabilities, reaching the 24th floor wasn't particularly dangerous. That's not how you calculate risk. We have 2 LV.1 newcomers. Their mortality risk is extremely high. Roy shook his head. A barrel's capacity was determined by its shortest plank, not the longest. We need a postponement. Impossible. Royman cut him off decisively. The meeting room fell into dead silence. After more than 10 seconds, Roy smiled, though to Royman, that smile looked unsettling. Roy stepped forward, draped an arm over Royman's broad shoulders, and lowered his voice. Guildmaster, the Rudra Familia has already been completely wiped out. The only ones who know about the Juggernaut are us. Are you trying to have us die in the dungeon, so there's no one left to expose information about the Juggernaut? If you think this story is fun and interesting and you want to read the next chapter earlier than the daily release, you can visit patreon.com/dzerf887. Chapter 84, Chapter 84, An Ordinary Man is Enraged. Please support with a subscription. The 24th floor of the dungeon. This was the lowest level of the middle floors, with the recommended standard being LV.2 adventurers whose ability values ranged from C to S. For Roy and Ryuhu, descending to this floor naturally carried little risk. However, for Daphne and Cassandra, whose levels and abilities were far lower, a place like this would mean death in a matter of moments. If either of the two rookies were injured, Roy and Ryuhu would be forced to protect two burdens. And if, at that time, they encountered any unexpected situation such as a monster party, where they could be instantly surrounded by a large number of monsters, the chances of total annihilation would be extremely high. Roy's suspicion toward Royman was not unfounded. Royman was an excellent leader in terms of capability, but people like him often focused solely on profit while ignoring morality. In other words, as long as it was for the sake of the bigger picture, the guild chairman before him would do anything. The lives of one or two adventurers meant nothing. Compared to the risks and chaos that would follow once information about the Juggernaut was exposed, such losses were utterly insignificant. Facing Roy's doubts, Royman maintained his domineering posture. I have no idea what you're talking about. The expedition will not be changed. With that, Royman turned around, preparing to leave. However, Roy noticed something subtle. When Royman mentioned the word Juggernaut, his body stiffened for an instant. Royman himself hadn't expected Roy to catch it. As Royman reached the door and grasped the handle, Roy spoke calmly. If we die, the information about the Juggernaut will spread throughout Orario the very next day. Royman's footsteps halted. Standing at the doorway, he stopped completely. Royman turned back. The contempt and disdain he usually held toward adventurers vanished from his face. As the one who held power within the guild aside from the god Uranus pressing down upon him, he could be said to rule with an iron hand, standing above tens of thousands. To him, adventurers were nothing more than fools who traded their lives for money, while he sat comfortably in a magic stone-cooled office, earning countless valis with ease. But at this moment, Royman realized he had been wrong. More precisely, he had misjudged this person. Royman stared at Roy intently, carefully examining the boy before him from head to toe. Roy curled his lips into a cold smile. Chairman Royman, don't underestimate my resolve. Sensing the faint killing intent in Roy's voice, Royman's pupils shrank slightly. When an ordinary man erupts in rage, blood will be spilled within 5 steps. As the guild's ruler, once he left this room, Royman had countless ways to make Roy's life miserable. But as long as he remained inside this room, he was nothing more than a weakling who could be killed instantly by Roy. This boy was far more dangerous than he had imagined. After scrutinizing Roy for a long while, Royman finally spoke, as if he had at last recognized him. You're different from Elise Laval. You're a qualified leader. Roy smiled faintly. Both of them were old foxes, there was no point playing mind games. Royman continued, considering the impact, the maximum extension I can grant you is 1 week. 1 month, Roy interrupted flatly. What will the other Familias think? Half a month. 1 month. You win. Royman forced the words out through clenched teeth, his predatory gaze locked onto Roy's handsome face. The door to the meeting room opened. All the tension and hostility vanished in an instant, and the two appeared perfectly harmonious. Roy clasped Royman's hand. Chairman Royman, thank you for your generous support. No need to mention it. The guild's purpose is to support adventurers in their exploration of the dungeon. Royman's smile didn't reach his eyes. He clearly had no desire to exchange another word with Roy and turned away immediately. Chairman Royman, take care, Roy said politely. Once in the corridor outside, Royman's legs nearly gave out. He clutched his aching stomach and hurried away, looking as though he were fleeing in disgrace. Remmel witnessed the scene, his heart pounding. He could see the muscles on Chairman Royman's face twitching. If even Chairman Royman that pig couldn't deal with Roy, then who in the world could possibly restrain this little demon? Having successfully secured a 1-month extension, Roy was in an excellent mood. Remmel, how about grabbing a drink? And no. I still have a lot of work to do. Remmel shook his head frantically and fled in panic, absolutely unwilling to get involved with Roy any further. What a shame, Roy muttered. He had wanted to thank him for his previous help. Roy left the guild headquarters. Strolling leisurely through the streets, he greeted familiar adventurers and shop owners along the way. When it came to social connections, he rivaled even Hermes. After all, doing business meant making as many friends as possible and as few enemies as possible. Of course, once someone was confirmed as an enemy, they had to be dealt with swiftly and thoroughly, roots and all. Care for some apples? Standing in front of the apple stall, Roy was hesitating over whether to buy some when a heavy pressure suddenly washed over him, making his entire body tremble. Roy turned around. At the far end of the street stood a towering figure, built like a giant bear, a Boaz with brown hair, standing over 210 centimeters tall, muscles bulging. A red chest guard covered his torso, and a massive black great sword was strapped to his back. The moment this man appeared, everyone on the street instinctively turned to look. Otter the King. Captain of the Astraea Familia, LV.7, the strongest adventurer in Orario without equal. Otter walked toward Babel Tower, each step heavy like a small mountain. Pedestrians quickly parted to make way, as if fearing they might be crushed otherwise. No one can stand in the way of the goddess's true will. As Otter brushed past Roy, his deep, resonant voice echoed directly into Roy's ears like a massive hammer strike. A crazed smile slowly spread across Roy's face. Very well, this time, he wasn't the one picking a fight. Back at Stardust Garden. It's settled. Roy tossed the document stamped with the guild's official seal, confirming the 1-month expedition delayed toward Ryuu. If you think this story is fun and interesting and you want to read the next chapter earlier than the daily release, you can visit patreon.com/dzerf887. Chapter 85, Chapter 85, The Limits of the Two's Abilities. Please subscribe. Roy liked to leave the hardest bones to chew for last, so he first took Cassandra and Daphne into the dungeon. "Mr. Roy, what is it?" Daphne and Cassandra looked at him curiously. He had called them over in secret, even avoiding the goddess's gaze. "I'm going to take you somewhere to train your status values. Is that okay?" "Of course." Daphne's eyes lit up. Cassandra, however, hesitated. "I'm only a healer, maybe I shouldn't go." "What are you saying? Of course you're coming." Daphne forcibly dragged Cassandra along. You. Cassandra wailed with a tearful face. Roy's expression turned serious. "Let me make this clear first. Everything that happens next must not be told to anyone. Not even to the goddess. This is our secret." Seeing his solemn expression, Daphne and Cassandra understood the gravity of it and nodded firmly. Roy smiled faintly. In truth, he wasn't too worried about the dungeon being discovered. Confidence came from strength. He was no longer the ordinary person without Falna he once was. His mentality had changed drastically. If such a treasure were placed in the hands of the weak, that would truly be courting disaster. At worst, he could simply choose a world dungeon, stay there for a few years, raise his level, and then return. "Close your eyes first." The two girls shut their eyes tightly. Roy operated the dungeon panel. The bodies of the three turned into light and vanished, entering the dungeon world. Name: High School of the Dead. Difficulty: LV.1. Description: over 90% of humanity has turned into zombies. The world has fallen into chaos and disorder. Rewards adjusted. Based on each member's status values, different reward tiers will be granted. Roy: kill 6,500 zombies to gain 1 point in a basic ability. Kill 1 million to obtain a bronze treasure chest. Daphne: kill 8 zombies to gain 1 ability point. Kill 1,500 to receive bonus ability points. Cassandra: kill 5 zombies to gain 1 ability point. Kill 1,200 to receive bonus ability points. Roy twitched at the reward panel. It was even more outrageous than last time. He had to kill thousands of zombies for a single point. He'd hack until his hands cramped. But that only proved how vast the gap between levels truly was. Even if surrounded by 100,000 zombies now, Roy wouldn't even blink. Still, the protagonists of this trip were the two girls. Where is this? When Daphne and Cassandra opened their eyes, towering modern buildings filled their vision. And the streets were packed densely with zombies. What are those? Staring at the grotesque undead, the two girls felt fear welling up inside them. Don't worry, Roy said calmly. Those monsters are weak. Physically, they're only slightly stronger than ordinary people. Since they act purely on instinct, they're even easier to deal with than adults. Go. Those are your targets. Roy led them onto the street first, then struck a steel pipe against the ground with a crisp clang. The surrounding zombies suddenly lifted their heads, eyes gleaming with ferocity. Seeing waves of zombies rushing toward them, the girls turned pale. But after killing the first one, they realized Roy was right. The zombies were weak about the same as goblins on the first floor of the dungeon. Aside from their numbers, they had no advantage. Even Cassandra, whose close combat ability was weak, could kill them easily. Gradually, the two gained confidence, cooperating as they began slaughtering the undead. Roy did not step in to steal experience. This scrap of mosquito meat meant nothing to him. Instead, he observed their combat, evaluating the growth they had achieved over the past month. If they failed to satisfy him, he would rather leave them on the surface during the next expedition than bring along two burdens. As he watched, Roy nodded inwardly. Their movements were somewhat immature, but still commendable. Daphne, as a warrior, went without saying. Even Cassandra, a healer, wielded a dagger and killed zombies. Though disgusted when their blood splattered across her face, she did not panic. Miss Ryu's Spartan-style training. Roy knew it well. During the 20-plus days he had been away, Ryu had trained the two relentlessly. At first, they couldn't endure it at all. Cassandra cried every single day. Only then did they understand how comfortable their lives had been in the Apollo Familia. Ryu did not force them. She told them plainly, if they didn't wish to train, they could leave the Familia. No one would be compelled. In the end, they persevered. Ryu taught them what it meant to be adventurers. Even if only teeth remained, they must struggle and defeat their enemies. True adventurers were far less glamorous than they appeared. Every day required taut nerves. A single lapse in concentration could cost one's life. Yet there were always those who joined blindly. At home, they were little darlings. Once outside, they were easy prey. Of those who entered the dungeon for the first time, only half ever walked back out. Within that great cavern lay countless bones. Ryu stabilized their foundation. Upon that base, Roy pushed their status values to the limit. This was the Astraea Familia's education. Daphne and Cassandra slaughtered until they lost track of time. Corpses piled up on the streets like a small hill. Roy wasn't worried about them being bitten. A panacea was overwhelmingly effective against corpse poison. He took them into the dungeon every day. After more than half a month, the number of zombies they had slain was beyond counting. Their status values had reached the limits of their aptitude. Name, Daphne. LV, 1. Strength, 57,628, C. Endurance, 42,555, D. Dexterity, 36,813, A. Agility, 68,889, A. Magic, 5,456, F. Skill, Arrow of Suffering. When being pursued, agility increases. Magic, none. Name, Cassandra. LV, 1. Strength, 17,238, G. Endurance, 18,211, G. Dexterity, 18,252, G. Agility, 12,489, E. Magic, 9,815, A. Skill, Princess who sings of a tragic world. Magic, Thor's Light, Area Recovery Magic. The better the mind, the wider the effective range. Goddess Astraea updated their status every day. Watching the numbers rise as if they cost nothing, she was surprised only on the first day. After that, she grew accustomed to it. Of course, she could guess that their rapid growth was connected to Roy. Roy had expected Astraea to question him, but she showed no reaction. As always, she greeted him with a gentle smile. She upheld the promise she had made with Roy, never probing into his secrets, never revealing any information about him to others. This was the justice she presided over. Roy couldn't help but sigh. Among that group of mischievous gods, the existence of a principled goddess like Astraea truly felt like heaven's blessing. Mr. Roy, thank you. Holding their freshly updated status sheets, Daphne and Cassandra looked at him with shining eyes. The ability points that would normally take years to accumulate had reached their limits in just over 10 days. Chapter 86, Chapter 86, Blowing Up the City. Please subscribe. Roy took the papers handed to him by the two girls and schemed through them at a glance, forming a general assessment in his mind. Daphne was not bad. Her dexterity and agility had both reached rank A. Cassandra, however, only had rank A in magic, while several of her other abilities were rank G. Her growth was severely unbalanced. Still, Cassandra's skill and magic were rather luxurious, far more practical than Daphne's. Roy's gaze focused on Cassandra's only skill. He couldn't read it clearly, only a blurred line of text, but he knew its true name, Princess who sings of a tragic world. This skill was a true miracle. An indecipherable special skill, even its name could not be properly displayed in divine text. Through dreams, she could foresee the future. The content was absolutely accurate, and within the dream were revelations on how to avoid tragic outcomes. However, the messages were often extremely abstract and difficult to interpret. Moreover, due to its curse, none would believe her prophetic dreams, not even the gods. When Roy and Ryuha fought against the Apollo Familia, Cassandra had foreseen it in a dream and warned Apollo and Hyacinthos. Unfortunately, neither of them believed her. In this world, those who doubted this great prophet rarely met a good end. Roy had no intention of becoming the next example. He smiled at Cassandra. "How have you been sleeping lately? Any dreams?" Cassandra froze for a moment, then shook her head. Roy looked disappointed and patted her slender shoulder. "Make sure you sleep more. You can ask Lady Astraea for money, buy the best bed and pillows." "Oh okay, he touched me." Cassandra stared at the large hand resting on her shoulder. The heat from his palm seemed to seep through her clothes. It was physical contact again. Steam practically rose from the top of her head. Daphne felt a twinge of jealousy. She needed attention too. After training the newcomers, it was time for Roy's own dungeon run. His great feat had long since been achieved. Now he would push his ability values to their absolute limit and advance to LV3. Name: Demon Slayer. Difficulty: LV.2 LV.4. Description: For 1,000 years, demons have roamed the night. The targets are the Demon King, Muzan Kibutsuji, and his 12 Kizuki. Defeat Muzan Kibutsuji, reward 1,000 ability points and silver treasure chest. Upper rank 1, Kokushibo, reward 650 ability points. Upper rank 3, Akaza, reward 200 ability points. Roy and Ryuhu appeared outside a mansion, directly teleporting before their target, extremely convenient. Otherwise, Roy had no idea how he would find Muzan Kibutsuji. Ever since being terrified by Yoriichi Tsujikuni over 400 years ago, Muzan's cowardice had reached unparalleled heights. The instant the two appeared, Muzan sensed them. A young boy stood by a second-floor window, coldly observing the pair. "Yo! Good evening!" Roy greeted him with a smile. To an outsider, they might have looked like friends. "Who are you?" Muzan Kibutsuji could alter his appearance, living under countless identities. To develop a medicine capable of overcoming sunlight, he had assumed the name Toshikuni and infiltrated a pharmaceutical family as their adopted son. He did not know how he had been exposed. But it was obvious these two had come for him. Bathed in pale moonlight, Muzan saw their faces clearly. His pupils shrank. "I see. The ones who killed Doma, were you?" All upper-rank demons carried his blood and shared vision with him. Through the final images Doma saw before his death, Muzan had already recognized Roy and Ryuhu. "Move!" Roy and Ryuhu acted simultaneously, charging forward like a violent gale. Muzan spoke indifferently. "Nakame!" Clang! Just as they closed within 30 meters of the mansion, a crisp biwa note echoed in Roy and Ryuhu's ears. The ground beneath them vanished, and their footing disappeared. They began falling. What met their eyes was a bizarre space dimly lit, with buildings inverted and suspended upside down. The disorienting architecture made one dizzy. Roy had already briefed Ryu about the intelligence. Neither was surprised, nor did they panic. Still, they could not help but marvel at the craftsmanship. Muzan possessed an alternate dimension, the Infinity Castle controlled by the demon Nakame. This place was the demon's headquarters. Countless waves of malice surged toward Roy and Ryuhu. Looking carefully, they saw over 100 demons lurking within cracks and shadows. Ordinary demons were not qualified to enter. Only the 12 Kizuki and their candidates were allowed inside. Dense clusters of crimson or green glowing eyes stared at Roy and Ryuhu. Muzan had already ordered them, "Kill these two." Forest canopy long departed. Infinite stars adorning the boundless night sky. Answer the voice of one as foolish as I. Grant me once more the protection of starlight. Bestow light and mercy upon those you abandon. Surrounded by demons, Roy and Ryu remained calm. Even as they fell, they had already begun chanting. The demons that lunged at them were effortlessly cut down by Ryu. Come forth, wandering wind! Traveler adrift, soar the heavens, race across the wilderness. Run with a speed surpassing all things. With the radiance of the stars, conquer the enemy. Wind of light! Roy and Ryu chanted in unison, drawing upon their mind to manipulate magical energy. Around them appeared countless emerald spheres of light, illuminating the entire infinity castle. The spheres spread outward and bombarded everything. Boom! 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 The wooden structures of the infinity castle were utterly incapable of resisting. The explosions drowned every demon, and the dimension turned into a sea of fire. As for the demons, there was no trace left of them. Upper rank 2, Doma, had been annihilated by a single emerald sphere. These demons were inferior even to him, mere grazes were enough to erase them. The demons Musen had cultivated over centuries were wiped out in an instant. Even the upper ranks were no exception, they perished one after another. One emerald sphere pierced through a wooden building and killed Nakame, who had been hiding behind the scenes. With her death, the infinity castle lost control. Violent tremors shook the dimension. Signs of collapse were unmistakable. Only 2 demons remained before Roy and Ryu. Musen Kibutsuji. Upper rank 1, Kokushibo. The 2 demons stared blankly at the devastation. Musen's face twisted grotesquely. It wasn't that he cared about the lives of those demons, but just who were these 2? Messengers of the gods. Kokushibo's 6 golden eyes fixed upon Roy and Ryu. He could think of no other beings possessing such overwhelming might. Roy said, Miss Ryu, I'll take the one with 6 eyes. You handle Musen Kibutsuji. I understand. Ryuu's sky-blue eyes locked onto Musen. His body trembled involuntarily under her gaze. Impossible, 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 impossible. Musen roared inwardly. His breathing grew ragged. The danger he sensed from the blonde girl was no less than what he had felt over 400 years ago, when facing Yoriichi Tsujikuni. If you think this story is fun and interesting and you want to read the next chapter earlier than the daily release, you can visit patreon.com/dzeref887. Chapter 87, Chapter 87, Speedrunning Demon Slayer, please subscribe. Crackle. Leaving aside Ryuu's battle for the moment, Roy focused on his own opponent. Golden lightning surged from his palm, materializing into a 3-shaku-long sword. The Muramasa sword's durability was too low. It was already beyond repair, so Roy had no choice but to retire it. At LV2 with magic at rank S, the weapon Roy formed through magic was comparable in quality to the Muramasa sword. Moreover, it could be created and dismissed at will, extremely convenient. Facing this young man suspected to be a messenger of the gods, Kokushibo did not dare be careless. He drew his demon blade, Kyakoku Kamui, activating his demon mark and the transparent world. The former drastically enhanced his physical abilities, the latter allowed him to see through blood vessels and muscle movement. Seeing Kokushibo act so cautiously and refrain from attacking first, Roy grinned and made the first move. The muscles in his legs tightened as he shot toward Kokushibo. He arrived in an instant and slashed. First form, Dark Moon Evening Palace. Roy's speed startled Kokushibo. His response, however, was swift. Swinging his elongated demon blade, he unleashed crescent-shaped slashes toward Roy. Clang! The blades collided with a crisp, ringing sound. What immense strength! Among those I have seen, only that Lord and Yoriichi Tsujikuni surpass you, Kokushibo said, gripping his sword hilt tightly as he endured the pressure from Roy. In that brief exchange, both sides had already gauged each other's strength. A sinister smile curved Roy's lips. He pivoted, avoiding Kokushibo's blade. The sword in his hand dissolved into golden lightning, slithering like a serpent along the length of the demon blade and toward Kokushibo. Lightning rapidly engulfed his body. Crackle! 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 The searing sensation from the lightning was no less than sunlight. Kokushibo writhed in agony, his body going numb as he staggered back and dropped to one knee. Strike while he's down! Golden lightning surged once more from Roy's palm, forming a massive battle axe that he brought down heavily. Kokushibo rolled aside in fright. Boom! The axe split the sturdy floor apart. Kokushibo's 6 eyes locked onto Roy and his weapon more bizarre than any demon. Ha! He let out a low roar. Flesh writhed across his body. 2 horns sprouted from his forehead. Jagged, uneven fangs extended from his mouth. 7 or 8 grotesque tentacles burst from his back. His appearance twisted beyond recognition, his aura turning ferocious. Feeling Kokushibo's power rise, Roy narrowed his eyes. This was the demon's true form. 14th form, catastrophic transformation heavenly crescent. Kokushibo swung the enlarged Kyokoku Kamui. Overlapping vortex-like slashes formed from countless blades of moon breathing became a raging tornado. The sharp crescents tore through the ground, leaving moon-shaped scars as they crushed toward Roy like a tidal wave. The axe in Roy's hand shifted shape, transforming into a thick shield that he raised before him. Thud! 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 Countless blade arcs struck the shield with dull impacts. Bracing himself behind it, Roy inwardly praised his lightning magic. As long as he materialized a weapon, it required only minimal mind to alter its form. In essence, it was the same spell, versatile and efficient. Kokushibo appeared at Roy's flank. Curved blade arcs bypassed the shield and attacked him from behind. Roy instantly reshaped the shield into a spear, blocking Kokushibo's strike. He had already measured Kokushibo's strength approximately LV2 with all abilities at rank A. Their raw stats were similar. The problem was Kokushibo's swordsmanship and centuries of combat experience, far surpassing Roy's own. Roy intended to use Kokushibo as whetstone for himself. Their figures flashed across the ruins of the Infinity Castle, blades crossing and sparks bursting violently. After more than half an hour, Kokushibo was ultimately defeated. Walking on wind. Gales coiled around Roy's legs. Holding a spear, he surged forward like a bolt of lightning, the spearhead instantly piercing Kokushibo's chest. Kokushibo's pupils trembled. Through the transparent world, he saw Roy's tensed muscles and predicted the attack, but his body could not react. Too fast. Electric current paralyzed his body. Ah! Kokushibo could not muster even a trace of strength. He knew he had lost. Boom! Golden lightning erupted from Roy's palm, burning Kokushibo's body to ashes. A demon's immortality? As long as it's carbon-based life, claiming to fear neither fire nor lightning is nonsense. After finishing him, Roy turned his gaze to the other battlefield, Ryuha vs Muzan Kibutsuji. Roy had easily eliminated upper rank 1, Kokushibo, but he did not dare underestimate Muzan Kibutsuji. The dungeon's upper evaluation limit was LV4. The primary reason was undoubtedly Muzan. All demons were created by him. Even Kokushibo's strength was separated from Muzan's by a vast, insurmountable chasm. In the original timeline, the Demon Slayer Corps defeated Muzan only after he had been weakened by a compound drug by 99%. But the one before them was at full strength. On that battlefield, Ryu and Muzan's figures intertwined, after images flashing. Boom! 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 Muzan revealed his complete form, long white hair cascading down, mouths lined with fangs opening across his body, 8 massive whip-like tendrils lashing with sonic booms. Even Ryu found it difficult to approach him. Come! Didn't you want to kill me? Lowly ant! Muzan shouted arrogantly, his whip striking toward Ryu in blinding arcs. Ryu swung her wooden sword, blocking them all. Yet Roy noticed Muzan's eyes subtly scanning for an escape route. Far from confident, he was inwardly terrified. Having become a demon 1,000 years ago, he dominated the nation for 6 centuries until nearly being killed 400 years ago by Yoriichi Tsujikuni. Ever since, he had lived in hiding. At the start of this battle, Roy and Ryuu's magic destroyed the Infinity Castle and over 100 demons. Kokushibo had also fallen. Muzan now stood utterly alone. At this moment, the Demon King's heart was filled with fear and isolation. If even a slight opening appeared in Ryuu's offense, Roy believed Muzan would flee immediately. In previous dungeon runs, Roy could only watch as Ryuu hunted powerful foes. Now, with LV2 peak tier stats, he could finally intervene. Lord of Lightning. Roy continuously cast his magic. Thunder roared as more and more lightning spears gathered around him. It carried the feeling of Hayden Selland of the Freya Familia. However, Hayden's magic could generate numerous lightning spears simultaneously, whereas Roy's was single target and required repeated casting less efficient. Go! A dense volley of lightning spears shot forward, raining down upon Muzan. A shrill scream rang out. Magic was called a trump card for a reason. Its overwhelming power granted the possibility of defeating stronger foes. A LV3 tier spell no LV5 adventurer would dare withstand it with their bare body. Chapter 88, Chapter 88, finally reaching LV3, please subscribe. Boom! 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 The dense barrage of lightning spears covered an enormous area. Muzan Kibutsuji had no way to evade. His entire body was swallowed by a sea of golden thunder, blasted apart into pieces. When the dust settled, the once majestic Demon King looked utterly miserable. More than half of his 5 brains and 7 hearts had been destroyed. His vitality had dropped to its lowest point. Roy and Ryuu surrounded him. Forest canopy long departed. Ryuu's thin lips moved softly as she began to chant. Damn you! I won't let you get away with this! Muzan roared in fury. Bang! The moment his words fell, his body exploded into a cloud of blood mist, chunks of flesh scattering in every direction. Humph! Roy sneered. Of course, he didn't think Muzan was committing suicide. This was Muzan's ultimate survival method. His body split into over 1,000 fragments. As long as even one fragment survived, Muzan could regenerate completely with his unparalleled recovery ability. In the Demon Slayer world, aside from compound drugs that prevented him from splitting apart, there was almost no way to stop Muzan from escaping like this. But they were not people of that world. Wind of Light. At the very moment Muzan split apart, Ryuu finished her chant. Her clear, melodious voice rang out. Boom! Emerald spheres of light surged forth, engulfing every fragment of Muzan's flesh. Light attribute magic inflicted damage upon demons comparable to sunlight itself. Even the smallest fragment, if touched by that radiance, would be annihilated. When the subjugation successful panel popped up before Roy, he knew that the Demon King who had ruled the nation for 1,000 years and slaughtered countless people was truly dead. Demon Slayer Corps Headquarters. Kaguya Yubayashiki suddenly sat upright from his sickbed in shock. His family shared blood ties with Muzan and had been cursed for generations, never living past 30. Now, the illness and curse upon his body vanished completely. He had returned to that of a normal man. Muzan Kibutsuji is dead. Kaguya declared with certainty. Their ancestral progenitor was truly gone. The Hashira around him were stunned. Though we do not know who accomplished this, let us offer our gratitude to that unknown hero, Kaguya said softly. At the same time, demons across the land disintegrated into ash. All of them had been created by Muzan, their fates bound to his. The Demon Slayer swordsman broke down in tears. 1,000 years of perseverance and sacrifice had not been in vain. Successfully hunted Muzan Kibutsuji. Obtained, Demon King's blood, Demon King's armor, silver treasure chest. Dungeon mission completed. A total of 121 demons slain. Congratulations, you have obtained 2,950 ability points. Name, Roy. Level, 2. Strength, 798 1260, SSS. Endurance, 752 1295, SSS. Dexterity, 692 1225, SSS. Agility, 795 1325, SSS. Magic, 951 1833, SSS. Development ability, Adventurer, 1. Skills, My Lord is here, Blood for Blood, King of the Elves. Magic, Lord of Lightning, Wind of Light, Noah Heal. Roy allocated all the ability points he had obtained, pushing himself infinitely close to his aptitude limit. As expected, all abilities broke through to rank SSS. Especially his magic. The blood of the Elf King had drastically enhanced his magical aptitude, driving it straight to 1833. As someone not born of a magic race, reaching such a level would make others green with envy if they found out. Roy shifted his gaze to another panel. As expected, it was always the old monsters that dropped the best loot. In the previous Parasite dungeon, Goto had LV4 strength yet dropped nothing. Musen, on the other hand, yielded 2 items. Name, Demon King's Armor. Quality, Epic. Special effect, Wrath of the Demon King. Consume your own blood to increase all abilities. Each activation reduces durability by 10%. Durability, 99%. Name, Demon King's Blood. Quality, Unknown. Description, after consumption, transforms the user into a demon body, granting near-infinite cellular regeneration, limb regrowth, and a massive boost to endurance. Side effects, direct exposure to sunlight causes burning, prolonged exposure results in disintegration. There is a certain probability of inheriting Musen Kibutsuji's cowardly and timid personality. Reading the item descriptions, Roy's face darkened. As expected of something dropped by Musen, both items carried negative effects. The Demon King's armor could easily cause anemia. Compared to the entirely positive effects of the Elf King's blood, this Demon King's blood came with a pile of drawbacks. Musen's terror of Yoriichi was practically etched into his DNA. Whoever drank it would be an idiot. Roy's eyes gleamed. It might be useful for scheming against someone else. Randomly selecting one lucky victim. Roy clicked Open Treasure Chest. Silver Treasure Chest opened. Congratulations, you have obtained Equipment Fusion Device, Spatial Ring. Name, Equipment Fusion Device. Quality, Unknown. Description, can fuse 2 pieces of equipment to obtain higher quality while inheriting special effects. Name, Spatial Ring. Quality, Epic. Description, contains 10 cubic meters of storage space. Can store items, but not living beings. Durability, 99%. Seeing what the silver treasure chest produced, Roy's eyes shone brightly. This was far superior to the items Musen had dropped. His own cheat system was still the best. Especially the spatial ring. Previously, all items Roy obtained were stored within the system and not withdrawn, such as potions. He would only take them out when needed, essentially exploiting a loophole. However, the system could not store external items. In the dungeon, the most troublesome issue was supplies. Without water and food, one could not go far. Especially for deep floor expeditions, parties were often forced to retreat due to insufficient provisions. Precious materials encountered in the dungeon, monster drops, many had to be abandoned. Now, with the spatial ring, all those problems would be solved. Food, equipment, materials, just toss them inside. Roy eagerly withdrew the ring. Whoosh! An ordinary-looking silver ring landed in his hand. But if its storage function were exposed, not just Orario adventurers across the entire world would go mad trying to seize it. Roy placed it on the ring finger of his left hand. In his mind appeared a space of roughly 10 cubic meters. His great feat had long since been achieved. With his ability values already pushed to their limit, Roy did not hesitate. He clicked level up. The old panel gradually faded away. A new LV3 ability panel appeared, all base stats reset to 1. Abnormal resistance. Hunter. Mage. Upon reaching LV3, a selection panel appeared before him. He could choose one of 3 development abilities. The first 2 needed no explanation, they had appeared when he advanced to LV2. The third, Mage, enhanced magic power and reduced mind consumption. After a brief hesitation, Roy ultimately chose Abnormal Resistance. When exploring the dungeon, this development ability was indispensable. It offered excellent resistance against poison, disease, and other abnormal statuses. If you think this story is fun and interesting and you want to read the next chapter earlier than the daily release, you can visit patreon.com/dzerf887. Chapter 89, Chapter 89, The Expedition Arrives. Please subscribe. Name, Roy. Level, 3. Strength, 0, 1. Endurance, 0, 1. Dexterity, 0, 1. Agility, 0, 1. Magic, 0, 1. Development abilities, Adventurer, H, Abnormal Resistance, I. The development ability Adventurer had advanced from rank I to rank H. This time, Roy did not ask Goddess Astraea for help with his level up. The skill king of the elves was far too significant. The elves would never allow a king to appear above them without reason. Even though Goddess Astraea was highly principled, he still did not dare let her know. Miss Ryuu, thank you for your hard work. Roy looked toward the greatest contributor of this journey. The beautiful elven girl stood atop the ruins of the Infinity Castle, cool moonlight cascading over her and making her glow. The number of demons Ryuu had slain was at least double his own. In terms of mastery and control over the magic wind of light, she far surpassed him. Conclusion: Miss Ryuu was the true MVP. He had simply ridden along to victory. Seeing Roy unable to suppress the grin at the corner of his lips, Ryuu knew he must have gained considerable benefits. This is our contract. Even though the two were already inseparable, Ryuu still insisted on calling it that. It was as if this goal alone sustained her. If she were to lose the objective of reviving her dear friends, she did not know what she would become. After finishing the battle, the two returned to the Stardust Garden. Roy did not announce that he had reached LV3. Otherwise, during the expedition, the guild would certainly require them to explore deeper floors. For their first expedition, reaching the 24th floor was sufficient. Daphne and Cassandra had already pushed their ability values to the limits of their aptitude. Roy had originally wanted them to reach LV2 before departing. But the drawback of rapidly raising ability values through dungeon instances had become apparent. Their accumulation was insufficient. Combat techniques, experience, mentality, they could not keep up. The two did not possess the capability to challenge opponents above their level. Roy could do nothing about that. After all, he could not force everyone to achieve full SSS ability values like himself. Accomplishing a great feat through other means was far more troublesome. It required years of deep dedication in a specific field and, at a certain moment, achieving something beyond one's limits. Perhaps only by following behind him and Ryuu while they handled powerful monsters gaining residual experience could they reach LV2. Since they would only receive leftover experience, the monsters would need to be of sufficiently high level. Having completed his advancement to LV3, Roy had only two matters at hand: mastering his new LV3 power and preparing for the upcoming dungeon expedition. For the former, he could spar with Miss Ryuu. Their figures flashed rapidly through the courtyard, weapons clashing with the sharp ring of steel. Until the expedition's arrival, they hardly paused. Roy swiftly adapted to the strength of LV3 and even learned to chant while moving. LV3. Feeling the power emanating from Roy, disbelief filled the depths of Ryuu's sky-blue eyes. This speed of advancement was simply too fast. It had been only a little over 40 days since Roy reached LV2. Without a doubt, he had broken another adventurer record. Ryuu's emotions were complicated. She vividly remembered their first meeting back then. He had just received his Falna, a LV1 novice riddled with flaws even in his walking. Now he had grown into a qualified adventurer, rapidly catching up to her. In the courtyard, Daphne and Cassandra watched as Roy exchanged blows evenly with their devilish instructor Ryuu, standing dumbfounded. Comparing people truly was infuriating. Ryuu withdrew her blade. "That's enough." "Ha!" Roy exhaled in relief, rubbing his sore shoulders. There was a trace of admiration in his gaze as he looked at her. With his current ability values, he was rarely matched among LV3 adventurers. Yet under her hands, he could only barely hold on. The higher the level, the greater the gap. This was no exaggeration. Of course, Ryuu herself was also an exception. She had advanced to LV4 during the Great Feud 2 years ago. Since then, she had fought continuously, accumulating terrifying experience. She was already on the verge of reaching LV5. Orario never lacked geniuses. From LV1 to LV4, Ryuu had taken only 3 short years. Her aptitude was in no way inferior to Ace Wallenstein's. After training ended, the group went out to purchase supplies and equipment for the expedition. Fortunately, after defeating the Apollo Familia, their finances had grown abundant. Otherwise, they would have entered the dungeon wearing shabby gear and risking their lives. In this matter, Ryuu was far more experienced, so Roy did not interfere. However, he handed the Goliath scarf to her, asking her to have it made into a cloak. The Goliath scarf possessed extremely high defensive power. It could withstand multiple spells without sustaining damage. Roy now had the Demon King's armor. Even without activating its blood-consuming special effect, its epic tier defense was highly reliable. Tsubaki Kalbranda's failed work could finally retire. The wide cloak was given to Cassandra so their healer would not be instantly killed. After the large-scale purchases, the Familias' finances returned to near pre-liberation levels. Their savings had fallen to less than 100,000 valis. Roy laughed. "Looks like we'll need to earn a lot on this expedition or we'll be living on air again." Daphne and Cassandra gave wry smiles. Even the corner of Ryuu's delicate lips lifted slightly. "But with such a huge pack of supplies, should we hire a supporter?" Cassandra asked timidly. Everyone's gaze fell upon the enormous backpack before them, almost the size of a half-beastman. It contained all the supplies and equipment they would need. Normally, a party required a supporter, someone specialized in logistics. But hiring one meant additional expenses. Spending money was not the issue. Trust was. In the complex and treacherous dungeon, no one was willing to entrust their bag to a stranger. Daphne volunteered. "I can carry it." Roy and Ryuu were destined to be the expedition's main combatants. Cassandra, as a healer, lacked physical strength. That left Daphne as the most suitable candidate. "No need to rush. I have a way," Roy said with a mysterious smile. The others looked at him. He placed his left hand on the backpack. In the next instant, the enormous pack vanished before their eyes. Their eyes widened in shock. Even the well-traveled Ryuu was no exception. They rubbed their eyes and searched the surroundings. Nothing. Their gazes finally returned to Roy. "Just think of it as me having a special skill that can temporarily store supplies," Roy said with a smile. Through his mental link to the spatial ring, supplies worth tens of millions of valis lay quietly within. The others were already numb. No matter what happened around Roy, it somehow felt normal. Then, realizing the value and utility of this skill, their eyes shone brightly. It was practically a divine ability for travel and dungeon exploration. They immediately pulled Roy over to question him in detail. Goddess Astraea stood at the entrance of the Stardust Garden, a gentle smile on her beautiful face, watching as Roy and the other three departed toward Babel Tower to begin their expedition. If you think this story is fun and interesting and you want to read the next chapter earlier than the daily release, you can visit patreon.com/dzerf887. Chapter 90, Chapter 90, Breaking Through the Monster Feast. Please subscribe. Passing through the long streets, Roy's group of 4 arrived at the vast plaza before Babel Tower. Even early in the morning, many adventurers were already entering the dungeon one after another. This was their daily routine. The appearance of Roy's party drew quite a bit of attention. Lower-level adventurers revealed looks of envy in their eyes that was a team heading out on an expedition. Only Familias recognized by the guild as sufficiently powerful were permitted to undertake expedition missions. In Orario, there were very few with such qualifications, and they were all renowned large Familias. An expedition also meant bringing back unknown information about the dungeon, an undertaking that benefited everyone. The equipment on Roy's group was extremely luxurious, bearing the emblem of the Hephaestus Familia. For example, Cassandra's sacred crystal staff greatly enhanced a mage's or healer's magic. It was worth 1,200,000 valis. As for Roy, he was armed to the teeth wearing gale boots, a steel arm guard on his left hand, and the Demon King's armor on his chest. All his equipment had been maintained by a smith or by Asfi before departure. Even with the miraculous spatial ring, Roy did not relax in the slightest. He still had Daphne carry a massive supporter-style backpack, heavy and stuffed with supplies. After entering the dungeon, Roy stored the huge backpack away, and the party shifted into rapid movement mode. The 4 of them broke through to the 12th floor at high speed, clearing every monster along the way. The upper floors posed no difficulty for them. Even monsters known as rookie killers, such as war shadows and killer ant swarms, were easily swept aside. "How is it? Still getting used to it?" Roy asked Daphne and Cassandra. The two had previously followed the Apollo Familia down to the 17th floor, but as newcomers, they had few opportunities to fight and were completely protected the entire time. "No problem at all," Daphne replied lightly. Cassandra nodded as well. With their ability values trained to the limit, confidence shone on their faces, though in Ryuu's eyes, they were still full of openings, prompting her to offer occasional guidance. Ryuu took the vanguard. Roy stood in the middle guard. Daphne remained at the rear to protect Cassandra, the healer. Most of the monsters were handled by Roy and Ryuu. The party passed through the long rocky labyrinth corridors and arrived at the 17th floor of the dungeon. The floor boss Goliath had already been defeated, but the area was far from peaceful. Suddenly, as if sensing their arrival, cracks split open in the walls. Dense numbers of minotaurs emerged, each about 2 meters tall, with robust muscles. Minotaurs, monsters that only appeared below the 15th floor, each possessed strength equivalent to LV2. But the situation Roy's party encountered was even more troublesome. A monster feast. In an instant, dozens of minotaurs leapt out, their blood-red eyes locking onto them. Roy frowned slightly, then smiled. "Seems our luck isn't so good." Daphne and Cassandra had never witnessed such a terrifying scene. Their small faces turned pale. These were nothing like the weak zombies they had slain before. The 3 girls' gazes fell upon Roy. "If we encounter unexpected situations, you take command." Those were the words Ryuu had told Roy before the expedition. In truth, Roy had wanted to be in the vanguard slaying monsters to train his abilities and gain combat experience. But with 2 inexperienced newcomers in the party, they were incapable of commanding. And the taciturn Miss Ryuu seemed to be straying further and further down the path of being a pure fighter. Facing Roy's pitiful little look, Ryuu had forcibly handed him command authority. "Miss Ryuu, handle the monsters ahead but don't stray too far. I'll take the rear. Daphne, be ready to rotate positions. Cassandra, prepare your magic. We advance toward the passage to the 18th floor, don't let them drag us down here." Roy spoke rapidly, issuing clear and precise orders in under 2 seconds. Ryu, Daphne, and Cassandra moved immediately. Once inside the dungeon, there could only be one voice in a party. No questioning was allowed even if the one questioning was a higher-level adventurer. If 2 voices appeared within a team, confusion would easily follow, leading to total annihilation. This also meant the commander had to earn everyone's trust. Ryu knew that, in the hearts of the 2 newcomers, her authority did not surpass Roy's. Of course, the main reason was that she wanted to train Roy's command ability. Even if he failed, it didn't matter, she was confident she could turn the situation around in the middle floors. That was called providing room for error. Crackle! 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 Roy dashed toward the rear of the formation. Golden lightning surged from his hands, condensing into 2 gigantic axes that fell into his grasp. He swung them rapidly, the blades instantly cleaving approaching minotaurs in half at the waist. Their muscles and bones offered no resistance, slicing apart like paper. In the blink of an eye, 7 or 8 minotaurs were slain, turning to ash as magic stone fragments scattered across the ground. Though both were LV2, monsters were far easier to deal with than adventurers like reckless brutes with no tactics. Roy did not use the elven holy sword. That legendary weapon was far too excessive, like using a cannon to swat a mosquito. It offered no training value. The number of monsters ahead continued to increase, minotaurs, needle rabbits, but they could not stop the party. The team steadily advanced toward the 18th floor. Ryu was unstoppable, but occasionally Roy had to fall back and let Daphne hold the line for 2 or 3 seconds. O light of the heavens, once rejected, merciful arm that saves this shallow body, speak in place of my powerless words and rescue the pitiful. O sunlight, hear this prayer and dispel destruction, Thor's light. Cassandra activated her magic, a wide area recovery spell. The abrasions and minor wounds on Roy, Ryu, and Daphne healed instantly. Roy looked at her with a trace of approval. Having a healer truly was convenient. Although his health potions and panacea could restore his condition, when surrounded by dozens of monsters with different attack patterns, who had time to drink a potion? The guild's recommendation that dungeon exploration be done in parties of at least 3 was not without reason. Previously, when he and Ryu had entered the dungeon and defeated Goliath, they had relied purely on overwhelming strength, with no coordination whatsoever. That might work on the upper floors. But in the middle and lower floors, continuing like that would be suicide. The dungeon's monsters were endless. 2 fists could not fend off 4 hands. Fighting alone meant eventual exhaustion and death. A party needed support, sometimes even buying Roy a brief moment to drink a potion was crucial. After slaying an unknown number of monsters, magic stone fragments littered the ground, but they had no time to collect them. More than an hour passed before Roy's party finally saw the passage to the 18th floor. Roy shouted, "Miss Ryu, use Wind of Light. We break through in one push." Wind of Light. If you think this story is fun and interesting and you want to read the next chapter earlier than the daily release, you can visit patreon.com/dzeref887. Chapter 91, Chapter 91, The Strange Monster of the 24th Floor. Please subscribe. Luminous Wind. At Roy's command, the elven girl began chanting without hesitation. Her graceful golden figure darted swiftly through the swarm of monsters, cutting down great numbers as she moved. As her clear voice fell silent, countless emerald spheres of light materialized and shot forward. Every monster that touched one of the orbs was instantly blown apart. A clear path was blasted open. "Move!" Roy shouted. The 4 of them broke into a sprint, rushing through the cleared passage and diving into a corridor beyond. The monsters behind them halted, then finally turned and dispersed. Upon entering the 18th floor, the group let out a collective sigh of relief. "I thought we were going to die." Daphne and Cassandra clung to each other. Roy and Ryu exchanged a glance, faint smiles appearing on their faces. Against a monster party of that scale, any ordinary level 2 squad would have been wiped out or at best forced to retreat to the surface. And yet they had forced their way straight through it. What's next? Ryu asked. Roy felt as though he had truly become the elf's external brain. We'll rest for a day. Set up camp in the wild lodging in town is too expensive. He and Ryu still had stamina to spare, but Daphne and Cassandra were already exhausted to the point of collapsing. Moreover, since they were already here, they couldn't possibly leave without offering flowers to their fallen comrades. Ryu's gaze toward Roy carried a trace of gratitude he had clearly noticed. Roy had stored 20 days' worth of food, water, tents, and supplies in his ring. Their expedition schedule was more than sufficient. After setting up camp in the wilderness, they passed through the forest and arrived at the equipment grave of Elise Laval and the others, laying down a large bouquet of flowers. Daphne and Cassandra wore solemn expressions. The fallen members of that familia were worthy of respect. Countless people in Orario had once received their aid. Sensing the heavy mood, Roy smiled. Let's take a look around the town. I've never been. Yay! For some reason, girls seemed to have an innate attachment to shopping. Daphne and Cassandra, who had nearly collapsed moments earlier, straightened their backs at once, their steps suddenly light. Ryu could only follow behind them. The 18th floor Riviera was a town built by adventurers. Located on the eastern side of an island facing the lake, it stood atop cliffs over 200 meters high, surrounded on all sides by walls constructed from crystal and rock formations sufficient to repel monster assaults. Roy and the others arrived at the town gate. Beside it stood a stone monument engraved in the common tongue with the number 315. This was the number of times Riviera had been rebuilt. Though it was a safe floor where monsters did not spawn, it was still part of the dungeon. Whenever abnormalities occurred, Riviera inevitably suffered destruction. Once adventurers sensed danger, they would immediately abandon the town and retreat to the surface. After everything was wiped out, they would return and rebuild. 315 reconstructions, meaning it had been destroyed just as many times. Entering the town, tents, wooden shacks, and street stalls filled their vision. There was scarcely a single structure worthy of being called a proper building. As for food and supplies, the prices were outrageous 10 times, even dozens of times higher than on the surface. The two newcomers stared in shock. No wonder Roy preferred camping in the wild rather than staying at an inn here. Anyone daring to do business in a place like this possessed considerable strength. High-level adventurers rarely seen on the surface were commonplace here. Level 2 was the average. Level 3 adventurers were not uncommon either. Riviera, built through the combined efforts of adventurers from many familias, had no lord and no order, a lawless town where the law of the jungle reigned supreme. Power equaled status. Hey! Looks like someone's gone missing again. Suddenly, Roy and the others noticed adventurers hurrying toward the same direction. Roy exchanged a look with Ryu. Both saw the gravity in the other's eyes. They couldn't be that unlucky encountering trouble on their very first expedition, could they? Let's take a look, Roy said. The other three nodded and followed. In the dungeon, gathering intelligence was critical. Otherwise, when an abnormality struck and everyone else fled, they would be the only fools left behind to die. They arrived at an open area where over 100 adventurers had already gathered, packed so tightly there was barely room to move. Gale Wind and Righteous Bud. Roy's group immediately drew attention. The war game had been broadcast citywide, anyone who didn't recognize them was a rarity. Good timing, a muscular man approached. His face was fierce, his left eye covered by a black eye patch. Broad shoulders and defined abs were exposed, radiating an imposing presence. Boris Elder. Level 3. A powerful adventurer who ran a purchasing station in Riviera. Well connected with captains and members of various high-ranking familias, he held the authority to command the town in emergency situations. Roy's mind flickered through the information he knew. What's the abnormality? Glad you catch on quickly, Boris replied. There's a strange monster on the 24th floor. More than a dozen high-level adventurers have already gone missing. We suspect it's an enhanced species. A wave of commotion erupted. An enhanced species. For adventurers, encountering such a creature was never good news. Enhanced species possessed unique abilities. Unlike ordinary monsters, their danger rivaled that of a floor boss. The most infamous example was the Bloody Giant, said to have rampaged in the dungeon for over 10 years. By the time the guild became aware of it, many high-level adventurers had already been killed. A subjugation force composed of level 3 and level 4 adventurers was dispatched, only to suffer over 50 casualties. In the end, the guild requested the deployment of the Astraea Familia to eliminate it. It was estimated that the Bloody Giant's abilities exceeded level 5. We're preparing a subjugation party, Bors continued. You'll be joining as well. Your expedition target is the 24th floor too. Unless we deal with that enhanced species, your expedition won't proceed smoothly. Ryu, Daphne, and Cassandra all turned to Roy. The surrounding adventurers wore strange expressions. The two newcomers aside, even Gale Wind, a level 4, seemed to defer to Righteous Bud. That was unusual. Roy lowered his head in thought. Agreed. However, we just encountered a monster party on the 17th floor. Our stamina and mental state aren't at full capacity. We need to rest for one night. What a hassle. Fine, 5 hours, maximum, Bors grumbled, scratching his head. The group returned to their campsite in the wilderness. Roy pulled out an expensive pillow made of heavenly silkworm silk from his spatial ring and tossed it to Cassandra. Go on. Sleep. Chapter 92, Chapter 92, Precognitive Dream. Please subscribe. After being half-forced into joining the subjugation party for the enhanced species, they were left with only 5 hours to rest. Roy and the others took that time very seriously. Daphne and Cassandra went into the tent to sleep, while Roy and Ryu took turns keeping watch by the campfire. When Roy woke up to shifts, "You seem to value that child Cassandra quite a lot." The elven girl stirred the fire with a branch. Though she and Cassandra were about the same age, the difference in experience between them was worlds apart. In Ryu's eyes, the timid and shy Cassandra was still very much a child. Roy smiled. She has a talent unlike ordinary people. It might help us overcome a crisis. Ryu glanced at him in surprise. Having walked this far together, how could she not understand him? There were very few things Roy truly valued. Roy didn't explain further. Cassandra's prophecies carried a kind of curse power. Even if he told Ryu, she wouldn't believe it. And it might even backfire. Ryu stood up and walked toward the tent. Suddenly, she paused, lips pressed together, and said softly, "No matter what happens, I will protect you." After saying that, she entered the tent to rest. Roy heard her whisper and smiled. What a reliable senior of the Familia. The 18th floor had no monsters nor even small animals. The silence was almost unsettling, but for Roy, it was the perfect environment to think. He recalled the day he ran into Otter on the street. He couldn't help but suspect that this incident might be related to that madwoman Freya. After all, she had once subjugated an enhanced species. She must know quite a lot about such monsters. Raising an enhanced species wasn't difficult. The question was, to what extent did she intend to push things? As Roy pondered, time passed quickly. The agreed time with Bors was approaching. Cassandra suddenly ran out of the tent, flustered. "Mr. Roy, I had a dream." Roy's eyes lit up. It seemed the expensive heavenly silkworm silk pillow had not been wasted. "Don't panic. Tell me slowly." He soothed the blue-haired girl, guiding her to sit down and handing her a cup of sweet milk tea. Roy's calm demeanor quickly affected her. Holding the warm cup, Cassandra took small sips, gradually calming down. Roy asked gently, "What did you dream about?" Now that she had settled down, Cassandra became shy instead. Under Roy's encouraging gaze, she finally mustered the courage and recited like a poem. "O phantom in the water, are you singing?" "No, I am weeping." "Then why do you harm others? Is it because of your wounds?" "Perhaps I am alone." Roy's expression was identical to that old man, phone, subway mime. Her ability to foresee the future through dreams manifested as poetic verses accompanied by vague imagery. Roy didn't understand a single thing. Truly abstract. Support in every way except actual help. The more he listened, the more irritated he felt, as though someone were chattering incessantly in his ear. A wave of disgust rose within him. His heart grew restless and angry. He even felt the urge to slap her. At that moment, his development ability adventure activated. It was as though the entire world brightened. A goddess of flawless form descended from the heavens, her true face obscured, and gently kissed Roy on the forehead. That intangible fortune surged dramatically. Roy's eyes cleared, his mind became lucid. Recalling his emotional shift just now, cold sweat broke out across his back. If not for the adventure ability, even he wouldn't have been immune to the curse power embedded in Cassandra's prophetic dream. What a terrifying skill! Roy began analyzing the fragments of her poem. In other words, you saw an environment filled with a large amount of water. Cassandra's eyes lit up. She nodded vigorously. You saw a monster that sings or cries. And she's alone. Mm. Cassandra nodded repeatedly, her eyes full of emotion as she looked at Roy. After so many years, someone was finally believing in her prophetic dreams. Roy's brows furrowed deeply. The 24th floor, the Great Tree Labyrinth, was a moss-covered cavern maze. There were no aquatic monsters there. Based on Cassandra's description, the incident would occur at the Great Falls, where floors 25, 26, and 27 connected. The likely cause of disaster was a mermaid monsters known for their singing. "Mr. Roy, let's not go down there. I saw so many people die. The river was dyed red with blood." Cassandra grabbed his sleeve, fear evident on her small face. The old Cassandra would never have dared say such words. After being trained by Miss Ryu, she had gained a bit of confidence at least when facing Roy. No one else would believe her prophecies. One shout from someone, and this timid, introverted girl would instantly revert to her old self. Running away won't change anything, Roy shook his head. You can be a thief for 1,000 days, but you can't guard against one forever. Could he avoid entering the dungeon for the rest of his life? He would snap off the claw Freya had extended. Trying to take Ryu away from him? It wouldn't be that easy. But Cassandra trembled. Distorted and abstract images flashed in her mind. As the illusion faded, a dragon would roar. "Since you know disaster is coming, will you just watch it happen?" Roy whispered like a devil. Under Roy's subtle manipulation, the conflict on Cassandra's face gradually faded. She bit her lip. "Think carefully," Roy continued. "There must be a sign in your dream about saving everyone." Cassandra's eyes widened. She saw flames descending from the sky and murmured, "Heavenly fire will burn everything to ashes." Their rest time ended. Roy and the others packed up the tent, leaving it behind would only invite theft. They joined Borsa's subjugation party. 1 level 4, Ryu, 6 level 3s, technically 7, since Roy didn't reveal his true level, and 45 level 2 adventurers. With this lineup, they could practically walk sideways through the first 24 floors. Even reaching the 30th floor wouldn't be a problem. Bors shouted loudly, "Brats, we're moving out." "Ooh!" The group marched in unison toward the massive tree at the center. At its roots was a hollow leading to the 19th floor. They had good reason to dare challenge an enhanced species. Everyone knew that enhanced species grew stronger by devouring monster magic stones. The later such a monster was discovered, the more dangerous it became. This one had been spotted only half a month ago. Its real ability should be at least level 3, and at most no higher than level 4. This subjugation party had more than enough combat power. After all, the adventurers capable of reaching Rivera were all seasoned veterans, many of whom had slain the 17th floor boss, Goliath, more than once. If you think this story is fun and interesting and you want to read the next chapter earlier than the daily release, you can visit patreon.com/dzeref887. Chapter 93, Chapter 93, The Goddess's True Intent. Please subscribe. 19th floor of the dungeon. It was Roy, Daphne, and Cassandra's first time setting foot on this floor. They watched their surroundings warily, dark green moss covering the walls. The other adventurers, however, looked completely accustomed to it. The party continued advancing like an unstoppable war chariot, cutting down every monster in their path and sweeping across the middle floors with ease. Only the killer wasps, which began appearing from the 22nd floor onward, caused the group considerable trouble. These wasps possessed black, armor-like shells covered in sharp, jagged edges, their appearance hideous and menacing. Each was about the size of an adult human. Their faces bore massive mandibles like pincers, and from the front of their bodies extended long venomous stingers. Not only were the mandibles vicious, but the stingers could pierce even heavy armor. A single strike was enough to send a LV2 adventurer to the afterlife. Infamous for their lethality, they inherited the dreaded nickname of the killer ants from the middle floors and were known as high-class assassins. As the strongest combatant in the team, Ryuhu did not recklessly charge ahead. She remained by Roy and the other two's side, occasionally helping them clear out monsters. The other adventurers couldn't help but envy them. A LV4 bodyguard who wouldn't want that? Ryuhu approached Roy and glanced at Cassandra. Did you get the information you wanted? Since leaving the 18th floor, she had noticed Roy constantly frowning, a rare sight. Roy scanned the surroundings. The other adventurers were focused on their own battles. He leaned closer to the elf girl's crystal clear, elongated ear, his warm breath brushing against it. Ryuhu's slender body trembled slightly. She shot him a strange look. On purpose, wasn't he? But what Roy said next made her forget such trivial matters. Lowering his voice to the barest whisper, Roy said, "Miss Ryuhu, if I asked you to kill these adventurers, would you do it?" Ryuhu's sky-blue eyes contracted. She stared at him in disbelief. "What are you even saying?" Clenching her silver teeth, she asked, "Why would you ask that?" Roy did not answer. If this was Freya's doing, then as a seasoned veteran, he could vaguely guess that goddess's true intent. She wanted to see whether the elf girl, who had once fallen into darkness, could bloom once more with the light of justice she once carried. This topic was far too sensitive. Afraid that other adventurers might notice, Ryuhu didn't dare press further. She could only glare fiercely at the silent Roy. As they gradually descended to the 24th floor, everyone clearly sensed something was wrong. It was too quiet. Hardly any monsters were in sight. "Stay sharp, boys!" Bors shouted. Though the team had been hastily assembled, its quality was undeniable. Aside from Daphne and Cassandra, everyone averaged LV2. They formed a tight formation and advanced cautiously. When they approached the passage leading to the 25th floor, the culprit finally appeared before them. On the moss-covered wall emerged a massive shadow, no smaller than the floor boss Goliath. Its cold, ghostly gaze swept over them all. "Magic Squad, attack!" Bors ordered. The vanguard kept their eyes fixed on the massive silhouette, while the midline protected the mages. Over a dozen magic users began chanting, and the surrounding magic power thickened in the air. Boom! 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 When the chanting ended, flames, mud torrents, lightning, and other supernatural attacks rained down upon the enormous shadow, the explosions deafening. On the 24th floor, no monster could withstand the combined magic of over a dozen LV2 adventurers. The massive shadow collapsed with a crash, revealing its true form: intertwined, coiling tree roots, beneath which were buried dazzling, multicolored gemstones. What enhanced species? Isn't this just a jewel tree? Voices of complaint rose within the party, but their eyes gleamed with greed. As the name suggested, it was a tree body embedded with gemstones, rare and highly valuable material. The combined worth of those gems was no less than several million valis. Even LV3 adventurers would be tempted. Profit reveals true hearts. The party, once united in subjugating the enhanced species, instantly fractured. Adventurers rushed forward, scrambling to seize the gemstones beneath the roots. The fastest was Bors himself, the organizer. He couldn't even blame the others for failing to restrain their greed. Only Roy's group of 4 remained vigilant. "Cover your ears!" Roy shouted. The others looked confused. Only Daphne and Cassandra, though puzzled, followed his instruction immediately, clamping their hands tightly over their ears. La 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 la. Suddenly, a soft and melodious voice echoed through the walls, surrounding them in a full 360 degrees, tinged with faint sorrow. What is that sound? Those still grabbing gems raised their heads warily. After all, they were adventurers. The voice seemed to carry a bewitching power, burrowing into their ears. The world in their vision warped like rippling water, and their bodies felt as though sensation had vanished. Their movements froze. Their eyes grew vacant, like puppets on strings. Even LV3 adventurers were no exception. Only a small number of adventurers who had chosen the development ability Abnormal Resistance retained consciousness. Daphne and Cassandra collapsed to one knee, their bodies weak and faces pale. Thanks to covering their ears in time, they managed to remain conscious. Roy let out a breath of relief. After advancing to LV3, he was fortunate to have chosen Abnormal Resistance. Aside from slight dizziness, he felt no serious discomfort. Hey, what's going on? Bors was among the few still conscious. He stared wide-eyed, gemstones slipping from his hand. Nearly 90% of the subjugation party stiffened, drawing their weapons and aiming them at Roy's group. In the blink of an eye, they were surrounded. Bright blades gleamed with cold light. Ryuu's expression changed slightly. She raised her wooden sword elf flowing light toward the controlled adventurers. Recalling Roy's earlier words, realization dawned on her. So that was what he meant. When she looked at Roy, the young man's face remained calm as he raised 3 fingers. There were 3 choices. 1. Abandon these adventurers. With their strength, breaking through here was feasible. Escorting Daphne and Cassandra back to the 18th floor wouldn't be difficult. 2. Kill every adventurer here. 3. Charge into the 25th floor and drag out the mermaid monster bewitching everyone. Kill it, and the charm on all of them would automatically be lifted. However, the 25th floor was beyond their original expedition plan. They had only intended to reach the 24th floor. The first option was the easiest. The second was the most ruthless. The third was the most difficult after all, they didn't even know the monster's true status. Ryuu lowered her head. If it were the old her, she might have chosen the third option. But now she was more rational, instinctively leaning toward the first. What was wrong with that? These adventurers had little to do with them anyway. They were merely a temporary party. Her sky-blue eyes trembled as she looked at Roy, as if asking, which one do you want me to choose?